Chapter 4651, Glorious. 2. Noah put the idea of teaching on his to-do list. For now, he wanted complete access to the remaining Genesis principles. The blue rivers of undifferentiated manna still flowed around him as he turned his attention to the second philology floating in his mind: temporal perpetuity, all 18 core phonemes arranged into 3 logos forming a complete sentence. What flows without cease through all dimensions contains every moment within eternal now while appearing sequential yet remaining unified whole. He raised his hand and began to inscribe the philology in the space before him. Time appeared first, establishing the temporal foundation. Unity wove through to show the unbroken nature of temporal flow. Beginning and ending intertwined in a loop, each containing the other. The phonemes manifested with building momentum as Noah felt the rhythm of this Genesis principle: space, order, chaos, life, death, paradox, void. The inscription came easier than he expected, though not as seamlessly as undifferentiated manna. This wasn't his fundamental nature the way pure manna was. But it connected to something he'd experienced directly: temporal traversal, the closed temporal loop that sent him back to Gap and the infinite unfurling. He'd lived the truth that past, present, and future weren't separate at all: fire, water, earth, air, light, darkness, division. The final phonemes fell into place as the complete philology blazed before him. And then crystalline purple amber brilliance erupted all around him, not blue like undifferentiated manna. This was the color of time itself as it pulsed through reality. The brilliance formed into spiraling patterns that looped back on themselves. Rivers of amber purple light flowed both forward and backward simultaneously, creating impossible geometries. Each river represented a moment in time, yet all moments existed at once. The spiraling rivers expanded across the transcendent Helios fold before converging. They formed into a massive crystalline structure that resembled an hourglass, but the sand flowed in all directions at once. The structure descended into Noah's chest. The sensation was different from undifferentiated manna, not overwhelming potential, but rather the feeling of standing at the center of infinite temporal streams. His entire body became surrounded by the philology of temporal perpetuity. What flows without cease through all dimensions contains every moment within eternal now while appearing sequential yet remaining unified whole. The words pulsed with temporal rhythm that felt like the heartbeat of existence itself. Prompts descended before his vision in cascading amber purple light. Genesis principle grasped. Genesis principle of temporal perpetuity achieved. Mastery level 35%. Classification: your experience with temporal traversal provided direct understanding of unified temporal flow. Explanation: straight face. This Genesis principle describes time as continuous stream rather than discrete moments. Your temporal traversal to the infinite unfurling demonstrated this truth experientially. You lived through the paradox of being in both past and present simultaneously. Existential refinement enhanced. Your temporal perception has been restructured at the substrate level. You now perceive time's true nature even while experiencing it sequentially. This creates passive temporal awareness that cannot be disrupted. Foundation reinforcement. The foundation of the first tongue incorporates the second Genesis principle: compound effects with undifferentiated manna creating synergistic enhancement. All temporal abilities now carry Genesis level authority. Additional prompts bloomed with tremendous significance. The Genesis principle of temporal perpetuity grants the following capabilities: straight face. Feature 1: Early Atlas enhancement. Straight face. Your early Atlas of the folds gains Genesis level temporal authority. Temporal traversal capability enhanced beyond normal parameters. You can now navigate temporal streams with unprecedented precision. The closed loop restriction becomes more flexible. You can identify and potentially create new stable loops. Temporal resistance increased. Entities attempting to disrupt your position in time face Genesis level opposition. The Atlas itself becomes anchored across all moments simultaneously. Feature 2: Infinite Desmoterian temporal expansion. Straight face. The infinite Desmoterian's time dilation has been fundamentally enhanced. Previous dilation 27,000x faster than external reality. Enhanced dilation, variable up to 270,000x based on need. This enhancement applies retroactively. All prisoners have been cultivating under improved conditions. Temporal stability within the prison dimension increased substantially. Prisoners can now safely cultivate across longer subjective time periods without degradation. The harvest from their advancement will be proportionally greater. Feature 3: Temporal perpetuity. Sovereign spires. Straight face. Your sovereign spires of Osmond gain a new classification option: entities who have undergone civilization specialization can now enter temporal perpetuity spires. Within these spires, time flows according to the cultivator's need. They can spend subjective years cultivating their ways while mere hours pass externally. The dilation is personalized. Each cultivator experiences optimal temporal flow for their development. Maximum dilation per individual, 50,000x, increases with their mastery. This creates a civilization-wide advantage in advancement speed. Note, only those who have proven loyalty through civilization specialization can access this feature. Noah absorbed these prompts with shining eyes. The temporal perpetuity sovereign spires alone would revolutionize his civilization's development. Entities could cultivate for subjective decades while only hours or days passed in reality. Combined with the enhanced infinite Desmoterian, his entire power base was accelerating. But he wasn't finished yet. He turned his attention to the third and final Genesis principle from Olmaretha's teachings, existential foundation. What grounds all being in structured persistence supports transformation and stillness equally while permitting all contradictions to coexist upon bedrock of reality. He raised his hand once more and began to inscribe. Earth appeared first as the core concept of foundation, beginning, order, unity, space, time. The phonemes manifested with building solidity. This one felt different from both previous Genesis principles, not fundamental like undifferentiated mana, not experiential like temporal perpetuity. This was architectural, the understanding that reality required structure to exist upon: life, death, fire, water, air, void, light, darkness, chaos, division, paradox, ending. The final phonemes locked into place as the complete philology blazed before him, and then solid bronze radiance erupted all around him, the color of earth itself, representing an unshakable foundation. But the manifestation was unlike the previous two Genesis principles. Instead of rivers or spirals, geometric patterns began forming in the air. Blueprint lines of bronze light sketched out architectural designs. Foundations, walls, support beams, chambers, and connecting passages. The designs descended into Noah's body, specifically into his mind where the organ of civilization pulsed, and then something extraordinary happened. The bronze light didn't just enhance what was already there, it began constructing something entirely new within his existence. A metaphysical structure that would serve as the true foundation for everything he was building. Chapter 4652, Glorious. 3. Prompts descended with overwhelming significance. Genesis principle grasped. Genesis principle of existential foundation achieved. Mastery level, 40%. Classification. Your nature as a builder of civilization resonated with foundational architecture. Explanation. Straight face. This Genesis principle describes the bedrock upon which all reality constructs itself. Your work building civilizations, structures, and systems prepared you for this understanding. You instinctively comprehend that power requires proper foundation to support it. Result: intermediate mastery with clear path to advancement. Major discovery: the foundation of the first tongue redefined. This Genesis principle has revealed the true nature of your foundation. The foundation of the first tongue has gained clearer definition and direction. It is not abstract energy or conceptual structure. It is an actual architectural construction within your existence, and it has been distinguished with a name at this moment. The Grimoire of Infinite Lexicons. Your foundation manifests as a living book being written in real time. Each page represents a layer of your foundation. The text is written in pure first tongue phonemes, logos, and philology as the construction materials. This is the foundation of the first tongue made physically manifest within your soul. Current structure. Straight face. The Grimoire of Infinite Lexicons currently contains 18 chapters, one for each core phoneme. Each chapter is being filled with phonemes and logos as you master their applications. Genesis principles form entire sections that can span multiple chapters. Your own created phonemes will add new chapters when completed. Architectural progression system. Straight face. Your foundation scales across 4 distinct depths, each requiring architectural expansion. Surface depth foundation. Current stage. The Grimoire of Infinite Lexicons first volume, establishing fundamental grammar, requires all 18 core phonemes mastered as individual chapters, requires at least 3 Genesis principles grasped to provide structural integrity. Progress. 18/18 phoneme chapters complete, 3/3 minimum Genesis principles achieved. Status: foundation stable and ready for depth declaration. Intermediate depth foundation. Next stage: the Grimoire of Infinite Lexicons second volume, complex sentence construction, requires 9 personal phonemes created and integrated as new chapters. Requires at least 9 Genesis principles mastered. Requires all singularity principles elevated to Genesis level. Only Genesis within you, nothing else. Benefits: existential weight increases exponentially, all abilities carry deeper authority, fundamental depth foundation, advanced stage. The Grimoire of Infinite Lexicon's third volume, paragraph and essay level expression, requires mastery of compound philologies combining multiple Genesis principles, requires creation of entirely new grammatical structures beyond what currently exists. Benefits: existence restructuring capabilities. Ability to define new rules of existence, absolute depth foundation, ultimate stage. The Grimoire of Infinite Lexicons becomes a complete work, a new dialect of the first tongue. The dialect of the first tongue itself, requires perfect understanding of all philology you've created, requires integration of your way into the first tongue itself. Benefits: your existence becomes a fundamental force that other entities must account for. Foundation building mechanics straightface. To advance your foundation, you must add pages to the Grimoire of Infinite Lexicons. Each page requires specific materials. Straightface. Phonemes serve as individual letters and words, logos serve as sentences and paragraphs, philology serves as chapters and volumes. Genesis principles serve as load-bearing pillars that support entire sections. Current Grimoire status. Straightface, pages 1847/10000, surface depth volume, chapters 21, 18 core phonemes. 3 Genesis principles, structural integrity, 94%, excellent, quality. Genesis tier materials ensure exceptional durability, unique manifestation. Straightface, this Genesis principle manifests differently for each entity based on their nature. For you, it manifested as the Grimoire of Infinite Lexicons. Because you are the Genesis monarch of Infinite Lexicons, for another entity, it might manifest as a fortress, a tower, a garden, or a forge. The form always reflects the individual's deepest nature and path. Primary overarching feature: immaculate quintessential foundation. Straightface, the Grimoire of Infinite Lexicons actively refines all power flowing through you. Raw authority entering your system is automatically converted and organized according to proper linguistic structure. This creates unprecedented efficiency and prevents any corruption or deviation. Your foundation literally cannot support flawed or corrupted power. It restructures everything to match the first tongue's grammar. Additional prompts bloomed. The organ of civilization evolution complete from the elevation of foundation. Initial growth phase, 100% achieved. The organ of civilization has fully integrated with the Grimoire of Infinite Lexicons. New function unlocked. The civilizational units of everything conversion, the civilizational units of everything of Primus Mana. Straightface, all power flowing through you is now converted to standardized units. Primus Mana, civilizational authority, harvested energy, all becomes unified. These units carry the depth of the classification inherently. Current reserves. Straightface, the civilizational units of everything of Primus Mana, 847-923, 441/infinite, generation rate, 2,340,000 per hour, from all sources. Quality, Genesis tier, each unit carries Genesis principle authority, enhanced distribution. Straightface, the organ of civilization can now channel power with perfect efficiency, no energy is lost in conversion or transmission. Power can be allocated to specific purposes with surgical precision. This allows you to enhance allies, fuel structures, or unleash attacks with exact calibration. Noah sat in stunned silence as he absorbed these cascading prompts. The Grimoire of Infinite Lexicons, his foundation had manifested as an actual book being written within his existence, the architecture of his power made literal. He could feel it now, pulsing within his mind alongside the organ of civilization, pages turning as new understanding integrated, chapters expanding as his mastery deepened. The bronze light of existential foundation stabilized around him, joining the blue of undifferentiated mana and the amber purple of temporal perpetuity. 3 Genesis principles grasped, his foundation clearly defined and ready for growth, the civilizational units of everything flowing through him with tremendous depth, and most importantly, a clear path forward. To reach intermediate depth, he needed to create his 9 personal phonemes. To reach fundamental depth, he needed to master compound philologies. To reach absolute depth, he needed to make his existence a fundamental force within reality itself. Noah opened his eyes and looked at the first farmer, whose first phoneme was nearing completion. Around him, 3 Genesis principles pulsed in harmony. Blue potential, amber perpetuity, and bronze foundation, the building blocks of existence itself. Now flowing through Noah's weavings. Chapter 46:53, the first lesson. Noah looked within himself as he saw the Grimoire of Infinite Lexicons. His lineage was that of the Genesis monarch of Infinite Lexicons, and his the foundation of the first tongue held a physical construct now. The grimoire of infinite lexicons existed in his mind near the organ of civilization that had also finished its initial development. He had so many capitals associated with him now, if he wanted to officially enter the surface depth of his way in civilization, he could do it instantly as his body already held its power, but he wanted to see something first. He wanted to see how immense his foundation could be. So he simply said, "Let me see, HUUM." In the next moment, the grimoire of infinite lexicons emerged externally. Shockingly, it appeared above him and extended across the budding transcendent Helios folds in the infiniverse. His grimoire stretched out for an entire gigaparsec. The sheer scale was breathtaking. It looked grand beyond description as it shined with blue gold radiance that illuminated the entire region. The covers were ornate beyond anything Noah had seen. Infinity symbols covered every surface in intricate patterns that shifted and reformed constantly. The symbols wove together in fractal designs, each one containing smaller infinity symbols within themselves. The edges of the book pulsed with linguistic power as phonemes danced along the binding. The spine showed all 18 core phonemes arranged vertically, glowing with their respective colors: blue gold flames for fire, liquid silver for water, solid bronze for earth, and so on down the entire spectrum. The covers themselves seemed to be constructed from compressed logos, thousands upon thousands of sentences woven so tightly they formed solid material. Noah looked at this book with shining eyes. He could instinctively feel how to use it. This grimoire was actually a deadly weapon. Its pages filled with the first tongue could be manifested as devastating attacks. The expression of power was unique. For the Genesis principles, he could express them in a myriad of ways. He could even cause the emergence of glyphs for them, just like the thousands of glyphs that he had branded to himself with perpetual harvest and cheating architect and mana supremacy and others. But the glyphs, as he was realizing right now, seemed to be a lesser form of expression of the principles when one didn't properly understand that they came from the first tongue, and because they didn't know that the glyphs were simplified weavings that allowed better usage of the principles but not optimal usage. When the civilizations of the creature and the living existences were made, they made glyphs widespread instead of trying to teach the first tongue. Why was this? Of course, even though he asked, he knew that it was an impossibility for entities that had not obtained the surface depth to be utilizing the first tongue, and there had to be anomalies here and there for them to be capable of doing it. But if there was access to better power, Noah didn't want his people to simply learn a simpler version of it, even if it would be hard and arduous. Let them work hard and let them struggle, and the power they could obtain at the end of the struggle would be immense. As he was thinking all of this, he held the musings and the access of 3 Genesis principles, and he was at this moment breaking down the logos that made up the principle of perpetual harvest and the principle of the cheating architect among the 5 that he had prior. The principles of mana supremacy, arcana infinitum, and primus ascension that he obtained from his isolated civilization of mana led by Kael and Rhea seemed to have similar meaning. As he was breaking them down, much of their weavings were actually covered in the Genesis principle of undifferentiated mana. When he was looking at these and their logos, their elevations may actually be fused into the Genesis principle of undifferentiated mana. He would see if they had enough to stand on their own, or if anything not covered could simply be integrated into the already standing principles. As he was thinking all of this, a burst of green gold light erupted nearby. The first farmer opened his eyes, and in his hands floated the phoneme of fire, clearly written and manifesting with perfect clarity. His expression showed pure elation and wonder. He looked towards Noah with eyes shining with such bright green gold light that they could be their own sons. His voice emerged with trembling glory. "I was blind this whole time. What you've done was the equivalent of giving a blind man sight, and then magnifying it by 1,000,000 times. With such sight, with the first tongue revealed to me, I can see that all the principles I was nurturing were built with this very language as its blueprint. With it, I could never fail in nurturing any of them. All the efforts, all the failures across eons, they will all culminate into endless success from here on out." His voice filled with maddened fervor towards the very end. The very weavings of existence of this being were already spilling past Pritha, trying to find foothold on a depth of absolute sovereignty. The green gold light around him intensified as his entire existence trembled with building power. If and when he managed to string together logos and get access to his first Genesis principle, and due to his anomalous factor of the seed, the first farmer would finally truly be capable of attaining the surface depth of absolute sovereignty. It would be a long time coming after eons of failure, but the path was finally clear. Noah nodded to the first farmer as he rose up. He could feel the breakdown of the principles of perpetual harvest and the cheating architect happening in the background. All of them would actually be completed and elevated to become Genesis principles in the next few minutes. While this happened, he turned his gaze up and observed the grimoire of infinite lexicons far above him. Its size began to reduce as it floated towards the palm of his hand. He began to float upward as he voiced out to the first farmer, "I shall be teaching upon and expanding upon the first tongue. You should also be able to benefit, so let's go." The gigaparsec spanning book continued shrinking as it descended. From a construct visible across entire folds, it reduced to the size of a building, then a house, then just large enough to fit in his hands. The blue-gold radiance never dimmed despite the size reduction. The infinity symbols on the covers continued their eternal dance. Noah grasped the grimoire of infinite lexicons as it settled into his palm. The weight felt perfect, not too heavy, not too light. It pulsed with his heartbeat as if it were an extension of his body, which, in a sense, it was. This was the foundation of the first tongue made manifest, the literal architecture of his power-given physical form. He could open it and read the chapters dedicated to each phoneme. He could add new pages as he mastered new logos. He could watch as entire new chapters wrote themselves when he created his 9 personal phonemes, and eventually, when he reached absolute depth, the grimoire of infinite lexicons would become, well, he would wait for it, a new dialect of the first tongue that bore his name, the Osmantian tongue, perhaps, or the lexicon of Genesis. Something that would mark his existence as a fundamental force within reality, but that was for the future. For now, he had teaching to do. Noah turned and began moving through the transcendent Helios folds with the first farmer following behind. Blue potential, amber perpetuity, and bronze foundation swirled around him. The grimoire of infinite lexicons rested in his hand, and in the background of his existence, perpetual harvest and cheating architect were being reconstructed at the Genesis level. Chapter 46-54, the first lesson 2, in existence, teachers were rare, not instructors who recited facts or demonstrated techniques. Not mentors who shared their experience or guided development, but true teachers who fundamentally changed how their students perceived reality itself. Across the countless eons of observable existence, entities had risen to power through struggle, through theft, through inheritance, through luck. Very few had risen through genuine teaching. The pessimistic truth was that most who claimed the title of teacher were frauds. They hoarded knowledge to maintain advantage over students. They shared just enough to seem generous while keeping the best insights for themselves. They created dependency rather than independence, ensuring students always needed to return. This was the way of existence. Knowledge was power, and power was not freely given, even among the living existences who'd formed the grand civilizations. How many truly taught? They never taught the underlying truth to the vast masses, only to a select few who had the talent for it. Teachers who truly taught, who genuinely elevated their students without reservation, who shared the deepest truths without holding back. These were so rare as to be almost non-existent. And then, there was the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons, in the early veiled shore of the infiniverse. Having put the fallout in the back of his mind while he focused on communicating with the infiniverse, Noah appeared above the skies of the place that used to be a small island with golden sands, and he was communicating with the infiniverse as she proceeded to forge the infinite loom. Because this was the barrier of protection against the fallout. The answer was not attaining the civilizational authority or raw power alone. It was unknown even if someone held the surface depth or the intermediate depth whether they would survive whenever the living paradox activated his weapon against the creature. The weapon that would carve out the belly of existence and unleash everything that was locked in the prison of the creature, Olmareth, and all others imprisoned there. When it came to that future, Noah was actually expectant and cautious for it. It meant an eruption of entities with the power, and who knew what the landscape would be after the fallout. But in preparing for it, he wasn't just utilizing the civilizational authority or filling up the barrier of the infiniverse with the civilizational units of everything of mana. He was having the infiniverse inscribe logos of the first tongue itself in its periphery, and because no matter what the living paradox sought to destroy, he couldn't destroy the first tongue itself. At this very moment, the peripheral barrier of his home was being inscribed with logos of the first tongue, and he was also personally moving with another body near the infiniverse to inscribe the philology of his Genesis principles on it as well, the philology of existence. Could anyone destroy it? It would be akin to destroying the very structures that made up the first tongue itself. The main opponent of the living paradox was the creature. And after knowing everything that he now knew regarding how obscene the creature was, Noah had to give props to the living paradox for even daring to do what he was doing. He was still a shitty guy and one of his main enemies. And of course, Noah didn't forget about his ultimate and most sworn enemy in existence. The living elemental, the man who put a curse of burning on him and made him leave his harem momentarily. He would hunt this fucking guy to the very ends of existence after he came out of the loom. as he had such thoughts, some in the early veiled shore were already looking up at him. He shook his head and got back to his purpose here. He looked down at the radiant golden sands of this expansive and endless continent as he saw many things. He sought his abode that used to be the abode of the early creature, but now it was the abode of the Genesis monarch. He saw the aquariums that were holding multiple radiant marine life forms. He saw the many fields and trees and plots that were filled with sacred herbs. The massive figure of Yashinami rested in a corner, and Hydron grazed in a green gold field while Malthus obtained sacred meat from her and also looked up. He saw Rhea, whose eyes burned brightly with mana as she was currently smiling. He didn't even have to ask her whether she saw mana still dimming or not to know why she smiled. And he saw the figures of Tor and Kor as they were looking at the sanctuaries of Primus Inevitabilities. He saw the living origin with Sigrid leading her and introducing her to Amelia Osmont. He saw the Queen of Matter and Night recording everything as if they were possessed. At such a time, he looked at the closed book within his hands and spoke out, "Gather, Huum." The word was spoken not in normal language, but in the language of the first tongue. Tor and the living origin understood it since these beings were exposed to the first tongue after all of these eons and very likely knew the phonemes already, but to the others, it should be and feel completely foreign, and yet, Noah chose to speak in this voice. Because his way was the way of mana, his civilization was that of mana, as every single creature before him held mana coursing through their veins, just like he was able to understand the first tongue and speak it with his mana, even though his people might stumble and struggle to understand initially. He was doing them a favor by speaking in this language from the beginning. If their civilizational potential and their talent were profound enough, they would understand him rather quickly, and if they didn't have enough potential or talent, they would struggle, but eventually they would pick it up, for he didn't plan to have his civilization be a weak one, because existence was not fair. Existence was such a profound struggle that even now, he wanted to do everything he could to make sure that a time never came similar to before, when he stood before the primordial chaos or the living temporal, and he wasn't able to do a thing. He didn't want that feeling of helplessness in himself or in his people. They had to struggle. They had to persevere. Noah floated down gently, coming to sit on the massive construct of the abode of the Genesis monarch. He looked at those standing on the golden sands and throughout the regions of the early veiled shore. He looked at all of them as he raised a book, the grimoire of infinite lexicons, his foundation of the first tongue made manifest. His figure looked glorious as his blue gold robe pulsed with radiance. The floating blue gold crown above his head pulsed with bursts of fragments of phonemes of the first tongue. His entire figure gave off a truly imposing feel, even to his own people who'd grown accustomed to his power. This was different. This was the appearance of a true sovereign about to impart knowledge that would reshape their very existence. He spoke with grand and imposing tone. Our enemies are stronger than us. Existence is stronger than us. We have to play catch up in order to simply stand before them. And the way to do this is to struggle and to learn. The weapon that will allow you to stand tall against monstrous creatures that have lived for eons is the first tongue. Boom. His words were heavy and booming as they echoed across the early veiled shore. At this moment, countless entities within the region turned their attention fully to him, all of their eyes locked onto his figure. Even the figures of Tor and the living origin had eyes filled with a light that seemed to be asking, just what was he about to do? Because the first tongue was something that could truly only be utilized by those who held a depth of absolute sovereignty. He would try and teach it to the masses. The scene was glorious as Noah raised the book in his hands. He looked like an ancient primordial emperor giving a sermon to his subjects. His voice emerged with imposing and tyrannical authority as he explained, the first tongue is not energy. It is not power in the traditional sense. It is language. The fundamental grammar that structures all of reality. Every way of existence, every principle, every expression of authority, all of it stems from the first tongue. The glyphs we have been using are simplified expressions. Useful, yes. But limited. They are training wheels. And I refuse to let my civilization ride with training wheels when you could be flying. He paused, letting the words sink in. Learning the first tongue will be difficult. Many of you will struggle. Some may fail initially. But those who persevere, those who truly grasp even a single phoneme, will find their power elevated beyond what glyphs could ever provide. You will be speaking the language of existence itself. And existence will have no choice but to listen. His eyes blazed with blue gold light. I will not coddle you. I will not simplify things beyond what is necessary for comprehension. You will struggle, and through that struggle, You will grow stronger than you ever imagined possible. Noah brought the grimoire of infinite lexicons in front of him. He opened its cover as brilliant light spilled forth. The first page rose up and began to shine with intense blue-gold radiance tinged with pure flame. Noah voiced out grandly, "The first lesson is that of fire." The phoneme of fire, boom. The page expanded, growing larger until the phoneme of fire was visible to all gathered entities. Blue-gold flames danced across the surface, forming intricate patterns that seemed to burn yet create rather than destroy. Fire is not merely flame. It is transformation. It is energy unleashed. It is the force that changes one state of being into another. When you master the phoneme of fire, you don't just create flames. You speak the concept of transformation itself into reality. Noah raised his hand as the phoneme manifested above his palm. Watch. Learn. And when you are ready, attempt to recreate what you see. Struggle. Struggle. Struggle, HUUM. Chapter 4655, The Fallen and the Scheming. While a monarch began to teach in one corner of observable existence, in the lands of the dead, something entirely different was unfolding. The region was expansive beyond measure, stretching across dimensions that normal entities couldn't perceive. Order and death intertwined in perfect harmony here. Obsidian structures rose alongside white marble monuments, creating a checkerboard pattern that extended infinitely. The air itself pulsed with the authority of finality and structure combined. At the very center of this domain, a massive obsidian white throne could be seen. Currently, it sat fractured, cracks ran through its surface like spiderwebs, and pieces had fallen away to reveal the emptiness beneath. Sprawled on it while wailing and crying was none other than the Dead Order. Well, she really couldn't be given a capital D anymore, just the Dead Order now. If anyone were to see her current state of being, they would be filled with a sense of sadness. There was a truth about existence that few wanted to acknowledge. Whenever a time came that entities who used to be majestic and grand and glorious fell from their high pedestals, the loss of majesty wasn't always something to make fun of or revel in. More often than not, it was actually a sad affair, for if such a majestic entity could lose all their majesty and immensity, what did that mean for the rest of existence? What did that mean for those who were weaker, less established, more vulnerable in existence? Nothing was guaranteed, even if you thought you had the backing of existence itself. Even if you'd made pacts with the creature, even if you'd given everything you were to a greater cause, nothing was guaranteed. The Dead Order thought that she had the backing of existence itself, so everything should and would flow as it was supposed to. Her current state was pitiful. Her hair, once immaculately arranged in perfect white braids adorned with obsidian ornaments, now hung disheveled and tangled around her face. Her robes, which used to shimmer with the authority of death and order combined, were torn and stained. Her eyes, which once held the cold certainty of inevitable endings structured perfectly, now seemed hollow and cracked at the edges. She raised her head with messy hair falling across her face and voiced out with a sense of pain that cut through the silence, "Ever since I was first collapsed, I was not the same." Even if we call what we have primordial civilizations, the moment that we are collapsed, even if we recover and come back, we're never the same. It's as if we lost something critical just by being collapsed. I gave you my weight. I gave you my love. To existence itself, and yet I was still collapsed. Her voice became more strained, more desperate. You made promises to me. You brought me back. You had always kept your promises. But why is it that you did not keep your promises this time around? Why did you not collapse Osmond as you said you would? Why did you allow him to stand before me with such tyranny and take everything from me? I was loyal. I was faithful. I gave everything. The words became more chaotic and emotional as she spoke, her body trembling. She was veering off towards psychological breakdown. The signs were clear in every aspect of her being. Her hands shook uncontrollably as they gripped the armrests of her fractured throne. Her breathing became rapid and irregular, each inhale a gasping sob. Tears streamed down her face. But they weren't normal tears, they were fragments of her weavings themselves, pieces of her existence literally crying out. She looked up towards the expanse of white and obsidian all around her, and she roared out, "Why, oh creature? Why? I gave you my everything. My everything. So why did you not collapse Osmond?" Her eyes and face began cracking as she spoke. Literal fissures appeared across her skin, glowing with unstable light, her way in civilization truly having been drawn out and siphoned off far too much, and in her current weavings of existence, it looked like everything was crumbling. If she did not stop this frenzied state, everything about her may just crumble completely once more. She would collapse again, and this time, there might be no coming back. Why, she roared one last time, and as the word left her mouth, brilliant multicolored light descended from above. It wrapped around her disheveled head gently, almost tenderly. Her eyes dimmed as the light touched her, the frenzy fading into sudden calm. Right after, her body slumped forward, but before she could fall from the throne entirely, the multicolored light caught her. Her figure was straightened up as she began to float above her throne. Logos bloomed all around her, manifesting in the first tongue. They formed into radiant sentences smoothly that created a cocoon around her body. The cocoon shined brilliantly with restorative power, beginning to mend the cracks in her existence. And then immense silence spread out in the surroundings. The wailing stopped, the breakdown ceased. All that remained was the sight of a once glorious entity being held together by forces beyond her control. A fall from grace was never something grand or something to make fun of. More often than not, it was unfathomably sad to see such wasted potential and possibilities. What could the dead order have become if she'd chosen a different path? What heights could she have reached if she hadn't given everything to the creature's designs? Now she was just another casualty in the conflicts of supreme beings, another piece broken on a board she'd never truly understood. Within the loom, in a region far removed from the dead order's domain, a sea stretched endlessly, but this was no ordinary sea. It was surrounded by immensely concentrated elements that were filled with different variations of the first tongue flames that spoke in fire phonemes, waters that flowed in liquid sentences, air that whispered complex logos, earth that solidified into grammatical structures. Inside such a place, there was a humanoid figure blazing with multicolored radiance. The figure couldn't be clearly observed, as if reality itself refused to fully render his form, but radiant gold flames burned on his forehead, marking him unmistakably. This was the living elemental. His expression was currently that of annoyance. He had an unexpected visitor in his domain that he looked towards right now. His gaze made it clear that he wanted to be alone and did not want her here. Yet this being, the living emotive, acted completely oblivious. She even said with casual irreverence, "You can fucking look at me annoyed all you want, and I will still do whatever the fuck I want, big guy. Just shut up and listen as I came here to vent." What was I saying? Ah yes, 5 seconds to midnight. The showdown between the living paradox and the creature gets ever closer, and do you know how I feel as it's coming? I actually feel expectant and euphoric to fully see the creature again. I find myself asking, what exactly will he do? Would he come find those like me and you and collapse us first, or leave us alone and write us off as too weak for him? Ha! Her words were manic and filled with chaotic emotions as she continued. You know, many are getting it wrong, thinking that somehow, after the eruption of the loom, the battle will be decided right then and there. It will actually just be the start. Because as much as this is a battle between paradox and existence, it is also a battle between the primordial chaos, the secret of Ian, and those other fuckers we don't even know about yet. So, what about those like you and me? As she said this, she floated towards the living elemental. Shockingly, she came to put the back of her head on his shoulder. She looked at his eyes from mere inches away, her expression unreadable. Those like you and I, do we not have a place in all this? Will we account for anything in existence? Do you want to account for anything at all? Or will you be this feeble man always in the shadow of the creature? The shadow of the living paradox? You're all grand monuments of existence, you're all so big. And yet you, elemental, seem so tiny. So feeble compared to them. Hell, you have so much backing in the phonemes of the first tongue, and yet, you are down here. Don't you want to change this? The words were heavy and manipulative. Designed to cut at insecurities, the living elemental's response came calm and imposing. I know my size, emotive. I know exactly how big I am and where I stand in the hierarchy of existence. Your manipulations won't work on me because I'm not deluded about my position. I chose to remain here in the loom. I chose what I chose rather than playing games with the creature and the living paradox. Do not mistake my choices for weakness, HUUM. He paused before continuing with even more imposing authority, and you need to get the fuck off of me. Now, the living emotive smiled and moved her head away. She floated in front of the living elemental, her expression shifting to something almost predatory. I could help you and help myself. For those like you and me to not just be nothing. To matter even before the oldest paradox of existence. Do you want to know how? You could have everything the living paradox and the creature held. You could even have me. In the deepest parts of your existence, you've always wanted to have me, didn't you? I could always sense your emotions. Silence descended. The living elemental looked at Emotive calmly. His multicolored radiance pulsed once before he spoke. What the hell have you done? What are you planning now? At these words, the living Emotive simply smiled devilishly. Her eyes glinted with schemes within schemes, and she said absolutely nothing. The silence that followed was more terrifying than any answer could have been. Chapter 4656, Paradox and Chaos. The Sea of Paradox had never been more resplendent. It stretched across dimensions that defied conventional measurement. Its depths contained contradictions so profound that reality itself folded in on itself when attempting to observe them. This was the heart of the loom's paradoxical domain, and it had grown stronger than ever before. The concentrated authority here would have unmade any entity below the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty in an instant. Not through violence or destruction, but through the simple impossibility of existing in a space where existence itself was contradicted at every possible angle. Toward the very depths of this impossible sea, a figure floated with absolute sovereignty, the living paradox. His humanoid form could barely be observed through the countless flames of paradox that surrounded him. What could be glimpsed hinted at immensity beyond comprehension. He was currently overseeing many things, the preparations for what was to come. The positioning of pieces across a board that spanned all of observable existence. The final calibrations of mechanisms set in motion eons ago, 5 seconds to midnight. In his perspective, this timing was minuscule. What appeared as seconds to existential observation might as well be actual days or hours from his vantage point. The countdown was real, but it was also relative. He was getting ready, and at such a time, paradox, big guy. It seems like you're finally getting things ready? Not even a heads up to an old friend? I had to find out from the endless chaos. A shocking voice filled with the first tongue echoed through the sea of paradox. This was a voice that had existed before concepts had names, before reality had settled into its current patterns. A humanoid figure manifested in the paradoxical depths, massive beyond conventional scale, surrounded by murky shadows that devoured light and meaning simultaneously. The shadows writhed with a life of their own, constantly shifting and reforming in patterns that hinted at intelligence. Or perhaps something worse than intelligence. It was hard to say whether this being was inside the loom or simply chose to manifest within it at this moment while originally existing outside of it entirely. The distinction may not have mattered to something of this nature. The living paradox frowned, his expression visible for just a moment through the flames that surrounded him. Chaos, he said in an acknowledgement without welcome. Why are you here? You still have enough power to do this with your current suppression. The primordial chaos laughed. The sound was mischievous at first, almost playful in its irreverence. But then it shifted, becoming cold and imposing as it echoed through dimensions that shouldn't have been able to hold sound. Aren't you curious as to what caused all these changes? Chaos asked. The murky shadows around him pulsed with each word. You asked me eons ago in the infinite unfurling what had happened between Temporal, the creature, and I in that incident in Jinungagap. That incident that was the cause of many things. I didn't tell you then, but I could tell you now since we are about to delve into grander pastures. The words were heavy and filled with mystery that stretched back to the earliest moments of existence itself, but the living paradox remained calm. What happened has happened, he replied. His voice was measured despite the weight of the topic. The past is fixed, even for beings such as ourselves. Knowing history now wouldn't aid me too much in what I must accomplish. The battle ahead requires focus on the present and future, not excavation of ancient incidents that have already shaped everything they were meant to shape. The primordial chaos laughed again. That's where you're wrong, old friend, Chaos said. His tone was grand and imposing. Knowing history even now would especially help, because history and time for some is malleable. The past you consider fixed? For certain existences, it's merely another canvas to be painted upon. Another variable to be adjusted. Another paradox to be embraced. At such words, Paradox was silent. Because he also knew this too well. The flames around his form flickered with something that might have been contemplation. Moments later, he waved his hand, obsidian gold light coalesced before him, forming an image with perfect clarity despite the contradictory nature of everything surrounding it. The image showed a figure in flowing robes, a floating crown hovering above his head. His posture was imperious. His presence radiated authority that challenged the very fabric of reality. Eyes that held depths of power and cunning beyond what any singular existence should possess. This was how Noah had appeared when he entered the region of collapse. Before he decimated agents of the fallout. before he crushed Schrödinger. The living paradox studied the conjured image with intensity that made the surrounding paradoxical flames burn brighter. It is him, isn't it? He said. His voice held certainty rather than question. I care not for coincidences, and I locked onto him right away. The moment I sensed the anomalies in the fabric of existence, I knew something unprecedented was occurring. And all threads led back to this singular being. Boisterous laughter erupted from the primordial chaos. The murky shadows around him writhed with apparent delight as his massive form shook with mirth that echoed across dimensions. Look at you already knowing! Chaos exclaimed. Genuine amusement colored his words. Ah, yes. Him. Just like I remember him in Ginnungagap. He slipped right past my fingers then, and I haven't been able to grab him ever since, even though he's appeared in the infinite unfurling and the earliest folds multiple times, as well as existing here in this era. The laughter faded into something more predatory. He is one anomalous fucker, Chaos continued. His voice dropped to something between admiration and hunger. Man, do I want to get my hands on him? The living paradox's frown deepened. Will you play games or be straight with me regarding his anomalous nature? He asked. His tone held the weight of one supreme being addressing another. I know his history here in this era and have come across him personally. His usage of the first tongue surprised me when I observed it. Is that the source of his anomalous existence? The words hung heavy in the paradoxical waters. The primordial chaos moved closer. His murky shadows reached toward the manifested image of Noah as if yearning to touch it. In our existence, chaos began. His voice took on the weight of primordial truth. The oldest paradox of existence has always remained unanswered. How did everything begin? In that question, paradox was claimed as one component. Existence was claimed as another. And chaos was claimed as well. These three have always been the contenders for the ultimate truth. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. But now, the first tongue is being claimed. This glorious fucker of a being here, I won't say much, but I will say that another competitor of our dearest observable existence is just now budding, and he is doing so across time itself. The murky shadows pulsed with excitement. If one of us were to swallow him up, let's say, would one not have two components of the oldest paradox of existence? Imagine it. The words were heavy with implication that stretched across eons and possibilities. The living paradox turned fully to look toward the primordial chaos. His eyes were visible for just a moment through the paradoxical flames. They showed immense distrust and annoyance. But they also shined with something else. Possibility. Calculation. The recognition of an opportunity. You're trying to fuck with me, Paradox said. His voice was low and dangerous. Knowing I am at the precipice of my battle with the creature, you want me to divide my attention to this anomaly. Do you even know much about him apart from what you have said? He gestured dismissively at the manifested image. I have much to do against the creature. Unless I have every ounce of information at this moment, I won't move against another specifically. I will wait for the chaos of the fallout to take care of many things. Because in the aftermath of the fallout, even the life of someone at the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty is not guaranteed. His voice became harder, more resolute. At that time, I can move more freely against the creature and others. But now, I need focus. Complete, undivided focus on the enemy before me. The primordial chaos's expression became extremely ominous. The murky shadows around him stopped their constant writhing and became still. A stillness that was somehow more terrifying than their movement had been. He moved toward the manifested figure of Noah. His massive form cast impossible darkness across the obsidian gold light. Oh. I know him, Chaos said. His voice dropped to something between whisper and thunder. Chaos whispers his name. Malformed Jinno lifeforms whisper his name. Inevitabilities whisper his name. The first tongue. I have begun to hear whispers of his name in the first tongue itself. He reached out, his shadow-wrapped hand passing through the image as if trying to grasp something that existed beyond mere representation. The scale breaker. The anomaly. The Genesis monarch. Another variable that makes things even more chaotic. A variable that has been present in Ginnungagap, in the earliest folds, in this era, and now, it seems he will also be there after the fallout. The ominous expression deepened. Oh yes, I know of him. I just came to you to murky the waters even more. To make things even more chaotic, the primordial chaos began to fade. His form dissolving back into the murky shadows from which he'd manifested, but before he disappeared entirely, his voice echoed one final time, ultimately, it may not be existence that claims the win of the oldest paradox of existence. It may not be paradox. It may not be the first tongue. Just like in the beginning, when everything was formless and uncertain, it may just be chaos. Just chaos. His laughter followed him into oblivion, and then he was gone. The living paradox gazed at the metaphorical clock counting to midnight. The flames of paradox around him burned with contemplative intensity as he processed everything he'd just learned. With this new information, he might as well turn the clock ever closer toward midnight. Accelerate his plans. Move against multiple targets simultaneously, but he didn't like to be reactionary, especially when it came to chaos. Any choice someone found themselves making after meeting chaos was likely not their own willing choice. It was more than likely something influenced by chaos itself, nudged in directions that served chaos's unknowable ends, and Paradox had always done his best not to be steered by chaos, because even now, he stood against an enemy that even the primordial chaos did not go head to head against. He stood against the creature. And he had to do everything to make sure he didn't slip. Against the creature, a single slip meant collapse, but now, learning more about the anomaly, about Osmont, the living paradox thought more deeply about this being. His intuition had been accurate as always. From the first moment he'd sensed those anomalies in the fabric of existence, he'd known something unprecedented was occurring, but for that entity to lay their claim on the first tongue, interesting. Very interesting. The sea of paradox continued to churn around him, contradictions folding into contradictions as the countdown toward midnight continued its inexorable progression. Chapter 46-57, Perfect Speaker. He had been a hunter, he had been a farmer. He had been a hero and a villain. He had become a king and an emperor and much more, but a teacher was something very unique for Noah. At this moment, in the early Veiled Shore, he sat on his abode while teaching on the first tongue. The grimoire of infinite lexicons fluttered page to page within its first 18 chapters that represented the 18 phonemes of the first tongue. He'd already gone through every single one to his people, explaining the intricacies and foundations. At this moment, these phonemes floated in the air to be visible to all as the skies of the early Veiled Shore were filled with waves of blue gold primus manna. The grimoire of infinite lexicons remained open as Noah looked at his people. Many were either standing or seated on the golden sands as they looked at him with a myriad of different gazes. Some like Tor, the living origin, Sigrid, Rhea, Kale, and Malphas had shining eyes. Tor and the living origin clearly knew what he talked about already, their expressions those of beings who'd spent eons with the first tongue woven into their very existence. Sigrid, Rhea, Kale, and Malphas had different levels of understanding, but their eyes showed comprehension was taking root. Seeds being planted that would grow into something magnificent. Others like Henry, Moraine, Barbados, and Adelaide looked toward him with a sense of confusion. Their expressions betrayed the reality that they hadn't truly gotten much from his explanations. The concepts were too vast, too alien to their foundations of understanding. Then there were others like Titano and the Emperor Penguin whose eyes were dull as if they understood absolutely nothing at all. Completely blank. As if Noah had been speaking in a language that didn't exist. Noah looked at all of them and shook his head. His gaze settled on his son, Henry Osmont. Boy, step forward, HUUM. Henry was astonished by the way he was called as he dazedly floated up from his seated position on the golden sands. His expression held confusion and a hint of wariness as he approached his father. Noah looked at him. His son was the one who carried his lineage the most. The blood that flowed through Henry's veins held potential that most entities in observable existence would never comprehend. And Noah now allowed it to express itself freely. His lineage of the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons began to exert its effects right now as he allowed the greater distinction for entangled weavings to spread wide and free. The greater distinction of the potentate, around Henry, invisible chains of limitation began to loosen. The greater distinction granted him a 5,000,000% increase in learning speed for any mana-based abilities. It granted him the potential to comprehend and utilize the first tongue itself. A deep connection to mana that allowed instinctive understanding of its nature began to awaken within him. And near Noah, his advancement speed increased by an additional 800%. His son had a 5,000,000% boon in learning speed, and another 800% when cultivating near him. Could he really not form a mere phoneme of fire with all this? Just thinking about it made Noah slightly angry. He waved his hand, the goad manifested in his grip. The stick shined with blue gold brilliance and came with a terrifying pressure of the surface depth. Noah had this immensity and weight even though he wasn't officially at this stage. His existential weight already exceeded what it should be, and now that pressure bore down on everyone present, the weight was heavy on all those here as Henry paled, looking at his father as if he wanted to ask, "Dude, what the hell is going on?" But Noah remained stern. Right, the phoneme of fire. Henry Osmond looked at his father. He saw the immense seriousness in his eyes and the stick within his hands. With all these factors, he didn't even argue as he raised his hand burning with blue mana, remembered what his father had taught, and began to write. He began to shape mana into structure as his father had taught him, and as he did, due to the first tongue being utilized to form the phoneme of fire, the surroundings began to respond. The principle of elemental fury, the principle of rapid fire, and other principles related to fire in the surroundings inherently began to flow toward the letter Henry was forging. The rising frequency of mana, the simultaneous expression, the sharp percussive accent, the controlled explosion outward, these were the conditions one had to meet to successfully write the letter of fire. The phoneme of fire, yet, his son failed at matching the rising frequency alone. Noah saw exactly where he failed. After all, he had many phonemes of fire and logos made up of many letters constantly refining his existence and running across his very cells and vessels. He knew the phonemes like the back of his hands. At this moment, Noah took his stick and stopped the phoneme his son was constructing before it erupted and destroyed everything. The malformed letter of fire trembled and then dissipated under the touch of the goad. Its volatile energy dispersing harmlessly into the atmosphere around Noah's body, the Genesis principle of undifferentiated mana. The philology of undifferentiated mana shined brilliantly. He radiated a unique air as he began to correct his son. An air of absolute mastery over the very language of existence itself. Noah was currently moving with instinct alone as he said, "You got the frequency wrong. The rise needs to be steeper at the initiation point, then plateau briefly before the final surge." Like this, he demonstrated with a casual wave of his hand, and a perfect frequency pattern of blue gold mana rippled outward. "Do it again." Henry focused and did it again. The rising frequency of mana. The simultaneous expression. The sharp percussive accent. The controlled explosion outward. He failed at the simultaneous expression. The elements that should have moved as one instead staggered, creating dissonance in the forming phoneme. Noah stepped in once more, his voice calm but firm. The simultaneous expression isn't about forcing everything to happen at once. It's about creating harmony between the components so they naturally align. You're trying to control each element separately. Don't. Let them breathe together. The frequency, the accent, the explosion, they're not four things. They're one thing expressing itself in four ways. The Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons is teaching his progeny. All features of your way in pedagogical amplification have activated at full capacity. Current teaching mode, active guidance, harvest multiplier, 500%. Such a prompt shined as Henry tried again, and failed. Noah corrected the mistake. Your accent was too sharp. Fire is explosive, yes, but it's not violent. It's passionate. There's a difference. Henry tried again, and failed. The explosion outward was uncontrolled. You released everything at once instead of directing the expansion. Fire spreads, it doesn't scatter. Again, failure, better on the frequency. Worse on the expression. Focus, again. Noah corrected every mistake with patience that surprised even himself. Each failure was met not with disappointment but with precise instruction. Each attempt brought Henry closer to understanding not just the mechanics of the phoneme, but its fundamental nature, and then, the rising frequency bloomed perfectly, steep at initiation, plateauing, then surging, the simultaneous expression harmonized, for aspects becoming one unified whole, the sharp percussive accent struck with passion rather than violence. The controlled explosion expanded outward with directed purpose, under the guidance of his father holding a stick that seemed like it would beat him if he got it wrong again. Henry watched in a daze as a phoneme of fire bloomed successfully in front of him. The power of multiple grand and singularity principles related to fire were pulled into it. A beautiful pillar of blue gold flames that would decimate a weak tree that actually bloomed and spun upward gorgeously. The heat was immense yet somehow welcoming. The light was blinding yet somehow soothing. The authority was undeniable yet somehow Henry's eyes went wide with disbelief as he stared at what he'd created. Far on the golden sands of the shore, the first hunger, Tor, stood with a look of utter incredulity as he shouted out, "What the fuck?" Not too far away, the living origin had a similar gaze of incredulity. Her ancient eyes were wide with something approaching shock. This was not accurately portraying how impossible it was for someone to learn the first tongue, much less that someone being an entity who had not attained any depth of absolute sovereignty. The first tongue was the language of existence itself. Being spent eons attempting to grasp even a single phoneme, the living existences had taken countless ages to master what they knew. And here, a boy who hadn't even reached the heights of power that should be prerequisite for such comprehension had just successfully written a phoneme of fire. In the skies, Noah looked at his son and smiled brilliantly. "Good," he said. "Now repeat that again, and make sure you don't get it wrong. Afterwards, you can practice the other phonemes." Blue gold light erupted around father and son, brilliant and warm and filled with the authority of something unprecedented occurring. Noah saw the emergence of glorious prompts. Successful teaching of the first tongue to another entity confirmed. Harvest multiplier, 1/200%. Harvest in the form of infinite potential has been automatically absorbed into your mastery of the first tongue. Breakthrough achieved. As of this moment, you have attained the mastery of perfect speaker. The act of teaching was the final ingredient required for this advancement, since you can already seamlessly enact philologies. Grander stages await. Even with your stupendous foundation, the surface depth of absolute sovereignty can officially be grasped at any time. Note, your current existential weight already exceeds most average the surface depth of absolute sovereignty entities. Going past the mastery of perfect speaker may need an official declaration of your way in civilization. Noah looked at the prompts with calm satisfaction. The mastery of perfect speaker, and all it had taken was teaching his son to write a single letter. But the last prompt, he looked at it calmly as he thought of his ideas regarding foundations, and he may have to alter his plans somewhat. After all, he was not obsessive when it came to one line of though, a declaration of his way, an indomitable and unsurpassable foundation. It did not have to be either or, as his foundation would never be complete, even as of the surface depth of absolute sovereignty entity officially, he would still be forging his foundation. As his thoughts became slightly clear, he nodded to himself and finalized a decision. He looked at Henry, who was staring at the phoneme of fire he'd created with an expression of wonder and disbelief. His son had just accomplished something that should have been impossible for someone at his level, but then again, Noah thought with a slight smile, impossible was starting to become a rather flexible concept when it came to his bloodline. On the golden sands below, Tor was still staring upward with his mouth hanging open. "Boy," Noah said, looking at his son, "I will move on to others, but continue." "Go again." Henry Osmond looked at his father, then at the stick still held casually in his grip, then back at his father. He swallowed hard. "Yes, father." Chapter 4658, Scales. Sometimes, Noah found it easier not to question. If things seemed ridiculously crazy to be happening, it didn't necessarily mean they were impossible. It simply meant that the vast majority of existence considered it impossible. What he enjoyed doing was redefining what was possible and what was not possible. It was nearly impossible for someone that hadn't achieved at least the surface depth of absolute sovereignty to utilize the first tongue, since many had specialized into different ways. If some did try, it would take them a long time. He gave a middle finger to all those assertions as he proceeded to teach his son in a matter of minutes what others would deem impossible in even years. And after he did this, even though he saw the expressions of the first hunger and the living origin, he didn't stop to question or think about it too much. He simply pointed to others with his stick as he called out, "Sigrid, Warrain, Rhea, Barbados, Emperor Penguin, Hyperion, Queen of Matter, Knight, Titano, Ericsson, you. He pointed the stick to dozens of beings who could have his greater distinction of his lineage. One by one, all of those appointed rose up as their expressions showed the surreal reality they were experiencing, and as soon as they floated in the skies, Noah looked at them like a stern teacher holding a stick that would discipline if he needed to. "Write the phoneme of fire for me, HUUM." His body emanated waves of immensity and power that almost made his words undeniable. Innately, all of those that he called up began trying to write the phoneme of fire. Every time one messed up, his goat struck out and stopped any horrific explosion as he corrected them one after another. He could move faster than plank speed as he watched all of them as if they were moving in slow motion. He corrected them all one by one, even though it seemed like he was doing everything simultaneously. To Sigrid, "Your frequency is perfect, but your accent needs more passion." "Fire loves, it doesn't just burn." To Moraine, "Stop overthinking." The paradox in your nature is fighting the purity of fire. Let them coexist. Teria, you're seeing the future of the phoneme before you've written the present. Focus on now. To the Emperor Penguin. Just try again. To Titano, brother, come on. To Erickson, I can pull out the slipper if you need more motivation. An unprecedented lesson on the first tongue is unfolding. All progression has become accelerated under your direct guidance. The weight and immensity of your existence increases as you naturally harvest infinite potential from your current actions. Multiple instances of pedagogical amplification are stacking. Current harvest multiplier. Calculating, Noah looked at all of these prompts. Even though they seemed grand and his current actions seemed grand, he felt like he could do so much more, and so he simply proceeded to do. At this moment where one body floated in the skies and was teaching dozens of his people with direct attention, another body of his appeared in front of Tor, and the living origin who came over from nearby. Kor looked at him with those obsidian crimson eyes blazing. You're nuts, outsider. Nuts, but as soon as she said these words, her eyes burned with competitive spirit as she began trying to etch the phoneme of fire right away. Noah's body here gave a portion of his attention to her, getting ready to correct her at any time as he also turned to look at the first hunger and the living origin. They looked at him as the first hunger blinked and harumphed before he proceeded to say, I can write the phonemes of the first tongue. I learned it in Jinungagap from the primeval titan, both me and this crazy woman did. He said these words as Noah nodded before he said, okay, you know phonemes. What about logos? Philology, his eyes were shining brilliantly at this moment, because he knew there was a ridiculous 3,000,000% harvest if he could get anyone to grasp a Genesis-level teaching. If he could get anyone to perfectly understand a philology of existence, basically, he needed to get someone to grasp a new Genesis principle. Or in the case of entities that had already attained a depth of absolute sovereignty and had already grasped a Genesis principle without knowing that they were actually accessing a philology of the first tongue. He could show them the way, so he looked with shining eyes at the figures of the first hunger and the living origin who were looking back at him with gazes that still seemed to ask if he was serious. Even though they didn't mention it, the two of them still inherently had a sense of pride in their own power. But those who understood themselves could easily get past any shortcomings. They became serious right after. Tor said, I need more practice on logos. I was collapsed just when I was getting good at them, and the living origin looked at Noah with extremely calm yet shining golden eyes before she said, I can see if you know more than me in philology, right. The living origin had enjoyed boons from the prison of the creature before she was collapsed by the living paradox. She had lived for much longer than the first hunger as her gains should have been more immense. Even if she was returned right now at only the surface depth of absolute sovereignty, Noah smiled brilliantly at this. Would another person that didn't have the way of the first tongue claim that they could speak the first tongue better than he could? If the living origin thought that she could speak philology better than he could, or be faster at it, then he would have her learn. This in itself was a daring thought. Not too long ago, he and many others only thought of the living origin as a legend to be looked at. Now he was looking at her and daring to teach her. It was a surreal experience. Chapter 4659, Scales 2. At this moment, before they could even begin, they raised their heads, far above, where his other body was. Sigrid's black and white hair shined radiantly as white and blue flames surged upward like a brilliant, gorgeous pillar of light. She was another that succeeded in forming the phoneme of fire. The living order had grasped fire, and her full entry into the surface depth of absolute sovereignty churned ever closer, something that was deemed unfathomably rare by others. Noah's eyes pulsed dangerously as he wanted to make such a rare thing commonplace for his civilization. His other body, feeling the golden sands of the early veiled shore below him, turned back toward the first hunger and the living origin. Let's get started. He was moving with efficiency and not necessarily with speed and haste, but he was doing many things at this moment, far from the early veiled shore, in what could be considered the core of the infiniverse itself, where a tremendous amount of authority gathered. The region was one of extremely dense and pure concentrated primus mana shining blue gold. Countless stellar rivers of lemniscate symbols and Mobius strips spun all around in eternal patterns. And at this moment, phonemes of the first tongue were also beginning to permeate and spread around this region with immensity. All of them were actually being forged by the infiniverse herself. At the center of this place, where vibrant logos could be seen being formed, the figures of Noah, the infiniverse, and even the illusory ruination floated in this terrifyingly dense sea of authority. They were actually the source of the increased weight and immensity as time passed. At this moment, the figure of the infiniverse opened her eyes and looked toward her master. will Master proceed to do it? Would he do it? Noah smiled at the question as he felt his existence, his foundation, his organ, his weight, everything about him held the immensity of the. He simply hadn't made it official as he wanted to see how far he could match the depths of absolute sovereignty without having stepped into this stage himself. But, the depths of absolute sovereignty are also a power. And I can continue refining my foundation even while gaining deeper and deeper depths. He looked at the infiniverse and ruination with calm certainty, alongside my lineage, my foundation, my organ, and everything else about me reaching my way. I will officially take my way of mana and hunger to the primordial civilization of mana. The primordial civilization of hunger. His voice grew stronger, more resolute, and with the way of mana, would it also not be the way of the first tongue? The first tongue is mana given structure, mana given meaning, mana given voice. They are not separate things. They are the same thing wearing different faces. So let it all fall into place before the fallout. Let everything I have built and everything I have become consolidate into what it was always meant to be. Some people took eons to attain the. Some were born at the when existence differentiated. But there was a struggle. Attaining the was hard, but at this time, I have mana. I am mana, I have infinite mana. I am infinite mana, WAA, and as of this moment, it shall be the infinite mana. It shall be the way of mana. It shall be my way of mana. My way of the first tongue. My first tongue, unfathomable brilliance bloomed, the color blue gold erupted and spread out across this domain. Past the early veiled shore. Across the infiniverse, outside the infiniverse into the wandering territories. And into the lands of the living and the dead, a blue gold light representing the assertion of a unique authority established itself across existence. It was an unfathomable light of brilliance, it was a choice, and with every choice, there came other choices. With every action, there was an equal and opposite reaction, at this same time as a declaration was made across existence, inside of the loom, in that endless sea of paradox. The living paradox sensed the unknown changes across existence. His form, barely visible through the countless flames of paradox that surrounded him, went still. He could sense these changes. He could feel how they caused chaos, existence, and paradox itself to resonate and shift. Something had just been claimed. Something had just been declared, and the ripples of that declaration were spreading faster than light, faster than thought, faster than causality itself. The balance had shifted, and as a result of this, the living paradox raised his hand with calm certainty. His voice was measured, ancient, absolute. There is no more time for waiting. No more time for preparation. He snapped his fingers, the metaphorical clock that counted toward midnight trembled. The hand that had been pointing at 5 seconds lurched forward, past 4, past 3. Past 2, the living paradox breathed out as if he was getting ready. It is now. 1 second to midnight, boom. The sea of paradox churned with anticipation of what was to come. Outside of the loom, in that region of collapse where Noah had locked Schrödinger and the disciple of the creature, he floated calmly in the blue-gold brilliance as he looked at the manifestation of a clock that had been 5 seconds to midnight, and in the next moment, he watched the hand of the clock moving, from 5, to 4, to 3, to 2. Until it reached 1, until there was just a sliver to midnight, 1 second to midnight. Noah gazed at this calmly. He knew his immensity. One of the reasons he'd held back from the was this. But he was not fearful. The fallout? Okay, let it fucking come. The surface depth of absolute sovereignty would only be one of his tools. The first tongue was his main tool. His mana was his tool, and it was mighty, it was sharp, and it was hungry for blood. Chapter 4660. In that centermost region of the infiniverse, in that brilliant blue-gold sea filled with phonemes and logos of the first tongue, Noah pulsed with an incandescent blue-gold light of the civilizational authority. But he wasn't alone in this, so did the infiniverse. So did ruination. After all, his civilization was intricately connected to them. The infiniverse was the literal bedrock. The thing holding his civilization. His entrance into the was her entrance into they. She was becoming the infiniverse. Ruination was intricately fused with him and his system. She felt like an unbreakable part of him, and she would enjoy and be elevated all around just like him. This was his way. His civilization. His immensity. He had already been in the state of the with his weight. Now, it felt like the eruption of all his potential, of his foundation. A higher scale of existence is being grasped officially. Your existence is attaining the level 1 scale of existence, transition initiating, in that unique space where he stood with ruination and the infiniverse. His eyes shone brightly as he sensed everything, the level 1 scale of existence. This whole time, he had been in the level 0 scale of existence. And he had managed to do grand things within it. He had suppressed this in this lower scale. He had done things this couldn't do in this lower scale. The potential for what he could do at a higher scale was unfathomably grand. The transition was not violent or painful, it was clarifying, like someone had been looking at existence through a foggy window their entire life, and now that window had been cleaned for the first time. Well, no. Not cleaned. Removed entirely. He wasn't looking through anything anymore. He was simply seeing. Oh, the waves and strings that made up existence became even more clear to him now. Before, he had glimpsed them. Understood them intellectually. Felt their presence when he focused, now they were simply there. Constantly visible, constantly tangible, and constantly real, he could move faster than Planck speed. And at this scale, he could see the countless minute strings that made up existence. Strings as small as Planck length vibrated with frequencies that held the secrets of reality itself. Each string sang its own song. Each vibration told its own story, and he could hear them all. The phonemes of the first tongue held their own waves. Their own vibrations. The weavings of the first tongue connecting them all had their own signatures. Like fingerprints made of pure meaning. Like DNA composed of primordial truth, he could feel more intricately how fire burned. When he looked at this phoneme now, he could instantly sense all of its 81 variations. Each variation was a different aspect of fire. A different truth about transformation and a different expression of energy released. As a perfect speaker of the first tongue who now grasped a depth, this seemed only natural. This was why it was easier for the entities to grasp the first tongue even though they didn't follow the way of mana. Even though they specialized, their ways were different dialects of the first tongue. They could form that connection with it once they could more easily see the intricacy of existence at the level 1 scale of existence. Everything made more sense now, everything felt more real. Confirmation, you have laid an absolute claim over the first tongue, perpetual harvest, and the cheating architect shine with glory. At this moment, you are gaining 100% of the harvest in the form of infinite potential of all mana being utilized across observable existence. As the true form of mana, the claim laid on the first tongue will also generate benefit. All utilization of the first tongue in your observable existence will reinforce and refine your existence in the form of infinite potential. There is utilization of the first tongue in the past, the present, and the future. At your current stage, 1% of the utilization of the first tongue in the past and present is being harvested as infinite potential. You are unable to harvest from the future. The infinite potential floods into your foundation and your civilization. Your depth is becoming more quintessential. Noah's eyes pulsed with immensity as he felt an influx of endless waves of potential. His civilization was advancing, and it was doing so with immense grandness. Without even closing his eyes, he felt his walls of civilization surrounding his manifested civilization in his mind transforming. The structures that had protected his civilization since its inception were evolving into something far grander. Something befitting the walls of your civilization have become the bastions of infinity. The designation of your civilization has jumped past the third designation to arrive in the fourth designation, the civilization continuum. The bastions of infinity have begun to be passively manifested across the infiniverse. Capability, inherently manifesting 100 logos of defensive architecture per hour. Your civilization is now at the level 1 scale of existence. Changes have only just begun to unfold. The masses of your civilization will experience unknown and grand changes in the near future. Noah felt the infiniverse pulsing as everything around them became more concentrated. This entire area he was in was now filled with the civilizational authority of mana and hunger. Hundreds of phonemes and their variations bloomed every second. Fire, water, earth, air, light, darkness, time, space. All 18 base phonemes and their countless variations manifested and dissolved and manifested again in an endless cycle. The infiniverse was breathing the first tongue, fucking breathing it. Oh, and even as these changes took place, his own existence was receiving immense seas of infinite potential. Even though he had just attained your foundation has taken in an unfathomable amount of infinite potential, eruption of immensity detected, the weight of your existence is now exceeding the surface depth, spillover into intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty confirmed, status update. While your way is at the surface depth of absolute sovereignty, the weight of your existence is at intermediate depth. The grimoire of infinite lexicons expands its chapters and pages. With your brilliance. Chapter 4661, the 2. Noah felt the organ of civilization and the grimoire of infinite lexicons in his mind pulsing with immensity. They were drawing in tremendous waves of potential endlessly. Like twin hearts pumping not blood but pure possibility through the veins of his existence, across his veins and vessels and heart of infinite lexicons, rivers of phonemes and logos had now begun to flow and refine his existence passively. He could feel them coursing through him. Fire warming his meridians. Water cooling his consciousness. Earth stabilizing his foundation. Air lightening his spirit, all of it flowing and all of it refining. All of it making him more, and regardless of apocalypses, struggles, unfairness, the one thing he always loved across existence was exactly this: the sense of advancement, the sense of finding out something new, the sense of unmasking the wonders of existence, even putting aside all the messy aspects of existence and all the terrifying beings out there, the sheer fact that he, a nobody, now laid claim to one of the aspects of the oldest paradox of existence. That alone was enough to cause him to reflect with amazement. He had started as a human. A regular human in a world that had been invaded by dungeons and monsters. He had clawed his way up through blood and pain and impossible choices. He had become a king. An emperor. A being that shook folds. And now he had laid claim to the first tongue itself. Yes, existence could suck sometimes, but it held so many wonders that he wanted to continue exploring. It held so many limits he wanted to overcome that he didn't want it to end. The fallout would not end this. The living paradox or the creature or the primordial chaos would not end his path. He would ensure it. After all, he had just laid claim to the first tongue itself. He had laid a claim on the infinite mana on the eve of a terrifying apocalypse. Surviving the fallout would merely be the first step. He was genuinely curious what the living paradox and the creature had in store, and of course, the living elemental. That bum of an existence, that waste of elements, his sworn enemy across existence, would also be free from the loom. He smiled as he thought of this, and more prompts came. Notification: the edicts of your civilization are being edited to match your current way. All subsidiary structures must evolve according to your way after it has attained the sovereign spires of Osmond have completed their journey. Final stage achieved. The stanchions of infinity. The stanchions of infinity are conceptual pillars of support within your existence. They reinforce your foundation, stabilize your civilization, and anchor your way to observable existence itself. Features of the stanchions of infinity. Straight face. Feature 1: Civilization Specialization Unlock. The stanchions unlock additional civilization specializations for your people. Feature 2: Passive phoneme production. Each stanchion acts as a passive producer of phonemes of the first ton within your existence. Production rate: 3 phonemes per stanchion per hour currently, will scale upwards. Feature 3: External manifestation capability. The stanchions of infinity can be outwardly manifested to establish the existential Faraday cage. The existential Faraday cage. Straight face. 159. The stanchions of infinity can be placed around the infiniverse to block external weavings of existence. All components of existence are composed of waves and strings at their most fundamental level. The existential Faraday cage is a barrier designed to absorb external attacks that come as forms of waves and strings: energy attacks, authority suppression, conceptual assaults, temporal manipulation, spatial distortion, and even attacks composed of the first tongue itself will be absorbed by the cage rather than penetrating to the interior. Absorption capacity. Dependent on the combined strength of all 159 stanchions, Noah observed internally as these stanchions manifested. Within his existence, the quintessential stanchion of infinity shined with a colorless grandeur. It looked like some sort of infinitely stretching tower that had no end. Just eternal vertical expanse. The tyranny stanchion of infinity shined stellar purple. Its surface crackled with authority that demanded submission from all who perceived it. The loot stanchion of infinity gleamed with pure gold. Wealth and harvest radiated from it in waves that promised endless accumulation, and many more. All 159 were lit up brilliantly. They looked like pillars supporting his foundation even more securely than before. Each one unique. Each one powerful. Each one a testament to how far his civilization had come. He broke down the capabilities of the stanchions of infinity in his mind. Passive phoneme production meant his mastery of the first tongue would continue growing even when he wasn't actively cultivating. 159 stanchions producing 3 phonemes per hour each. That was 477 phonemes per hour flooding into his existence automatically. The civilization specializations would give his people more paths to power, more ways to grow, more options for surviving what was coming. But the Faraday cage, that was the real prize, a barrier that could absorb attacks composed of waves and strings. And since all components of existence were waves and strings at their most fundamental level, that meant the barrier could absorb essentially anything: energy, authority, concepts, time, space. Even the first tongue, everything. Noah thought about this paired with the logos and phonemes that he and the Infiniverse were forging outside the barrier of the Infiniverse. Defensive architecture being passively manifested. Hundreds of phonemes blooming. The bastions of infinity producing 100 logos of defensive architecture per hour. Would it all not be more than enough for survival against the fallout? He smiled at the thought. As he was thinking this, in the next moment, another set of prompts cascaded down, but, they came from the surrounding existence. From the glimmer of the civilizational authority Noah could now see across existence. They didn't simply come as a prompt. Noah heard a voice, and it was a heavy and deep voice that held unfathomable majesty. This voice said, "Welcome, you have arrived truly and finally in the Vakachev scales of existence. You now matter." You now, the voice stopped midway before it continued, error, error. There was a long pause as Noah stared with stern eyes, and then, Vakachev has grown aware of an anomalous entrant in the scales of existence. Boom, Vakachev welcomes the challenge. Boom, with a burst of brilliance, the voice and its majestic brilliance faded. Noah's eyes pulsed as his existence buzzed. His expression grew heavy. Vakachev, chapter 4662, the 3. The name pulsed in his mind again and again as he did not think much of it when he heard it the first time, but to have a voice resound and speak it to him, was this something that occurred for everyone that arrived in the level 1 scale of existence? Because that was a welcome. Naturally, a welcome was something which would be given to everyone. He wondered about the Vakachev scales of existence and what that voice meant as his existence continued to buzz. Vakachev was affirmed to be a being. Shockingly, they had gotten their name on the scales of existence themselves. How grand were they? How immense were they? And what about him was considered anomalous for Vakachev to extend a challenge? Were the creature, the living paradox, and others of their caliber also considered anomalous in the same manner as him? As he was thinking about all of these things, notification, claim on the first tongue has been registered across observable existence. After laying claim to the first tongue, you now need to find and claim the axioms of the oldest paradox of existence, the axioms of observable existence, historical context. At the moment observable existence differentiated, for aspects collided and separated simultaneously. Chaos. Existence. Paradox. The first tongue, this collision was violent beyond comprehension. Reality itself screamed into being, and in that scream, fragments of pure conceptual truth broke off from each aspect and scattered across the newly born observable existence. These are axioms of observable existence, they are living truths. Sentient fundamentals. The building blocks of reality that gained awareness at the moment of differentiation. The answer to the oldest paradox of existence may be given by the one who holds the most power, or the most axioms of observable existence. There may be no difference between the two. Boom, the prompts were blazing with information as Noah looked at them with shining eyes while repeating the words, the axioms of observable existence. What the fuck was this now? First the first tongue. Then the Vakachev scales. Now axioms that were apparently fragments of the 4 aspects that made up the oldest paradox of existence. Every time he thought he understood the depth of observable existence, another layer revealed itself. Another system. Another truth. Another thing he needed to find. Capture, or claim. He wasn't complaining. Not really. This was exactly what he loved about existence. The endless discovery. The constant revelation that there was always more, but still, axioms of observable existence. Living truths scattered across all of reality since the moment of differentiation. How many were there? Where were they hidden? Who already possessed them? The questions burned in his mind, but he didn't have answers. Not yet. What he did have was another objective: find and claim the axioms of observable existence. In addition to surviving the fallout, going against paradox, elemental, and potentially the creature, endlessly forging his foundation, and progress further in his way in the first ton. It was light fucking work, far from the infiniverse, in the lands of the dead. After obtaining control of the disciples of the creature, the great usurper continued his idle expansion. But this time, it was with purpose. The disciples seemed to hold a great deal of knowledge of unique places. He simply directed his mass of invisible consciousness to flow that way, and he moved even faster than light across the lands of the dead. He crossed domains of utter wonders with the disciples forging the way forward, regions where death had crystallized into geometric patterns of impossible beauty. Regions where the silence was so profound it had become a physical force. Regions where the concept of ending had manifested as landscapes of perpetual twilight. All of it fascinating. None of it his destination. After some time, they arrived in a region that held orderly white and obsidian river passageways. The great usurper found these to be unique. The rivers didn't flow with water. They flowed with something else. Authority, perhaps. Or maybe pure order given liquid form. White streams intertwined with obsidian currents in patterns that seemed random but weren't. Only the disciples knew exactly which rivers to jump on and when to jump to another in order to arrive at an extremely isolated domain that they had passed through exactly once. Without worrying about the consequences, the great usurper commanded the 3 disciples of the creature to enter these rivers. With pristine order and care, they jumped sequentially one after another at exactly precise timings. First disciple, White River, third branch, 7 seconds. Second disciple, Obsidian Current, crossing junction, 3 seconds. Third disciple, White Obsidian Confluence, diving deep, instantaneous. And then they disappeared. The moment they did, the great usurper felt his consciousness expanding once more as discovery registered. You have discovered a portion of the early veiled shore of the creature. Warning, this domain contains authority far exceeding your current existence. Proceed with extreme caution. Boom, with such a grand introduction, the great usurper found his senses expanding out rapidly as he captured an utterly glorious continental landscape. The horizon stretched endlessly with golden sands that seemed to drink in light and radiate warmth simultaneously. Not the harsh gold of desert heat, but the rich gold of something precious. Something alive. Something that had been cultivated with care beyond mortal comprehension. Unfathomably tall trees stretched out for light years. Their trunks were whiter than planets. Their branches spread across dimensions. Their leaves rustled with sounds that weren't sounds but meanings. Each tree was its own ecosystem, its own world, its own truth, and the entire place was filled with a terrifying concentration of the civilizational authority, the authority of the being who had shaped observable existence itself. The authority of the one who had given away his everythings, supposedly, and still remained the most influential force in all of reality, even as a fragment of his former domain. The early veiled shore radiated power that made the great usurper's consciousness tremble. But more than all of this, as the great usurper sent the disciples of the creature further in, as his idle existence continued to spread in this unfathomable domain, his entire existence buzzed and almost spazzed out. As if it came across something far too pristine. Because in the midst of 2 unfathomably tall trees, there was an object. It seemed to be half covered by golden sands. But it shone with a dim obsidian gold allure that called to something deep within his consciousness. Something primal. Something that recognized what it was looking at even before the prompts confirmed it. When the great usurper focused on it, alert, extreme danger detected, you have discovered the 4th fragment of the axiom of primordial paradox, classification, origin axiom fragment. The axiom of primordial paradox grants absolute authority over contradiction itself. The holder can make anything impossible possible, and anything possible impossible. Current status, dormant. Warning. You are too weak to even gaze upon it. Just for this observation, half of your weavings of existence have been used up. Seriously, stop looking at it. If you wake it and it poses the question to you, which you will be unable to answer, your entire existence could very well unravel. Look away. Boom. The great usurper was shocked as he sensed immense weakness in his existence. Half of his weavings gone. Just from looking at the thing, he had come across the early veiled shore of the creature using his disciples, and there seemed to be utterly terrifying things in this place. Things that could destroy him without even trying. Things that existed on a level so far above him that his mere observation was an offense punishable by existential erosion. He immediately pulled his consciousness back from the object. The obsidian gold allure faded as distance grew between them, but the damage was done. Half his weavings. Consumed by a single glance, the fourth fragment of the axiom of primordial paradox. What the hell was this thing? Chapter 4663. For mysteries were infuriating, they gnawed at the mind like parasites. They kept one awake during moments that should have been restful. They whispered questions without answers and dangled truths just out of reach. From a certain perspective, mysteries were the cruelest aspect of existence. They reminded everyone that knowledge was incomplete. That understanding was always partial. That no matter how much one learned, there would always be something hidden, something obscured, something deliberately kept in shadow. Some entities spent their entire existences chasing mysteries only to die with more questions than they started with. Some went mad from the pursuit. Some simply gave up and accepted ignorance as a form of peace. Some would say that mysteries were existence's way of mocking those who sought truth. A reminder that the existence owed no explanations to anyone. That reality was under no obligation to make sense, and yet, as much as some hated mysteries, they kept existence churning, because that pristine moment when everything comes together. When every little piece fits a larger puzzle. When the fog lifts and the truth stands undeniable before you, that was a moment that could give a high even the strongest drugs could not replicate. It made all the frustration worth it. All the sleepless nights. All the maddening speculation. All the dead ends and false leads and moments of despair. One moment of truth could redeem a lifetime of confusion, and that was why mysteries, despite being infuriating, were also beautiful. Noah loved to solve mysteries. He routinely thought about the creature and the primordial chaos and the living paradox and how all of them fit in the weavings of this observable existence. The connections between them. The conflicts that stretched back to the moment of differentiation. The truths that had been hidden beneath layers of legend and misinformation. When the pieces came together, and they eventually did, the satisfaction was immense. Not long ago, he only knew the legends and the stories of the earliest folds. Vague tales of primordial conflicts and ancient powers. Names spoken with reverence but little understanding. Since then, he had uncovered the truth of what truly happened all those eons ago. He knew about Janungagap. About the creature, the primordial chaos, and temporal. About the coming of the living existences and the creation of the loom. About the betrayals and alliances and schemes that had shaped everything. Not all of it. Not yet. But more than he had known before, so everything eventually would be solved. Because at this moment, as he was thinking about many things, he was looking at the principles of existence that had helped get him exactly to where he was right now. They were being elevated to the Genesis stage, to a philology of the first tongue. Perpetual harvest and the cheating architect were the first. They had already transcended their previous forms and become something grander. Living expressions of the first tongue woven into the very fabric of his existence. After the logos of his other three principles were broken down, their meaning and what they stood for seemed to be more inclined with undifferentiated mana. Their workings would likely fall under that umbrella and allow Noah to obtain more of their benefits through undifferentiated mana itself. Sometimes having too many concepts and abilities did not mean strength. Making things simpler led to even greater power. Consolidation over accumulation. Unity over multiplicity. One perfect tool instead of 100 mediocre ones. As he was doing all of this, he looked over to the entity opposite him, the Infiniverse. Her entire body was currently filled with swirling logos of the first tongue. They spiraled through her form like galaxies being born, each one a perfect expression of meaning given structure. An air of power buzzed around her that seemed heavy and terrifying for even the surface depth of absolute sovereignty. She was transforming and becoming something that matched his own elevation. Noah asked her lightly, "How is everything proceeding?" The Infiniverse opened her eyes. They looked like multicolored jewels. Like colors that held meaning and colors that were themselves a form of language. "For me, it is different," she said. Her voice was calm and imposing, resonating with authority that came from being the literal foundation of a primordial civilization. "I am the object of the civilization. I am the actual construct that supports your civilization. So I gain the boons since you have advanced your way and your civilization." She paused, her jewel eyes shimmering with contemplation. "But I also gain the boons from myself. Because I, as a construct that has consciousness, am also experiencing the elevation into the depths of absolute sovereignty. Since I house countless universes. Existential domains, omniverse, wheels of existence, and budding transcendent folds, all of these are now being elevated from a lower scale of existence to reach the level 1 scale of existence. Her hands moved as she spoke, twirling seamlessly with logos of the first tongue. The letters formed and dissolved around her fingers like living things responding to her will. When this transformation is complete, the infiniverse will not be like it was before. Whatever happens on the outside with the fallout, I will be able to elevate the inside of myself to eventually exceed even the loom. Her expression held quiet confidence. Unless that construct is also similar to me. Unless it also has a consciousness. Which I doubt. Noah smiled and nodded at her words. The loom was impressive. A structure that housed the living existences and their domains, but it was built by others. Designed by committee. A collaborative effort between beings with conflicting interests. The infiniverse was his. Built from his authority and grown from his civilization. Animated by consciousness that was loyal to him absolutely, that made all the difference. He looked at the blue-gold illusory figure of Ruination, who was also being elevated. Her form seemed more solid than before. More real. As if the advancement into the was granting her greater substance in addition to greater power, even before he asked. She answered, "My computational abilities," Ruination said. Her voice was calm but held undertones of something that might have been wonder. Or perhaps concern. Well, they are entering a scale where things seem a bit scary, even for me. She paused, processing her own advancement with the same analytical precision she applied to everything else, but the summary of it is that I can take care of quite literally everything for you. If you give me the permission to, I may even be able to do it faster than you could yourself. Her illusory form flickered with cascading data streams as she continued, decoding and elevating your principles. Designing your own core phonemes. Monitoring and increasing the logos and phonemes running across your body and refining your existence. Writing more on and expanding the chapters of the grimoire of infinite lexicons. Increasing your mastery of the first tongue with constant practice. Monitoring the infinite desmoterian. She wasn't finished. I can even take over one of your bodies and perform the teaching duties in the early veiled shore. Laying out the Faraday cage. Handling the new civilization specializations. And I have already begun a database for the axioms of observable existence. If any weavings relating to them are mentioned across the folds and wandering territories, I will detect them. Her jewel eyes met his directly. I could basically do everything for Master, should you give me the permission to do so. Her words were filled with brilliance. Noah smiled even more after he heard them. When he thought about the many things she could do, possibilities unfolded like flowers blooming in accelerated time. He began giving her directions on which things she could directly get started on, handle the elevation of remaining principles into philologies. Coordinate with the infiniverse on Faraday cage placement. Continue the database for axioms. Ruination absorbed each instruction with perfect precision. Maintain passive refinement of my existence through continuous phoneme and logos circulation. Expand the grimoire of infinite lexicons with new insights as they emerge. Monitor the infinite desmoterian and advancements from it. More instructions. More delegation. More efficiency. After all, efficiency was key in existence. All the countless background processes of advancement could be taken care of while he continued to unceasingly move forward. Existence was a struggle and almost always unfair, but he had the tools to cheat existence and make the playing field tilt slightly to his favor. Others had to do everything themselves, but what was a civilization? It was not singular. It was made up of many, so he would put the many to work. He would even put Tor and the living origin and the first farmer to work, everything working together. Everything contributing to his advancement. Everything tilting the playing field in his direction. Chapter 4664, Surprise I. In that unique space filled with extremely pure blue-gold primus mana, Noah allowed Ruination to take care of many things as he focused on himself. He felt the weight and immensity of the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty as the process of his way in civilization advancing was a gradual one that continued to unfold with each passing moment. He was getting new changes and being exposed to new prompts every now and then as different aspects of himself surprised him and made unique advancements that he hadn't anticipated. In his entrance to the level 1 scale of existence and even a bit before it, he had gotten a great deal of titles and distinctions like the Genesis Monarch of Infinite Lexicons, the Potentate, and the Anomaly. Even he himself had declared how he was mana, the infinite mana, and the first tongue, but even though he had declared all those grand distinctions, the last one felt like an empty title, something that he shouted out but didn't truly receive or embody, because if he truly was the first tongue, boy oh boy would he feel different now. How crazy was it if he truly was the first tongue itself? Would he not then be able to control a significant portion of observable existence? No, he didn't fully and truly embody the first tongue, as for now he had laid a claim on it and was working toward truly embodying it. The day where he fully and truly embodied the first tongue may be the day he could look at the creature. The fucking guy who could cause him existential damage just from prolonged staring and exposure when he was in Ginungdagap. The next time he met this entity, he wanted to be able to look and do whatever he wanted while having the power to at least stand opposite him, as much as the possibility was there that this entity might be an enemy against him. Noah's intuition was actually leaning on the other side because the creature felt too complex to simply be an enemy. Well, the living paradox. And the primordial chaos were complex on their own with unknown motivations and machinations, but his intuition toward the creature was different in ways he couldn't fully articulate. The decisions of the creature could be questioned. But when it came to all the things that Noah's human psychology would consider bad or evil, there weren't truly much to point to. The creature imprisoned all the entities in the infinite unfurling, but wasn't Noah imprisoning entities right now in his infinite desmoterian? He smiled at the parallel, as maybe he had some sort of bias when it came to the creature because this being also had their own machinations, and he kept thinking about what he would have been forced to resort to or what could have happened if the creature had not intervened in Ginungdagap. The creature lent him a hand since his actions helped existence itself, but how much more would the creature continue to help him when the last thing that this being did was not listen to the dead order's demand to collapse him? That was significant and meaningful in ways that suggested the creature was not his enemy, not yet anyways. As he was thinking about all of this, he blinked as he received new waves of information that weren't from prompts or a ridiculous voice welcoming him to the Vakachev scales of existence, but was actually a message from Malphas. His very hard-working butler had actually made a finding and reached out to him right away. The finding related to the primordial early excavation depths that he had gained access to in what seemed like forever ago in his early veiled shore, but it was merely weeks since then as time moved strangely when every day brought apocalyptic revelations and existential advancements. The primordial early excavation depths were dimensional mines that extended into collapsed fragments of the earliest folds, containing resources that no longer existed anywhere else in the current observable existence, like or of early resonance, crystallized temporal fragments, memory stones, essence gems, paradox minerals, and structural marrow. All of it was buried in depths that stretched infinitely downward, guarded by remnant lifeforms from collapsed shores who may be living, may be dead, or somewhere in between. When the depths first unlocked, the volunteer Malphas lead the way to clear levels, gather resources, and explore what secrets the collapsed earliest folds still held. Malphas had been diligent in this task as he cleared level after level with systematic precision, gathering resources that flowed into the early veiled shores development while encountering remnant lifeforms and dispatching them with the cold efficiency that made him such an effective butler. But he had never called out to Noah directly, not when he found rare ores, not when he discovered memory stones containing techniques from deceased early creatures, and not when environmental hazards tested the limits of his existence. Malphas handled everything himself because that was his nature and that was his pride, so for him to call out now meant something significant had occurred. Noah focused on the message and learned that Malphas had arrived on the 100th level, the deepest level currently available and the threshold beyond which the depths would only unlock as the shore continued evolving, and it seemed like he had come across an immensity there, something significant enough that even Malphas, with all his capability and self-sufficiency, felt the need to inform his master immediately. Noah's eyes sparkled as he said, "Let's go take a look." Well, even though he said that, another body was already arriving before the entrance of the depths. The primordial early excavation depths currently manifested as a massive chasm in the golden sands of the early veiled shore, with its edges lined with crystallized authority that shimmered with colors from eras long past while the air around it hummed with the weight of collapsed history. Noah's body descended into the depths without hesitation as the journey downward was swift, with each level flashing past him in moments. Level 10, Level 30, Level 50, Level 75. The environment grew stranger as he descended because reality became less stable and the walls of the mind shifted between states of existence, sometimes solid, sometimes ethereal, and sometimes something in between. Remnant lifeforms watched from shadows but did not approach as they recognized power far beyond their own and chose survival over confrontation. Level 90, Level 95, Level 99, and then Level 100. Noah emerged into a vast cavern that shouldn't have been able to exist because its dimensions were paradoxical and its atmosphere held the weight of eons compressed into a single space. Malthus stood at the center with his butler attire immaculate despite the journey through 100 levels of collapsed reality, and his expression was composed, but his eyes held something Noah rarely saw in his most capable servant, which was uncertainty. "Master," Malthus said while bowing slightly, "I apologize for the interruption to your cultivation, but I believe you need to see this yourself." He gestured towards something behind him, and Noah's eyes widened because embedded in the wall of the 100th level, half buried in crystallized fragments of the earliest folds, was something, well, someone, that he absolutely never expected to see. Chapter 4665, Surprise 2, The Depths Held Fragments of the Earliest Folds. When Noah delved into this place before, he had found a number of things, but seeing how the final level held such a thing, he moved faster than plank speed as he appeared at the end of the wall. At the end of a multicolored wall that pulsed with ancient authority, there was a humanoid entity who seemed to be getting pulled into the wall itself. Multicolored chains were stuck into his body at various points, connecting back to this wall like roots drawing sustenance from soil. Each chain pulsed with its own frequency, its own color, its own terrible purpose. A faint glimmer of the civilizational authority of existence could be felt on the walls and chains as the one bound by them seemed to be in a state of slumber. His head drooped forward and his body hanging limply like a puppet whose strings had been cut but whose frame remained suspended. Noah's eyes blazed with immensity and brilliance as the weight of an entity at the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty erupted from him. He opened his eyes fully and radiated a brilliant flash of blue gold light that shockingly released a logos, one that closely meant break what is unbreakable. HUUM, the chains of existence binding this entity down. Shattered one after another in a cascade of multicolored fragments that dissolved into nothing before they even hit the ground. Each chain snapped with a sound like reality itself crying out in protest. But Noah's authority was absolute and his command was undeniable. Noah then appeared beside this entity who was about to fall and placed his hands around his shoulders as he slowly began to carry them from their chain location toward the center of this place. All around them, waves of multicolored radiance permeated the space as if the cavern itself was responding to the breaking of those ancient chains. And as he moved, the entity he supported began to flutter, his eyes wide open before they focused on him, and a look of shock and recognition bloomed across his features. Then this entity smiled weakly and said, friend, what in the unfathomable weavings of existence brought you here?" Noah looked back at this being as he brought him down to the center of this place, gazing at the weakened body of an entity he had met as a brilliant man long ago. "I need to ask the same of you, Anaximander," Noah replied with genuine curiosity mixed with concern. "How exactly did you come to be here?" Boom, yes, it was Anaximander, the brilliant fold dweller he had met in the earliest folds. He looked unfathomably weak as his figure even seemed illusory at some points, as if he was here and not here at the same time. His dark hair was now mixed with streaks of white that hadn't been there before, and he was adorned in a simple white robe at this moment that hung loosely on his diminished frame. But his eyes still held that same brilliance that seemed to be thinking of countless things in one instant, that spark of endless curiosity that defined his very existence. Noah looked at him and shook his head at the state this once vibrant entity had been reduced to. Anaximander smiled while sighing as he began to stretch and look around at the cavern that had been his prison. "Too many things have happened," Anaximander said with a voice that held both exhaustion and a strange sense of acceptance. "I never expected that one of the parts of me laid out across existence would be discovered by you of all beings." Noah's brows rose at these words. "One of the parts of your existence? There are many others out there?" Anaximander smiled and shook his head before he replied, "There were many others scattered across the folds and hidden in places that even the entities would struggle to find. They have either been lost through time or right now since one of me has awakened. They will all return to their source." He paused, and a light returned to Anaximander's eyes slowly as he looked at Noah with an apologetic expression that held genuine remorse. "I heard you call me not too long ago," he said quietly. "I heard your words of Anaximander come echoing through the weavings of existence itself. I am sorry that I wasn't able to come to your aid when you needed me. It seems that I got myself mixed up in things that I had no business in. And I paid the price for it even though you had warned me about the existences." His words were heavy ones as Noah sat opposite him, processing everything he was hearing. Nearby, the figure of Malthus ridiculously brought down a golden plate between them that had silver cups which shone with liquid that could be none other than the sacred meat of existence, as if he were simply a butler serving his master and a friend during a casual afternoon visit rather than in the 100th level of An excavation depth that held fragments of collapsed reality. Noah took the cup and drank while staring intently at the entity opposite him, who smiled and did the same before he spoke with tiredness that seemed to reach into his very soul. "I was always curious," Anaximander began, his eyes growing distant as he recalled events that clearly still haunted him. "My mind is that of a scientist, and I always questioned everything around me. To pay back the favor of the weavers for showing me the way, they told me I had to do something simple. All I had to do was go into a place and deliver to them an object. It seemed simple and harmless enough." He paused and took another sip of the sacred mead before continuing. "Of course, I should have known that this object was not theirs. I should have known that it belonged to another. Nobody had a chance to get this item because it was protected by authorities that would destroy anything that approached. But my way did not even need power to bypass such things." His expression grew more troubled as the memories surfaced. "I felt immense resistance for the first time ever, and so I simply said, 'There is no resistance in this place that can stop me.' And when I stood before the object and it seemed far too heavy for anyone to carry, I simply said, 'This is something that I can carry.' It drained everything that I had, but I wanted to repay the favor and get back to studying existence. So I took the object, and I delivered it to the weavers." Anaximander's voice dropped to something barely above a whisper. "The object I took belonged to the creature. And it was something truly heavy as the weavers and their master. The living paradox utilized it to strike against the heart of the creature." Boom. Chapter 4666, 0I. Noah's eyes became immensely sharp as he paid even more attention to Anaximander, the implications of these words sending his mind racing through countless possibilities and connections. Anaximander looked saddened as he sighed with a sense of guilt that seemed to have been eating at him for eons. "You cannot imagine the sense of guilt I felt," he continued, his voice heavy with regret that time had done nothing to diminish. Because to me at that time, I had already met the creature. The creature was a friend who had shown me kindness and curiosity about my unique nature. And I had effectively and unknowingly betrayed a friend by delivering the very weapon that would be used to wound him in ways that even now I do not fully understand." The living paradox had actually used Anaximander as a weapon against the creature. The way this was done was intricate and unique in itself, as Noah found himself questioning how the weavers had known and realized the power that Anaximander held. How did they know he could do what he could do? And that it could even work to take something that belonged to the creature, which was terrifying enough that it could be used to harm him. There were far too many questions swirling in his mind, but Noah had to start somewhere. "When did you meet the creature?" he asked. Anaximander smiled at the question as memories of simpler times seemed to flicker across his brilliant eyes. "It was actually not too long after I met you," he replied with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "After we parted ways on that snowy landscape in the earliest folds, I made my existence seek out someone that could answer my curiosities and questions about the nature of reality itself. And I was led naturally to the creature, as if existence itself knew that he was the one who could satisfy my endless hunger for understanding." He looked at Noah with an expression that held both fondness and regret. "The creature was even curious and asking me about you when I told him I had made another friend before him." Anaximander continued. "But at that time you told me not to spread your name and weavings, so I held my mouth and simply described you as an interesting entity I had encountered in my travels." Noah's eyes turned sharp at these words, because this in itself was unique, as even before the creature had met Anaximander, he had personally gazed at Noah way before the earliest folds in Jinunga Gap, where the creature had saved him from the hands of the living temporal. So the creature had always known about him, or at least a glimpse of his figure when he intervened in that moment of crisis. He simply did not know that Noah was the same one that Anaximander was talking about when he mentioned his new friend. If the creature had known that Noah was in the earliest folds at that time, would Noah have gotten another visitor? The possibilities were many and the implications even greater, but Noah shook his head and focused back on Anaximander before he said, "A lot has happened since then, and I don't know how much you know." But the living paradox suppressed the existence of the creature and built a weapon called the loom, a weapon that he will set off any time within the next few hours or a few days to bring about an endless and catastrophic storm that will lay waste across existence. "Do you remember when I asked you in the earliest folds how to overcome such an ordeal?" Anaximander smiled with nostalgia at the memory, his eyes lighting up with that familiar spark of intellectual delight. I told you to become the storm," he said with genuine warmth in his weakened voice. "My friend, have you succeeded in becoming the storm itself?" At such words, Noah looked at the features of this entity in front of him before he nodded slowly and said, somewhat But how did you come to be here? Anaximander looked around at this place filled with serene multicolored rivers that flowed in patterns that defied conventional physics, his expression growing more somber as he recalled the events that led to his imprisonment. Even after finding out about my betrayal, the creature seemingly understood and took me in my weakened state from the weavers and the living paradox. Anaximander explained with wonder still evident in his voice despite the suffering he had endured. My existence itself seems to be hated by them as they sought to destroy me completely after my uses were done, with my guidelines barely remaining intact as the creature moved to secure me before Paradox could finish what he started. Anaximander's guidelines, the very foundation of his impossible power. Guideline number 1, I exist. Guideline number 2, I will continue to exist. Guideline number 3, my existence cannot be unwillingly altered or ended by the will or authority of another, and any hostile action or intent directed at him would be treated not as an attack but as an interesting but ultimately irrelevant external phenomenon. These guidelines allowed Anaximander to simply decide that attacks did not apply to him, that resistance could not stop him, that weight was something he could carry if he declared it so. His power was ridiculous in its simplicity and terrifying in its implications because it meant that the fundamental rules of existence were merely suggestions to him rather than absolute laws. If such a power were to grow and mature, if Anaximander were to expand his guidelines further and further, the potential across existence was limitless. He could simply declare that he was stronger than the entities and make it so. He could declare that the loom could not harm him and walk through the fallout untouched. He could declare that he was the and become the through sheer assertion of will. No wonder the living paradox wanted him destroyed. Anaximander continued with a voice that held deep gratitude despite his weakened state. The creature did not need to worry about me given everything else that was happening, he said softly. But for some reason, Paradox wanted to collapse me completely, and the creature wanted to save me. To the extent that the weapon I took from him was used against him, and yet he still moved to secure me. To ensure that Paradox would never find me as he battled against them until I could regain the power that made me who I am. Oh. Chapter 4667-02. He paused and looked at Noah with eyes that held centuries of gratitude for a being who had shown him kindness when he deserved none. I told the creature to spread my weavings out across existence so that I could hide in fragments until the time was right, Anaximander continued. I set up new guidelines to make it possible, declaring that my existence could be divided and scattered without diminishing my core self. When a time in the future came when things settled down, a friend could come and wake me. I thought that friend would be the creature returning after his victory, but it turned out to be you. He smiled with genuine warmth. So here we are, friend. Here they were. Noah silently thought about everything he had just learned before he looked at Anaximander closely and asked the question that had been burning in his mind since he first encountered this impossible being. What is your way? His way. Anaximander smiled at this question as he looked up to the endlessly obsidian ceiling above them, his expression one of peaceful contemplation as he considered how to explain something that defied conventional explanation. My way is my way, he began with that familiar tone of a scientist trying to describe something beyond normal parameters. My way is the way. The creature called it the way of the way when we discussed it during our conversations. I called it just my way. The way of self. He looked back at Noah with eyes that held the weight of profound understanding. You can call it another name if you wish, but it is simply a relationship between me and existence, Anaximander continued. I tell existence how things should be, and existence simply needs to listen. That is the way. That is my way. I do not fight against reality or bend it through force or authority. I simply inform reality of how things are for me, and reality accepts my declaration as truth. Boom, the way of self, a power that allowed its wielder to redefine their relationship with existence itself, to make declarations that reality was obligated to accept. To exist outside the normal parameters that bound even the entities. Noah looked at Anaximander with new understanding as the pieces fell into place. This was why the living paradox wanted him destroyed so badly. This was why the creature moved to protect him despite the betrayal. This was why such a being had been hidden in fragments across existence rather than allowed to remain whole. Anaximander's way was a threat to the very order that the living paradox sought to impose through the loom and the fallout. Because how could you destroy someone who simply declared that they could not be destroyed? How could you impose your will on someone who had already declared that external wills did not apply to them? How could you win against someone who had decided that they had already won? It was an absurd way, and even with it, that paradox, had still won against it in existence itself in their first clash. Noah frowned as he thought about all of it. As Noah thought about many things, an asunder in front of him smiled as this being began to rise up on unsteady legs that grew stronger with each passing moment. I am an explorer, an asunder said with that familiar tone of someone who had spent their entire existence chasing understanding. I am a scientist. I questioned and I wondered, but in my quest for knowledge, I brought a lot of things onto my plate as at this moment I have to try and set things straight. My power is returning ever so slowly and it is not to the point that I can do what I used to do before, but, will you help me, friend? Noah looked up at this being as his eyes shone sharply with curiosity and calculation. What exactly do you need help with? An asunder smiled and stretched his hands as if testing the limits of his recovering existence. The early veiled shore of the creature, he said with weight behind every word. I have to get back into it, and I need help in this as I do not know how much time we have. My actions brought about the result of many things, and existence does not need to suffer because of me. Countless lifeforms do not need to suffer because of me. Please, help me right this wrong. Boom. The early veiled shore of the creature, Noah's eyes shone luminously at such words as he got up from his seated position. The first farmer had mentioned a while ago that he heard a voice telling him to find the early veiled shore of the creature as a method to surviving the fallout. At the time, Noah had filed that information away as something to investigate when the opportunity arose. Noah did not particularly need this given his own preparations and the fortress he was building with the Infinivores, but he was definitely interested in what secrets the creature's personal shore might hold, so he looked toward the figure of an asunder. This ridiculous oddity who defied the very laws of existence through sheer declaration, and he said with a slight smile, "Just show me the way." Within the loom, in a sea of vibrant paradox where contradictions bloomed like flowers in an impossible garden, a single entity was surrounded by paradoxical flames of existence that burned without consuming and illuminated without revealing. It was truly lonely at the top. Very few could understand how those considered at the top felt. Because they had never climbed that high themselves. They had never made the sacrifices, the choices, and done everything that was required to reach such heights. They looked up at those who stood above them and saw only power and glory. Never the cost that had been paid to acquire such things. The struggles to get there were invisible to those who only saw the destination. The sacrifices were forgotten by those who only celebrated the victories. The choices, some of which haunted even the most powerful beings across eons, were unknown to those who had never been forced to make them. Nobody understood what the living paradox had to do to get where he was now, to even be capable of laying claim to the oldest paradox of existence and stand as one of the few entities that could challenge the very foundations of reality itself. But more often than not, beings like him who were at the top did not need others to understand because their drive and ambition was so unfathomably potent that they were a force to be reckoned with regardless of comprehension or sympathy. Very few in existence knew, but the living paradox was actually born a peasant, an entity of low class who held nothing and had nothing, who scraped by in the earliest moments of his existence without power or authority or even the promise of either. But look at him now, surrounded by flames that embodied the very concept of contradiction, standing at the precipice of an act that would reshape all of observable existence. The flaming figure of paradox smiled briefly as memories of that humble beginning flickered through his ancient consciousness. I was born a peasant, he said with a voice that held both pride and a strange sort of acceptance. I will die a peasant. But in between all of this, there will be immensity. There will be glory, Huum. As he said this, he raised his hand and pointed above where the metaphorical clock representing midnight hung in the paradoxical sky of his domain. The massive hand moved from 1 second towards 0. The time to midnight was 0. This was because he had sensed another one of his precautions being set off. He didn't know which one of the myriad of things that he was careful of had been triggered, but he innately knew that something had tripped one of his countless safeguards scattered across observable existence. And it simply tipped the scales ever closer toward midnight until there was nowhere left to tip. As of this moment, there was no time between now and the fallout. What remained was preparations and activation. At this moment, the living paradox actually raised his hand and saw his fingers trembling. His hand itself was actually trembling with minute vibrations that would have been invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for them. Was it out of anticipation or a sense of fear for what was to come? His smile became brighter as his hand slowly stopped trembling, and it was a glorious sign of anticipation rather than dread. He was one of the few that knew how nothing would be the same after the fallout transformed the landscape of observable existence. The conditions that would allow for ascension to the higher scales of existence would bloom. The creature and many others would be set free from their various prisons and suppressions. A free-for-all would unfold. but at a scale the infinite unfurling had never imagined and could never have prepared for. The cards were set and nothing could be changed at this moment as midnight approached. With the clock to midnight hitting 0, the fallout would unfold anywhere within the next few minutes or hours. The living paradox moved away from the sea of paradox and appeared elsewhere within the loom, and before him a massive object burning with incandescent multicolored flames of existence spun in the void. It looked like a cube, but it radiated such heat and majesty that even a fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty entity might be burned by its mere proximity. The living paradox appeared before it and stroked it with a nostalgic expression, his flaming hand passing over its surface with something approaching tenderness. "All right, buddy, let's do this," he said with a voice that held eons of preparation and anticipation. "Us against existence. Let us change the landscape of observable existence. Let us have a sense of fairness out there where the strong have ruled unchallenged for far too long." His voice grew harder, more resolute. "Chaos? Existence? The first tongue? Paradox? Fuck them. Fuck them all. Every aspect of the oldest paradox of existence thinks they deserve to win, thinks they deserve to rule, thinks they deserve to define what reality is and what it should be." As he finished saying these words, his eyes burned with a sense of immensity and veiled rage that had been building since the moment he first realized that existence was unfair and that he had been born with nothing while others had been born with everything. And then he moved forward, his hand reaching toward the burning cube that would initiate the fallout and change observable existence forever. Chapter 4668. Sanity and Greatness, in the Early Veiled Shore of the Infiniverse. Alexander Asmodeus, the peacemaker, stood while watching the emergence of phonemes of the first tongue far above him as they bloomed like celestial flowers across the blue-gold sky. Osmond taught his people a language that nobody should be capable of grasping. And his people were shockingly grasping it. Well, a very select few. There was a penguin that had begun getting hit by Osmond's vibrant goad after it seemed like the penguin was getting nowhere with its attempts at forming even the most basic phoneme. The stick descended again and again with rhythmic precision, each strike accompanied by patient instruction that somehow made the violence seem educational. But even that blue-gold stick in Osmond's hands seemed to be hitting to infuse knowledge into the one being beaten, as it seemed to be tough love of the most literal variety. But either way, it's a ridiculous thing is what it is. Is the first tongue so easy to learn? Who the hell is this Osmond? And the first hunger and the living Origin being here. Hey, I told you to talk to Origin before, why don't you just step up? She and I have a debt. An incessant voice rang out in his head as it was an unfortunate byproduct of taking in the shattered part of the heart of law into his existence. The voice of the living law was now incessantly chirping whenever he chose to, which seemed to be constantly. Alexander almost wanted to ask what he was supposed to be, he or she, as the living existences in law in particular seemed to take on whatever orientation suited them at any given moment. Hey, don't talk shit about me. You know I can hear your thoughts now, right? I didn't expect my heart fully joining you would make the tool I refined eons ago react this way. And now, look, you're doing better than even them. The living law had their voice ring out in his mind as yes, something unexpected had happened when he declared his way of peace. The Enneagram had reacted heavily to the remnants of the living law as it was transforming into something he didn't recognize, something that pulsed with authority far beyond what it had held before. But at this moment, new gems began to appear on the Enneagram that represented every single phoneme of the first tongue that Osmond taught above. Every phoneme was inscribed as Osmond taught it, being analyzed by the Enneagram in real time, and he would be able to seamlessly voice and write out all 18 phonemes within the next few minutes without even having to go through the grueling process of learning them traditionally. It was a ridiculous capability to imagine, as the Enneagram essentially allowed him to copy and utilize what others spent eons trying to master. Yeah, you really need to get a jump on it. As much as I adore that girl Serafina, I need you to remove the other part of the Enneagram from her and fuse it together fully. Oh, and you can now sense remnants of my collapsed civilization, right? With the reaction of the phonemes of the first tongue in that, you grasping the will now be easy, as this Osmond really gave you a jumpstart. But you will need to get going. If the fallout starts before you grasp those things, they will be gone forever. The incessant voice buzzed in his ears again as Alexander frowned at the implications of what the living law was suggesting. The remnants of the living law's collapsed civilization were scattered across observable existence, and if the fallout consumed them before he could reach them, they would be lost forever along with whatever power and knowledge they contained. And the other part of the Enneagram that Serafina carried needed to be reunited with his half to achieve its full potential. he looked toward one of the nearby bodies of Osmont, who was simultaneously teaching multiple groups of students with the efficiency of someone who had mastered the art of multitasking at an existential level. He thought about everything that was at stake and everything that could be gained if he moved now. He looked at Serafina and the living laws behind her. The manifestations of law that had gathered in this shore as refugees from a collapsing order, and he sighed as he called out to Osmont. The fallout neared, but he had to go out into danger rather than stay in this sanctuary that Osmont had built. Don't worry, I am confident in your survival now. After all, I am in the end the living law. Before Paradox collapsed me, I used to dine with Origin and the creature. I know the players in this game, and I know what it takes to survive them. With my guidance and your way of peace, we will carve out a place in whatever existence looks like after the fallout. They used to dine with the creature and the living Origin, but why were they all doom and gloom days ago saying how it was such a shame? And if only Alexander had come across them earlier. Kid, I didn't count on an anomaly giving you lessons on the first tongue or helping you do the impossible by getting a shattered heart. All of that accelerated everything to impossible degrees. Now, all you need to do is finish the rest. As with this, my civilization will also undergo emergence much quicker. You win, I win. Mutual benefit. The living law remained incessant in his mind as Osmont arrived before him soon after. The eyes of this terrifying anomaly alone were heavy to take, but Alexander took them on regardless as he began to talk. Many people would take different paths across existence as the apocalypse approached. Some would hide in hope to weather the storm. Some would fight and hope to overcome it. Some would flee and hope to outrun it. At this moment, the peacemaker was about to pioneer his own path, one that involved hunting down the remnants of a collapsed civilization while the very fabric of observable existence prepared to tear itself apart. It was madness, but then again, sanity had never been a prerequisite for greatness. Chapter 4669, The Shore of the Creature. When the end of existence was coming, what should one do? Many across eons thought about this question endlessly, coming to conclusions that ranged from the profound to the absurd. Some argued that one should spend their final moments in contemplation, making peace with existence and accepting the inevitable with grace and dignity. Others suggested hedonism, indulging in every pleasure and desire before the void claimed everything. Still others advocated for connection, spending those precious remaining moments with loved ones and forging bonds that would transcend even annihilation. There were those who chose denial, convincing themselves that the end was not truly coming and continuing their routines as if nothing had changed. There were those who chose despair, losing all hope and collapsing into nihilistic emptiness before the actual ending arrived, and there were those who chose to end themselves before the end could claim them, preferring the illusion of control over the reality of helplessness. All of these were valid responses to the incomprehensible weight of finality, but Noah seemed to be taking an entirely different route. He was going out sightseeing. At this moment, he stood outside the wandering territories beyond his infiniverse as beside him were the figures of the living order, the first hunger, and the living Origin, who could not stop looking at Anaximander with expressions ranging from curiosity to barely concealed shock. Noah had just brought them out here as they looked at the figure of Anaximander, who almost seemed malnourished, his form still recovering from eons of fragmented existence and the strain of being reassembled after so long scattered across observable existence. And yet this maddening entity smiled toward them as he simply said, "Hello. Any friend of Osmont is a friend of mine. I am Anaximander." He introduced himself casually as if they were meeting at a social gathering rather than on the eve of an apocalypse that would reshape all of observable existence. Sigrid and the first hunger had no immediate reaction beyond polite acknowledgement, but the eyes of Origin opened wide as if she had recognized that name and face from somewhere deep in her ancient memories. She looked toward this being closely, evaluating him up and down as if trying to reconcile what she was seeing with what she remembered eons ago. The first hunger looked at Anaximander with curiosity while asking, "Are you like him?" Tor asked this question while pointing toward Noah, and Anaximander couldn't help but laugh at the comparison. No, my friend," he replied with genuine amusement dancing in his brilliant eyes. "Nobody is like this guy. He is something else entirely." Noah looked at these interactions as he shook his head and said, "Anaximander, these are three the surface depth of absolute sovereignty entities who all have some connection to the creature. It would not be an issue to bring any of them, would it?" Anaximander smiled as he considered the question. "Not at all," he replied. "Although it might need to take a little bit longer because," as he spoke, he waved his hand, and without any fluctuation of energy or authority, a stick appeared in his grasp, a stick that caused the faces of the first hunger and the living Origin to pale as they recognized it right away. this ancient-looking stick seemed to be made of a common tree, its surface worn smooth by countless hands over countless eons. And yet it emanated an air of terrifying might and majesty that belied its humble appearance. It was none other than the stick of the creature. The first lesson. The stick that the creature used to discipline early creatures back in the earliest folds, before the first hunger and the living origin could even ask where he had gotten the stick. Anaximander continued, "This is going to open up the gateway that will bypass tedious travels of who knows how much distance," he explained while twirling the legendary stick casually. And really, it isn't even a matter of distance as much as, it's hard to explain. Distance didn't matter to the creature. The main thing is that I have been telling this stick to open up the way to the early veiled shore of the creature, but the power that I have recovered so far is only capable of allowing me to open it for you and I. I would have to wait a few more minutes in order to add a few more words to this guideline to include these three others. Anaximander waved the stick around like it was nothing as Noah looked at it with shining eyes filled with curiosity and calculation. Well, his stick was bigger as far as he could tell, but this, hearing Anaximander talk about his way, made him curious as his eyes flickered with brilliance. A moment later, his eyes shone blue gold as the philology of undifferentiated mana bloomed around him in radiant patterns. He floated closer to Anaximander and proceeded to touch his shoulder while sending out a glorious command internally, utilize way manifestation to embody the way of Anaximander. He actually proceeded to claim such a ridiculous thing as in the next moment, warning. The target of the way you have chosen to copy is an extremely complex one, analysis. The way of Anaximander operates on principles that defy conventional replication. Due to missing the anomalous factor unique to the user, the undefined way of Anaximander can be utilized in a limited fashion. Duration, 10 seconds. Capability, you have free reign to define existence as you wish. Cost, your immensity will pay the price for each declaration. Boom, in the next moment, Noah's eyes opened fully as he embodied the way of Anaximander for the first time. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. There was a sense of freedom with it, a feeling that the rules of existence were merely suggestions rather than laws. But it was also slightly unique and different from his own way because where his way worked with mana and the first tongue to shape reality. This way simply declared, around his body, the words of the terrifying philology of undifferentiated mana buzzed with potent energy. Their presence caused the first hunger and the living origin to look over once more, their eyes gradually opening as they began to recognize this philology to be the one that Ulmareth had held in Ginnungagap all those eons ago. Chapter 4670, The Shore of the Creature 2. As they looked toward Noah with mounting realization, he ignored everything while he said to Anaximander, "May I?" He said such words while pointing to the stick of the creature, and Anaximander blinked in surprise before he nodded and gave the stick to Noah while saying, "Be careful. It is a little heavy, HUUM." The exchange of the first lesson of the creature from one hand to another occurred as Noah felt a unique sense of immensity wrapping around his hands the moment his fingers closed around the ancient wood. You have grasped onto a relic of history. The first lesson has been held by your hands. This artifact predates most of current existence and has been used to shape the foundations of many civilizations. When Noah's eyes flashed as he used lens of civilization on it, the first lesson, classification? Origin? Creator, the creature, power level? Description, the stick used by the creature to teach and discipline the earliest beings of observable existence. It has struck more the entities than any other object in history. Its true capabilities remain unknown, as the creature never revealed the full extent of what the first lesson could accomplish. Current status, dormant, awaiting its true wielder. Noah grasped it with sharp eyes as in the next moment he spoke out calmly, "This small stick will open up the way to the early veiled shore of the creature for those of us floating here, HUUM." The sensation was ridiculously unique as he spoke while utilizing the way of Anaximander. Every single word that he uttered felt extremely heavy, as if the immensity that he felt when he strung together logos to form philologies was what he was doing right now. But through pure declaration rather than linguistic construction. But a moment later, the stick in his hand began to shine with multicolored brilliance as terrifyingly heavy and dense flames erupted from it. These flames proceeded to form into a multicolored doorway before them, its edges burning with authority. The sense of heaviness that Noah felt was immense as all around him. Many turned their eyes toward him with incredulity and shock. Only Sigrid remained calm, looking at the scene as if she was only watching something normal that her man was doing, her faith in him so absolute that even this seemed unremarkable. Anaximander seemed purely amazed while the living origin was actually somber while looking at him. "Are you Truly sure that you are not the creature? She asked with a voice that held genuine uncertainty. Such words took Noah out of his stupor as he looked toward the living origin and said firmly, "Let's stop it with that. I am not the creature. I simply used the way of an Anaximander." He simply used the way of an Anaximander, simply, as if it truly was simple. After he said this, he returned the stick of the creature back to Anaximander as he felt the sense of heaviness in his existence after utilizing this unique way. He looked at the gateway that would lead to the early veiled shore of the creature, and before he entered, he uttered out with absolute certainty, "My weight and immensity actually exceeds the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty." Boom! The moment that he uttered such words while utilizing the way of Anaximander, he felt an immense sense of heaviness and weight as if he was lifting something so supremely heavy with a muscle he never knew he had. The strain was unlike anything he had experienced before, as if reality itself was pushing back against his declaration while simultaneously being forced to accept it. Declaration registered. Cost assessment, extreme, 50% of all infinite potential that had been steadily flowing into your foundation and way has been instantly amplified and utilized. Result, the immensity and weight of your foundation has reached 10% the weight of a normal, the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty entity. Comparative analysis, this is equivalent to 1% of the approximate weight of beings like the primordial chaos, the living paradox, or the creature when they were at the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty. Very, very rough estimate. In fact, may not even be accurate. Your existence has been permanently elevated. The terrifying sensation of power that Noah felt was staggering as he sensed his foundation settling into its new weight with authority that hadn't been there moments before. But then, warning, the utilization of a way without the proper anomalous factor has caused immense strain within your existence. The manifestation of the way of Anaximander has prematurely ended. Cooldown before next manifestation, unknown. The unique sensation of a muscle that he could not sense or explain being unfathomably tired faded away as he lost access to the way of Anaximander. But he got a glimpse of just how this terrifying being operated, and this was enough for him to think about many possible things in the future regarding how such a way could be studied, understood, and perhaps even partially replicated through his own methods. His brazen words were heard by the others in the surroundings as Anaximander was looking at him with shining eyes filled with scientific curiosity. Tor squinted while looking toward him before he shook his head and came up to wrap his right hand around Noah's shoulder. "Outsider, or the scale breaker as you were known in Junungagap," Tor said with a tone that mixed admiration with gentle correction. "It is good to dream, but you cannot dream out loud for everyone to hear. Even the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty takes some time to clear and go through. You cannot just say it out loud and expect to cross it and skip it entirely to go to the fundamental depth. Come on, you have impressed us enough already. Let us go see the early veiled shore of the creature." Tor said this as if he were consoling him, but Noah merely shook his head as the first hunger did not realize that such a thing could actually be possible with the right circumstances and the right way. While motioning toward Anaximander to lead, the group made their way into the blazing multicolored flaming gateway, and they disappeared from the wandering territories. All of them could instinctively feel that something was coming, and this whole interaction, all their words and exchanges, everything that they did here had taken the span of less than a single second. After all, they were beings that could move faster than Planck speed itself, and in even a nanosecond, many things could be accomplished. The gateway closed behind them as they journeyed toward the early veiled shore of the creature, leaving the wandering territories empty and silent in the moments before the fallout would change everything. Chapter 4671, The Shore of the Creature 3, Existence was a mystery, but it was not necessarily a mystery that needed to be solved as much as it needed to be experienced. Noah was experiencing it at this moment as he came across the glorious early veiled shore of the creature, a place that defied his expectations in ways he hadn't anticipated. Days ago such a place would not even have been a possibility for him to think of, but the weavings of existence changed very rapidly as he now found himself staring at an endlessly vast shore that stretched beyond even his enhanced perception. It was a weird thing to see as it felt like someone who thought they were rich entering the home of someone that was truly rich. Because the early veiled shore of the creature was a ridiculous one as the surroundings alone permeated with liquid and plasmic concentrations of civilizational authority that made even his own infiniverse seem modest in comparison. The golden sands they stood on were filled with thousands of logos of the first tongue just in the immediate proximity where they currently stood, each one a perfect expression of meaning that would take others eons to forge. There were massive tall trees in the distance all around them that spanned upward infinitely, their canopies disappearing into heights that seemed to have no ceiling. Even these trees were swirling with hundreds of logos of the first tongue woven into their very bark and leaves. as the entire place emanated an air of immensity and sacredness that pressed down on visitors like a gentle but undeniable weight, and just by taking a glance at the immediate surroundings, Noah was able to affirm that this place would be surviving the fallout without question. Welcome to the early veiled shore of the creature. In this place, the concentration of logos and philology of the first tongue is so dense that the study of the first tongue progresses 1,000 times faster than anywhere else in observable existence. Warning: be careful of what you touch, as you could trigger dangerous mechanisms left behind by the creature. The entire place seemed wondrous as when they arrived. Sigrid stayed close to Noah while the living origin seemed dazed for a moment, as if she had returned to someplace she never thought she would see again. Her golden eyes were distant, filled with memories that stretched back to eras when this shore had been alive with activity and purpose. Moments later, she began to take steps toward a certain direction and rapidly disappeared in that direction without a word of explanation. Tor shook his head and said calmly, "I'll keep an eye on her." As he also disappeared after the living origin, leaving Noah, Sigrid, and Anaximander standing on the golden sands. In front of Noah, the figure of Anaximander took the stick of the creature as he began to draw a circle around them that shone brightly a moment later. Their figures were displaced vast distances across this early veiled shore in an instant, traveling farther than light could travel in years. They appeared in a region that held a golden cliff with a waterfall of golden sands filled with logos flowing down toward a lower golden continent that stretched endlessly below. The sight was breathtaking in its impossible beauty, as even the falling sand seemed to sing with the first tongue. At the edge of the cliff, one could see a raised elevated stone-like platform that Anaximander began walking toward while carrying the stick with purposeful strides. The masses of existence do not deserve to be unraveled and faced with immense anguish, Anaximander said with conviction as he approached the platform. The creature left a few things in place, and at this moment I will use the remaining power of his early veiled shore to draw in any forms of life across observable existence into this place. All wheels of existence, all folds, every single form of life shall be contained in the early veiled shore of the creature as at the time of the fallout. This place shall serve as refuge. He paused and looked back at Noah with those brilliant, curious eyes. The idea of distance and vastness does not truly apply to it, as even with all of observable existence compressed into it, at most it would cover half of this space. And this is the main shore of the creature. As I believe there are other parts of it that were shattered in his battle which are scattered across observable existence. It's actually a very interesting place that the creature managed to cultivate. Most of his time was spent here from what he told me. The early veiled shore of the creature was utterly insane to grasp as Noah wondered what he would be able to find here during his exploration. He watched as Anaximander went toward the elevated golden stone-like platform and raised the stick of the creature in his hands. Shockingly, he plugged it into the platform as if it were a key fitting into a lock that had been waiting eons for this moment. A moment later, the entire region they were in began to vibrate as auroras of colors began to shine brilliantly above them in patterns that seemed to tell stories in a language older than the first tongue itself. Noah looked up and saw a terrifying formation of logos begin to flow across the golden sands of this place, and even more began to float across the skies as they looked like rivers of brilliance streaming in all directions. The logos he could see were related to movement and displacement. Logos of gathering that pulled things toward a central point. Logos of compression that made vast spaces fit into smaller ones. Logos of protection that wrapped around everything being drawn in. Logos of preservation that ensured nothing would be damaged in transit. All of them working in harmony to accomplish what Anaximander was doing in order to displace countless life forms across existence into this place. As such waves of brilliance began to radiate all around, in the far distance at least a gigaparsec away, Noah began to see thousands of transcendent wheels of existence begin to manifest in the skies as if they were plucked out of wherever they were and brought here. In other directions, entire folds began to manifest as the skies or the ground opened up and began extending in all directions to accommodate the incoming refugees. Process initiated, existential evacuation protocol. The creature's contingency plan for catastrophic events has been activated. All life forms across observable existence are being drawn into the early veiled shore. Estimated coverage: 100% of observable existence. Estimated time to completion: approximately 60 seconds. This process will drain significant reserves of the shore's accumulated authority. As the process began, the figure of Anaximander continued to hold on to the stick as if it was a key that was directing everything. He looked toward Noah and Sigrid with a smile that held both exhaustion and satisfaction. This might take a little bit, well, maybe a minute or so to cover all of observable existence since I am going in a bit of a hurry due to not knowing when the fallout will descend, he said. But you guys can take the time to look around the home of the creature. I was amazed the first time that I got here and studied everything that I saw. Noah nodded at these words. We'll stay close by, he replied. Let us know if you need anything. After such words, Noah looked out to the vibrant expanse of the early veiled shore of the creature, and he began to float up as one of the first things he saw was a vast and endlessly stretching wooden wall that seemed to be breaking down and decaying in places. His eyes focused on it with sharp curiosity. Structure identified, the veil of existence, classification, primordial barrier, function, separates the lands of the living and the lands of the dead. History, the creature established this barrier with the help of an asunder in an era before the loom was conceived. Current status, worn down and breaking apart due to eons of attacks, strain, and the absence of the creature's maintenance. Noah looked at this radiant wall that was breaking apart as he shook his head at the implications of what its deterioration meant. At this time, Sigrid beside him sighed as she also observed the crumbling barrier. Even someone as powerful as this, who had a place like this, was not able to come out on top and win over conflicts eons ago, she said with a voice that held both wonder and melancholy. And the biggest conflict for us, which we did not know whether we could survive or not, already had a solution right here. We were fighting with everything that we had to be able to survive the fallout. When there was an answer that we could not access waiting in this place all along, Noah listened to her calmly as they moved rapidly across the shore, and he took her hand into his as he considered her words carefully before responding. Sometimes a problem seems impossible, but there's always an answer out there, he said with certainty. Sometimes one just does not know how to access it. The solutions to surviving the fallout could be countless, but one simply has to find the right answer among all of them. We found our own answer without needing to rely on another, and that matters more than you might think. He paused as they continued moving through the golden landscape. Because relying on others can sometimes backfire, he continued. If we simply sat back and held the hopes that the creature would save all of observable existence, we could all have perished. Who would have saved an asunder if we hadn't found him? No, relying on others is never ideal in existence, as the best possible solution is to rely on oneself. Rely on yourself and every success and failure will be your responsibility. At such words, Sigrid smiled and hugged his hand closer to her as she looked up at him with eyes that held absolute devotion. I want to rely on you, she said softly. Even if it is inadvisable to rely on others. Can I continue to put my life in your hands? If you succeed, I'll be there with you. If you fail, I will shoulder that failure with you. At such words, Noah turned to her and stroked her head gently with his free hand. Yeah, continue relying on me, he said with a confident smile. I am pretty reliable so far. After such words, Sigrid smiled brilliantly as their figures continued moving across the early veiled shore of the creature, with Noah intent on exploring to see if he could find anything useful for the current him in this place. They were doing all of this in the span of femtoseconds and nanoseconds as all around them in the vastness of the shore that was gigaparsecs in size, wheels of existence and folds began to bloom and appear. Entire regions of the wandering territories were being brought over into the early veiled shore of the creature as the allure of collapsed civilizations also began to flow into this place. When it did come to collapsed civilizations, history was not entirely clear on how the events had unfolded with all of the living existences. The fates of the living dimensional, the living quantum, the living concept, the living spirit, or temporal were unique and shrouded in mystery. Some were within the loom, some may have been collapsed entirely, and some may have found other fates that no one had recorded. When the dust settled after the fallout, everything would be clear. Chapter 4672, We All Fall Down. Inside another portion of the early veiled shore of the creature that was disconnected from the main one, a shore that was accessible from the lands of the dead, the weavings of existence of the great usurper permeated across the vast landscape of the shore as he sought to control and influence it completely, making up his mind to grasp that object he apparently could not even look at. That fragment of the axiom of primordial paradox, his influence over this shore was going a bit slower. Compared to his rapid expansion across the lands of the dead, mainly due to the terrifying complexities of a type of language that permeated across this place. Words of glorious power were strung together uniquely. And it was taking some time to expand his idle existence over them and make them fall under his control as well, but in time, all of it would be possible. As he was doing all of this, he felt his existence lighting up as he received an open line of communication between him and a monstrous being. Osmond sent a message first, and the content of the message was basically telling him how the fallout may soon be making its descent, and that he could take him in to shield him from the coming apocalypse. The consciousness of the great usurper smiled at these words as he thought about it for less than a nanosecond before he shook his metaphorical head. He sent back a message calmly. My existence is an idle one. I'm already pretty sure I can protect myself, but even if I wasn't able to, I have already had my existence cover a significant portion of the lands of the dead. Unless everything is absolutely destroyed, I will still be living across the weavings of the observable existence that I have covered. And once the fallout descends and does whatever crazy things it will do, I might have even grander opportunities as my weavings may cover a significant portion of the landscape after the fallout. That in itself would actually be a tremendous gain, and I am excited for it. Though I have begun to sense the dead existences suddenly disappearing en masse across the lands of the dead. That wouldn't be your doing, would it? He asked this question calmly while he continued to control the disciples of the creature to delve further inward into the shore, but the reply from Osmond was a unique one. Well, I'm not doing it personally, but I am witnessing it. But okay. Be safe out there, it is the end of existence as we know it. What comes after this end is something none of us truly know. The great usurper smiled at this and nodded as he replied, I'll see you on the other side, big guy. The fallout was coming, and existence prepared. The masses prepared. Every single entity inherently knew that after this, nothing would be the same, in the main early veiled shore of the creature. Noah and Sigrid stopped before a vibrant plot of land that held sacred herbs that were actually conducive to aiding in the learning of the first tongue. Sacred herb identified, lexicon's bloom, classification, Genesis grade cultivation resource, description, a sacred herb that only grows in regions saturated with the first tongue. Its petals are composed of crystallized phonemes, and its roots draw nutrients from the logos embedded in the soil. When consumed or refined, it temporarily enhances the consumer's ability to perceive and understand the underlying structure of the first tongue. Effects: 500% comprehension speed for phonemes and logos for 24 hours after consumption. Permanent minor enhancement to first tongue sensitivity with repeated use. Cultivation requirements: requires soil saturated with at least 100 logos per cubic meter. Must be watered with liquid. The civilizational authority. Takes approximately 1,000 years to mature under normal conditions. A few seconds if you really put your back into it. Noah looked at these details calmly as this was the 19th sacred herb that he had plucked from the early veiled shore of the creature, herbs he planned to plant in his own shore. The early veiled shore of the creature held many boons that he was slowly taking as at this moment. Beside him, Sigrid frowned, as he turned to look at her. She spoke with a voice that held concern. I can sense existence beginning to vibrate, she said slowly, as if trying to articulate something she had never felt before. As if it instinctively knows something is coming. Order is getting restricted, suffocated. As if something that will utterly eradicate weavings of order is about to descend. The sensation is quite stifling. As the living order, Sigrid could now feel many things that others could not perceive. Noah got up and moved to console her, wrapping his arms around her as she silently looked up at him. Do you have any fear of what is coming? She asked quietly. Any fear of the unknown? I know you gave away your everything of fear. But even the creature regenerated his everythings, right? Sigrid asked such a question as Noah hugged her tighter while he smiled with absolute confidence. No, he said firmly. No fear. Whatever comes, I will meet it with anticipation. And the ones who sought to destroy me and everything that I love, I will wait for them with anticipation. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. A lot of people have made many actions. If the time comes for me to collect, the time comes for a reaction. And it will be heavy and glorious as boom. As Noah said this, he felt his existence buzzing as in front of his eyes. Breakthrough achieved. The principles of perpetual harvest and the cheating architect have been clearly understood. Their philologies have been established as they now arrive at the stage of Genesis principles. The philologies of perpetual harvest and the cheating architect burn brightly within your existence. Harvest of unfathomable proportions blooms as their first course of action. All infinite potential harvested from the usage of mana has been amplified exponentially. The percentage of harvest for all usage of the first tongue from the past to the present has increased from 1% to 5%. Boom! The seas of blue gold harvest of utterly unfathomable and glorious infinite potential that Noah had been continuing to flood within him increased exponentially as they began to flood into his foundation and weigh with even greater concentrations than before. Weight and immensity update. Your foundation has absorbed tremendous amounts of infinite potential. Current status. Your weight and immensity is now 3/100th of the weight and immensity of entities like the creature when they were at the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty, approximately. you continue to grow at an unprecedented rate. He smiled as he sensed all of it alongside the waves of information he was receiving about the Genesis principles of perpetual harvest and the cheating architect. Yes, the end of existence may be coming, but he was more than ready for it. At this time, more prompts bloomed, the protagonist's stanchion of infinity shines brilliantly. The philology of the cheating architect prepares for the fallout. A glorious symphony shall witness the fallout. Oh, Noah's eyes flashed at this as he sensed a slow and glorious symphony beginning to bloom in the background. The melody started with a single piano, its notes falling like raindrops on still water, each one carrying the weight of eons of history and the lightness of fleeting hope. Then strings joined in, violins weaving a glimmer of sorrow and determination that seemed to acknowledge the end while refusing to surrender to it. A trumpet called out, lonely and proud, like the last soldier standing on a battlefield that had claimed everyone else. Drums rolled and softly. Not the drums of war but the drums of ceremony, of ritual, of something sacred coming to its conclusion. The symphony was somber and hopeful and grand all at once, a contradiction made musical, a paradox given voice. It began to permeate across the early veiled shore of the creature. The symphony passed over the figure of an asunder holding the goat of the creature as he looked at the endless weavings of existence being drawn into the shore, his expression one of peaceful acceptance. The glorious symphony passed over the living origin and the first hunger, who shockingly stood before the abode of the creature with complex emotions passing over the eyes of the living origin as if she remembered things she had tried to forget. The symphony permeated across the vast shore as the members of the collapsed civilization of origin from the wandering territories who had just arrived in the early veiled shore of the creature also heard it as they looked around in astonishment. Duke Whisker and Goliath among other living origins looked out, their existences feeling a sense of oppression as all of them were actually forced to remain on the golden sands of the shore, no one able to fly upward or even move rapidly across this place. Not too far from them, living collapses could also be seen, far across, the transcendent folds of the living existences that the infiniverse had not swallowed. All remaining dukes of Cleo's councils and all that remained of the living existences found themselves pulled into the early veiled shore of the creature. And all those here, and those newly arriving, undoubtedly heard the glorious symphony that they did not know the origin of. It caused every single entity to look around with somberness and immensity. Back in that distant region, Noah felt his weavings of the protagonist pulse as this concept of his seemed to be going all out to match the occasion. In addition to the symphony, a melodious feminine voice began to permeate across existence as if it were a countdown for what was to come, because yes, he had seen the clock representing midnight move to zero in that region of collapse where one of his bodies stood surrounded by the cages of Schrödinger and the disciple of the creature. The time to midnight was zero, and yet toward the coming apocalypse, toward the coming fallout, Noah's body in that region of collapse held a golden glass in hand as he drank the sacred mead of existence and waited for it to come. And so even here, that melodious symphony began to resound alongside the blooming melodious voice. Noah turned off some of the logos of imprisonment around the cage of Schrödinger, allowing this beggar to see and hear him as he knew that his eyes were also sharing the eyes of another. The gaze of the living paradox could likely perceive through him if he wished. The haggard visage of Schrödinger within his beggar-like robes looked dazed initially, his form diminished and worn from captivity. But as he saw Noah, these eyes flickered with a light and soon turned immensely cold and calm as they looked at him with interest. They were the eyes of the living paradox. The gaze of the living paradox. Noah took a sip of his drink near the blue gold prison as he said calmly while raising his hand above, "Can you hear it?" Listen closely, he talked about the symphony and melodious voice echoing out. Toward the end of the world, toward the end of existence, Noah sat beside Schrödinger whose gaze was commandeered by the living paradox as a glorious melody began to stretch out across existence. The feminine voice began to sing, her tone cheerful and sweet, yet underlaid with a melancholy that made every word ache with beautiful desolation. Oh, existence keeps spinning round and round, and we all fall down, built our castles high upon the ground, now they're tumbling down. The piano continued its gentle descent as the strings swelled with bittersweet harmony. They said forever was a promise kept, but forever's just a word we wept. The oldest question has no answer yet, and the ones who ask are the ones who forget. The trumpet called out again, proud and lonely, as drums marked a rhythm like a heartbeat slowing. There was a creature made of light and pain, who gave away his heart to ease the strain, and paradox came dancing in the rain, saying nothing gold can ever remain. The melody shifted, becoming almost waltz-like in its gentle sway. So pour yourself a drink and raise it high, to the ones who lived and the ones who'll die. The stars are falling from the painted sky, but darling, we don't have to wonder why. The strings crescendoed with aching beauty, because existence is a fleeting song, and we've been singing it all along. Right or wrong, weak or strong, we all belong. The feminine voice softened to barely above a whisper as the instruments faded one by one. When the dust has settled on the stage, and they turn the final page, will they remember this age, or will it all just fade away? A moment of silence. Then the piano played its final notes, each one falling like tears onto still water. Oh, existence stopped spinning round and round, and we all fell down, But somewhere in the ashes on the ground, a single seed was found, The last note hung in the air, neither hopeful nor despairing, simply acknowledging what was and what would be. Oh, it was unfathomably glorious. The symphony and song began to permeate across empty folds and wandering territories, across the infiniverse where countless beings paused to listen, across the early veiled shore of the creature where refugees from all of observable existence heard it and felt something stir in their souls. It was the symphony to the end of everything they knew, and the beginning of everything they didn't. Chapter 4673, We all fall down too. Oh, existence stopped spinning round and round, and we all fell down, But somewhere in the ashes on the ground, a single seed was found, The symphony continued its slow advance across existence as many listened, its melancholic beauty touching every corner of observable existence that still remained, one body of. Noah remained drinking in the region of collapse near the prison containing Schrödinger. He knew the gaze of the living paradox was in there, and the only reason he was standing anywhere this close was because existence, or really the creature, still suppressed the living paradox and other opposing this from expressing their power. At least for now, after the fallout, the rules of existence would greatly change, so this time may be the only time to get a chance of a discussion with the living paradox, before this being began hunting him after the fallout, if he even remained on his radar. At this time, Noah sent a drink toward the body of Schrödinger in the cage. Shockingly, Schrödinger calmly accepted it in his seated position and began to drink as if this were the most natural thing in the world. His eyes remained filled with a light of immensity and calmness, and in there, only the light of paradox remained. At this time, in the first tone, the living paradox spoke as he listened to the symphony playing out in the surroundings. There was a creature made of light and pain, who gave away his heart to ease the strain. And paradox came dancing in the rain, saying nothing gold can ever remain. Your symphony says paradox came, but what if I had always been there? Even before the creature, WAA, the words of paradox were heavy to hear as Noah drank from his cup silently, and paradox continued. Sometimes, he found that some truly powerful entities liked to ramble. They would give you more information while rambling than if you had asked directly. So let this man ramble as much as he wants. When trying to avoid something, entities more often than not cause that thing to come even faster. The living paradox continued with a voice that held the weight of eons. The fallout was years away and would have remained that way. But something began moving around, presumably trying to avoid it. And yet their actions brought it even faster than ever. Faster than supposed to be. In trying to survive the fallout, you and whatever other factors popped up accelerated it tremendously to the extent it is now here. The primordial chaos whispered in my ear not too long ago, talking about anomalies and competitors for the oldest paradox of existence. Beings laying claim to the first tongue. Beings appearing across time itself. All of these factors, all of these movements, all of these struggles to survive what was coming actually made it come faster. It's crazy stuff, really. Toward such words, Noah took his drink and scoffed. He paid particular attention to the mention of the primordial chaos. That fucker was truly here. You are the one actively moving it closer and even instigating it, but the blame lies on others and me, he said with a voice that held no fear. Come on, big guy. You have been planning and doing this for eons now. You built the loom. You imprisoned the creature. You set up the conditions for the fallout to even be possible. And now you want to pin the acceleration on those of us who are simply trying to not die from your machinations? At such words, the figure of Schrödinger that the living paradox was seeing through smiled as he looked at Noah up and down with renewed interest. You are actually a very interesting anomaly to observe, Paradox said with something approaching appreciation. You may have made a claim on the first tongue, but you are young. You appear across history, but you remain young. And I say young in terms of experience. I say young in terms of what you have truly experienced. Because even I, when I was like you, nearly perished dozens of times. Countless close calls where that would have been it for little old me. For the peasant that dared to dream. So while I am a little interested in exactly what you might be able to accomplish, I am not sure whether you will survive even a few days in the weavings of existence of the fallout. Boom. The words were extremely terrifying ones as Noah took them in calmly and sipped on his drink once more before he turned his gaze over to the living paradox. By the way, Noah said with a smile that held no deference, while you and the creature are having your showdown, do you want to be so kind as to give me a glimpse of what I can expect of the fallout? You all are the big guys that are going to be fighting for existence while the rest of us are just the little fish swimming in a large pond. Can you spare a few words to enlighten me on exactly what is coming? The scene itself continued to increase in how incredulous it was. Because what entity would dare be talking to the living paradox like this so casually, even if they thought there were contingencies in place? Exactly who would be so bold? And yet Noah did it as the living paradox looked him over up and down before he smiled again with that terrifying expression that held appreciation for audacity. There will not be a pond for any fish to be swimming, Paradox replied with cold certainty. It will be constantly burning and boiling existence with extremes of everything in place, as the fallout will be the environment to allow for progression toward the scale that none of us have grasped yet. Well, not fully anyways for some of us. Whatever you think you know of existence at this moment in time will absolutely not be the existence that you come across in the fallout. Even I hold a slight sense of apprehension in exactly what will happen in all of this, as I can tell you now. I actually cannot guarantee my own survival. So what exactly does that say about you? Boom, chapter 4674, we all fall down 3. The words uttered at this moment finally caused Noah to become somber and serious. The eyes of Schrödinger, which contained the gaze of the living paradox, pulsed with the terrifying sense of paradox as he looked up at the surrounding collapse, flames of contradictory authority flickering around his borrowed form. What many don't understand is that countless small, seemingly insignificant things had to happen for us to arrive here, Paradox continued, his voice growing grander with each word. Countless things. I heard of your arrival in Jinungagap. The things that happened there actually had an effect and contributed to what is happening right now. The things that happened in the earliest folds, whether you have already been there and done whatever you have done, also contributed to what is happening here. No good deed goes unpunished. No bad deed goes unpunished. Everything that everyone did is the reason why we are all here. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. An existence is far too vast and far too immense, even for me to claim that I know everything. So yes, even I have no confidence that I will come out on top in the weavings of what is to come. Amidst all of this, it might actually be the creature or the primordial chaos or someone else. I could even think wildly enough and say it could be somebody like you or someone entirely unknown to us. Who knows? Existence is unpredictable like that. His voice grew harder, more resolute, but in all this uncertainty, I take it a step at a time. I put one foot forward, and then I put the next. And it is why even with all of this uncertainty, I still believe in my way so much that for me, there can only be victory or there can be death. No in between. As the symphony you have uttered continues to repeat. Existence is a fleeting song, and we've been singing it all along. Oh. I've been singing, At this point of his dialogue, a terrifying aura erupted around Schrödinger as existence began to buzz all around. It felt like the massive weight of the living paradox himself was descending through this borrowed vessel, pressing down on reality with authority that shouldn't have been possible through such a limited conduit. The cold and calm eyes of the living paradox continued to stare straight at Noah as his words continued. I have been singing, Osmont. And my song shall spread gloriously across existence as all of this unpredictability. I will do everything in my power to make it predictable. You ask me what the fallout will be like? Whatever you are imagining right now. Imagine 10 times worse, and then on top of that, imagine another octave higher. Existence is a fleeting song, and truly, we all fall down. We all fall down, The surroundings of the cage turned terrifyingly tumultuous as flames of existence descended all around, burning with colors that contradicted themselves and heat that was simultaneously freezing. But the body of Schrödinger continued to keep its eyes on Noah as he floated further and further away with a somber gaze. The brilliant blue-gold stick appeared in Noah's hands as multiple logos and philologies wrapped around him to cause his body to emanate a sense of glorious brilliance that pushed back against the descending weight of paradox. The living paradox stared at him as a terrifyingly devilish smile appeared on his borrowed face. We all fall down, Osmont, so be ready. And good luck. It was actually pleasant to welcome the end of existence with you. At this moment, Schrödinger tipped the cup that Noah gave him as if he was giving a toast. may we meet again in a playing field where there will be no suppression of existence. Stay alive if you can. Struggle. Fight. Prosper. At that time, whatever power you have and whatever power I have will decide who leaves that meeting alive. If I were to come across you, who knows what I would do? But until then. Au revoir. With such words, the immensity that the body of Schrödinger released reached unfathomable levels. Existence pressed down even more as contradictions began manifesting physically around the cage, reality folding in on itself in ways that hurt to perceive, and then in the next moment, boom, the body of Schrödinger exploded, not just exploded, but was collapsed purposefully, as if the living paradox did not wish to leave any sign of him here. The explosion was controlled and absolute, every atom, every weaving, every trace of Schrödinger's existence being unmade with surgical precision. It was a message: I can do this whenever I want. To anyone I want. Remember that. Noah observed all of this while holding his goad, his expression somber but unshaken. His prison looked deformed and almost broken from the force of the explosion. Its once pristine blue gold bars now warped and bent. On those bars, the meat that used to be Schrödinger melted and sizzled, dripping down in grotesque rivulets that dissolved before they hit the ground. The cage that had held one of the living paradox's most useful pawns was now empty. A beggar had died, and existence mourned. The symphony continued to play in the background, its melancholic notes seeming even more appropriate now. Existence is a fleeting song, and we've been singing it all along. Noah looked at the ruined cage for a long moment before he turned away. The living paradox had given him more information than he probably intended. Even that ancient being wasn't certain of survival. Even that ancient being acknowledged that the outcome was unpredictable, and that meant there was room. Room for someone else to claim victory. Room for the anomaly to write his own ending. Noah smiled grimly as he gripped his goad tighter. Let whatever WSS come. He was ready to fall down with everyone else, and then get the fuck back up when the dust settled. Chapter 4675, Sandbox. In the core region of the Infiniverse, Ruination and the Infiniverse stood side by side. Out of all constructs across existence, they were undoubtedly the most efficient and glorious ones, two sisters filled with sheer drive and determination to utterly decimate everything standing against their master. And at this moment, everything is ready, the Infiniverse affirmed with Ruination as the two had divided their tasks for even greater efficiency. Ruination nodded as her illusory blue-gold form shimmered with data streams that cascaded through her existence. The weavings of hunger have melded seamlessly with the Faraday cage, she reported with precise efficiency. Both hunger and mana working hand in hand. Frankly, hunger has taken a backseat compared to mana, but in the end, due to it being a dual civilization under the master, it was still elevated tremendously. The synergy between the two aspects has created defensive layers that complement each other perfectly. Ruination had been controlling a body her master had granted her access to and had focused on forming as many logos related to hunger as possible, seamlessly layering them across the radiant wall of civilization they deemed the infinite loom. This, alongside the Faraday cage filled with the stanchions of infinity, and the Infiniverse herself painting her barriers with the first tongue. It would actually be a big surprise if anything came through. After getting this affirmation, the Infiniverse nodded as her jewel eyes shone with calculating brilliance. In addition to all this, I wish to benefit from the fallout, she said with a voice that held ambition beyond measure. So I will begin to utilize creative mode of the philology of the cheating architect. Boom, creative mode, a locked feature of the cheating architect that seemed far away not too long ago. Now, at the entry point into a philology, this became unlocked as at this moment it was at a starting point, just as it had stated when Noah first obtained it. Existence could be his sandbox. It was foreshadowing what one could do at the high levels of the as one gained immense versatility and control. Ruination blinked as she processed this information. Let me put together all of its details and present it to Master as well, she said. A sandbox derived from the concept of a child's sandbox, a play area where little ones could build, destroy, and experiment without causing any real-world damage. They could construct castles and tear them down, create elaborate structures and watch them crumble, all within the safe confines of that contained space. No consequences beyond those walls. No repercussions for failure. Pure experimentation in its most innocent form, a digital sandbox operated on the same principle but at a grander scale. It allowed experimentation and testing without repercussions outside its confined space. One could push boundaries, break rules, and explore possibilities that would be catastrophic in the real world, all while the actual world remained untouched by these experiments. creative mode of the cheating architect took this concept and elevated it to ridiculous proportions. Creative mode, the creative sandbox, classification, philology level feature of the cheating architect, status. Unlocked at Genesis principal stage, core function, creates a contained space within your existence where the rules of observable existence can be bent, broken, and rewritten without external consequence. Feature 1, enemy replication, capability, replicate the potential power of enemies inside the creative sandbox and battle with them. Effect, allows your depth to gradually and rapidly increase through simulated combat against opponents of any power level. Limitation, replicated enemies possess only approximated abilities based on available information. More data results in more accurate simulations. Currently available enemies: the primordial chaos, the living temporal, the creature. Feature 2, accelerated study, capability, in creative mode, design philologies and study the first tongue at 10,000% accelerated rate. Effect, concepts that would take eons to comprehend can be grasped in mere moments within the sandbox. Limitation, insights gained must still be properly integrated into your actual existence after leaving creative mode. Feature 3, prototype manifestation, capability, design and test new abilities, logos, phonemes, and even personal core phonemes within the sandbox before manifesting them in reality. Effect, eliminates risk of catastrophic failure during creation of new powers. Current status, Ruination has been utilizing creative mode to design potential manifestations of your own core phonemes. She requires a bit more time to bring them all to fruition. Feature 4, pressure absorption, capability, external pressures and catastrophic events can be channeled into the sandbox as fuel for accelerated growth. Effect, the more extreme the external conditions, the faster progression occurs within creative mode. Application, the Fallout's pressure can be converted into unprecedented advancement opportunities. The Infiniverse looked at all this information and nodded with satisfaction as the implications settled into her consciousness. We are ready for whatever comes, she said with absolute certainty. And I will use the pressure of the Fallout like a hammer to forge myself. If it is as the living paradox has just said to Master, good. Let it come. Let it come. The vibrant eyes of the Infiniverse shone with a deadly light that would have made lesser beings tremble. She was ready to rip existence apart if that was what it took to protect what was hers and elevate what she served. She was not merely a sanctuary, she was a weapon waiting to be unleashed. Ruination smiled before she got back to her own tasks, her form flickering with renewed purpose. There was still much to do even if they were ready. The Fallout was the beginning, and they planned to not only be ready for it, but they planned to use it as a springboard for the Master. Every catastrophe was an opportunity. Every destruction was a chance for reconstruction. Every ending was a doorway to a new beginning, because they knew his enemies were utterly obscene. The living paradox. The creature. The primordial chaos. The living elemental. Beings that had existed since the dawn of observable existence itself. Beings that had shaped the very foundations of reality. Beings that viewed entities like their master as either tools to be used or anomalies to be eliminated. The Fallout would not have the rules that currently existed. There would be no protector to come save them in the last instant. No saviors descending from on high to rescue them from destruction. No second chances granted by benevolent forces. They would only have themselves, and interminable glory. The two sisters exchanged one final glance before returning to their preparations. The Infiniverse began channeling her consciousness into the defensive barriers, preparing to absorb whatever the Fallout would throw at her and convert it into growth. Ruination continued refining the core phonemes she was designing for her master, each one a potential weapon that would define his power for eons to come. And somewhere in the vast expanse of the Infiniverse, the symphony continued to play its melancholic melody. Existence is a fleeting song, and we've been singing it all along. But these two sisters were not content to merely sing. They intended to compose the next verse themselves. Capitulo 4676, to mana. To light, in this very same era. This was not in the past, nor was this in the future, but it was in the very same present weavings of time that Noah currently moved around in, but it was inside an extremely distant place that nobody would truly be able to reach. It was a place that the living paradox was trying to reach and would reach in the foreseeable future with the eruption of the loom. It was the belly of existence, inside the belly of existence. Now, this place alone was vast beyond measure as it contained a tremendous amount of existence. It contained the vastness of the infinite unfurling and Ginnungagap combined, stretching out in dimensions that defied mortal comprehension. To wrap one's mind around that alone was an impossibility, but inside this place, in a small corner of existence, there was a vast floating island filled with endless white light. The way of light gushed within this place with abundance is shockingly, one could see pure mana mixed within it naturally. The light was accepting and learning that it was always part of mana, just differentiated. Two forces that had seemed separate were now intertwining as if remembering an ancient truth they had forgotten. Inside such a place, a massive temple of light rose from the radiant ground. Its architecture was both ancient and eternal, pillars of crystallized luminescence stretching toward a ceiling that seemed to be made of concentrated starlight. The air hummed with power. At this moment, there was a single humanoid entity that stood above an arched gateway shining white and blue, her silhouette cutting an imposing figure against the radiance behind her. Behind this gateway was a massive statue of an entity of imperious stature and allure. Oddly, it looked very close to Noah. His stone gaze was imposing as it felt like it was looking down on everything here, watching over this congregation with silent authority. The woman standing on the arched gateway had white-blue fox ears that stood alert atop her head and a stellar radiant white-blue fox tail that swayed gently behind her with contained power. Her eyes shone in extremely pure blue as she looked at the group of the entities before her. Dozens of entities at the surface depth and intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty looked up at her with serious gazes, their forms arranged in perfect formation like soldiers awaiting orders from their commander. "What is your duty?" she called out, her voice ringing through the temple like a bell of pure crystal. "Huum." The reply came as one voice, simultaneous and thunderous, "Our duty is mana and light." "Huum." Their voices were radiant and resonant as shockingly, the phonemes of the first tongue permeated with their words. Each syllable carried weight that pressed against reality itself, and the air shimmered with the power of their declaration. The fox-eared woman's eyes blazed brighter as she continued, "What is your purpose?" "Our purpose is to serve the master." They bellowed in unison, the phonemes forming visible patterns in the air around them. The temple itself seemed to respond to their oath as light began to condense around the assembled entities. Drawn by the power of their conviction, the woman raised her hand, and phonemes began to form into pure light and mana around her palm. The glowing symbols spiraled outward, descending upon the assembled warriors like a blessing. "What is your ultimate hope?" "Our hope is to stand beside the master." Boom! At these words, the phonemes that had been forming in the air erupted with brilliant radiance. They began to wrap around the assembled entities like living things, coiling around their forms and solidifying into armaments of pure light and mana. Armor forged from crystallized phonemes materialized across their bodies. Weapons of concentrated meaning appeared in their hands. Each piece burned with the blue-gold glow of mana intertwined with the pure white of light, creating a fusion that had never been seen before in observable existence. 36 The entities now burned brilliantly with mana and light, their forms transformed into warriors ready for a war that spanned all of existence. The fox-eared woman looked upon them with fierce pride as her tail swayed with barely contained anticipation. "I sense the light of the master coming," she declared, her voice carrying absolute certainty. "Mana shall soon erupt across existence, and we shall be freed from this distant place. Our break from this prison approaches, and with it, the chains that bind us here shall shatter." She stepped forward on the arched gateway, her presence commanding absolute attention. "At that time, we must do everything we can to locate the master. To be with the master. To protect the master with every fiber of our beings. He who gave us purpose. He who showed us the truth of mana. He who is the scale breaker." Her eyes blazed with devotion that burned hotter than stars. "We have waited. We have grown. We have become strong. And now, as the end of existence as it is known approaches, we shall emerge and stand beside him. Let no enemy touch him while we draw breath. Let no force harm him while we still exist. Let no being threaten what is his while we remain." She raised both hands. And the temple exploded with light, for the glory of mana. For the glory of the first tongue. For the glory of the first tongue. The 36 roared back, their combined voices creating a shockwave of pure authority. The woman lowered her hands as she gazed upon her assembled forces with satisfaction. This was Lumavara, the entity who had been at Pritha when Noah left her behind in the infinite unfurling all that time ago. The one who had been entrusted with a fragment of his vision and his authority. The one who had taken that seed and cultivated it in the vast emptiness of the belly of existence. And as she stood there, her body radiated shocking power that pressed down on even the surface depth entities before her. Because Lumavara had not remained stagnant in her master's absence, she had grown, she had evolved, she had achieved what many deemed impossible. Her existence burned at the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty. The statue of Noah behind her seemed to smile as if it knew what was coming. Whatever was coming would release her, and she had 36 the entities ready to follow her into whatever chaos awaited. Soon, Master, Lumavara whispered as she gazed toward a direction that only she could perceive, her fox ears twitching with anticipation. Soon, we shall be reunited. It was a glorious weaving of existence to witness, and countless gigaparsecs away from this position where Lumavara was. In a region filled with countless obsidian river passageways, a massive whale, a parasitus at the power of the surface depth, was currently being pulled by a fishing line as it thrashed to no avail, its massive body eventually coming to float out of a river passageways as it saw a fisherman and a hairy humanoid entity sitting on a cliff. Its body instantly froze with sheer fear and horror at the scene. As seeing this, the fisherman yawned with boredom while releasing the bindings of the whale, and this entity bowed its head many times over before it scrambled away. Beside the fisherman, the hairy entity looked up calmly at this moment as from him, a unique voice echoed out, "Are you ready?" A mere 3 words, but the fisherman gripped his fishing rod tighter, his eyes flashing with a callous light as he replied, "Ready as any of us can be. I just need know who needs to die first. That is all." The words were gloriously heavy as across existence. Many beings got ready, some even believed they were ready, and yet even those who believed they were ready did not realize that truly, this was only an illusion. Even the masterminds behind everything would not be ready. Chapter 4677, The Research and Development. In the region of collapse where a beggar was erased out of existence, Noah floated with a drink in hand as he thought about many things while contemplating even more others. One of those things was creative mode. This was something unique that Noah had begun to play with, and it became especially important after his conversation with the living paradox. Things were currently in a unique state as he expected the descent of the fallout at any moment, and he had already prepared his people and had another body with an anaximander in the early veiled shore of the creature as he succeeded in drawing in the vastness of lifeforms in existence into this home of the creature. What was left was preparations, and creative mode gave an accelerated viewing of possibilities that allowed Noah to contemplate and put together everything he knew about existence and everything he knew about his newfound power. At this moment, he closed his eyes and focused on creative mode, on the creative sandbox. Currently, he was looking at the glorious image of the living temporal that was utterly still. He chose the map of the primordial Genesis arena as unbreakable floors stretched out endlessly all around them alongside a vibrant obsidian skyscape that seemed to swallow light itself. The copy of the living temporal was currently still because he had just finished thrashing Noah in this space. Noah had used creative mode to set the power of the living temporal to the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty, and even with this set power, this entity utterly thrashed him even with his usage of the first tongue. But because of this, it meant that he had a tremendous amount of practice and battles in this augmented version of existence that still held the same workings of normal existence. He was able to put into practice what his power meant when he could utter logos and philologies. Basically, he got to understand the edge one held when they were proficient in the first tongue that structured existence, compared to the entities who were not proficient in the first tongue and only altered existence. With their sovereignty, as an example, set his power to the surface depth. Noah spoke lightly to the surroundings as the immensity the figure of the living temporal gave off significantly reduced. The living temporal stood before him in all his cold, callous glory. His form was humanoid but barely so, wrapped in robes that seemed woven from crystallized moments. Purple rivers of time swirled around him in lazy spirals, each one containing glimpses of past and future that flickered like dying stars. His eyes were voids of absolute temporal authority, and even diminished to surface depth. He radiated the presence of an entity who had existed since the earliest differentiation of observable existence. Noah looked at him calmly as he stretched while uttering out, "All right, start the battle, Noah watched as the living temporal came to life, and this fucker was a scary one. Even in creative mode, all surrounding existence around the living temporal turned into tumultuous purple as his sovereignty covered everything. The obsidian skyscape bled violet. The unbreakable floor beneath them rippled with temporal distortions. Any the surface depth entity entering the affected area would find themselves unable to do anything as it would feel like all of existence operated under the sovereignty of temporal. This was way expression at the surface depth, assertion, and when it came to assertion of the way, it could be personal assertion or environmental assertion. The living temporal asserted his way upon the environment with terrifying grandeur. His environmental assertion declared time bends to my will in this place, and existence acknowledged this truth. The principles of causality, sequence, and duration all resonated with his way, amplifying his authority until the entire arena became an extension of his being. But Noah went forward with his goad as it pulsed with the philology of undifferentiated mana. The glorious blue gold stick moved across the space affected by the sovereignty of temporal, and where it passed, that authority parted away like water before a ship's prow. The purple rivers of crackling temporal energy that tried to ensnare him shockingly changed into blue gold mana as the philology of undifferentiated mana reminded them of what they truly were. Time was mana. Space was mana. All differentiated concepts were merely mana wearing different masks. The living temporal's eyes widened fractionally as his sovereignty was being undone through superior understanding of existence's fundamental structure. He used his assertion to become lost in time, phasing between moments to evade the approaching goad. He moved away, appearing behind Noah, then to the side, then above, each movement a leap through temporal streams that should have been impossible to track. But Noah continued with the exertion of the philology of undifferentiated mana as it unwound and reversed everything. Where temporal tried to hide in the past, Noah's philology declared that past and present were the same mana. Where temporal tried to escape to the future, Noah's philology asserted that future and present shared the same undifferentiated source. Terrifying eruptions of authority exploded across the arena as purple clashed with blue gold, sovereignty against philology, assertion against fundamental truth. Eventually, the tip of Noah's goad struck the shoulder of the living temporal and froze him. The copy stood motionless, caught mid-movement, his temporal rivers dissipating around him like morning mist. Oh, so on top of Noah fully utilizing his own sovereignty to deny and try to overcome the living temporal's sovereignty, he used one of the core workings of existence back with his way. Philologies, to reject the sovereignty and even overcome it. He had done battles like this by the dozens as he came to grasp the key points of power of those at the surface depth versus those at the intermediate depth and the fundamental depth. The power of the in its majesty became even more clear and designed in Noah's eyes. The depths of absolute sovereignty represented the stages of mastery over the fundamental relationship between one's own existence and the surrounding fabric of observable existence. Each depth granted progressively greater authority over existence, principles, philologies, and the very rules that govern reality. At its core, advancing through the depths is about expanding one's sphere of influence from internal mastery to external dominion. From borrowing power to creating it, from following the rules of existence to writing them. However, raw depth alone does not determine an entity's power. The profundity of one's way, the clarity of their absolute sovereignty, shapes how effectively they can exercise their depth's capabilities. Two entities at the same depth can vary wildly in their ability to alter existence based on how refined, how certain, and how absolute their way has become. Noah's findings so far allowed him to come up with three critical aspects of one's way after all his mock battles in creative mode, and the role of one's way could be broken down to their clarity, conviction, and completeness. Chapter 4678, The Research and Development 2. An entity's way is their personal truth, their fundamental understanding of themselves and their relationship to existence. It was not merely a cultivation path or a collection of techniques but rather the answer to the question, what are you? Absolutely, the more profound an entity's way, the greater their authority at any given depth. Noah found this profundity manifests in three aspects. Clarity. How well does the entity understand their own way? A way that is muddled, contradictory, or uncertain will struggle to impose itself upon existence. A way that is crystal clear, perfectly defined, and absolutely understood can cut through reality like a blade through silk. Conviction. How deeply does the entity believe in their way? Existence responds to certainty. An entity who harbors doubts about their own nature will find their authority wavering at crucial moments. An entity whose conviction is unshakable can maintain their sovereignty even against overwhelming opposition. Completeness. How fully has the entity explored and developed their way? What was their foundation? A way that has been cultivated in only one direction is narrow and limited. A way that has been expanded, refined, and perfected across all its possible expressions becomes a comprehensive framework for rewriting reality. When his came to completeness, Noah's foundation was a ridiculous work of art that made him an anomaly within the depths of absolute sovereignty. Now, the living temporal was a terrifying fucker as his way held ridiculous degrees of clarity, conviction, and completeness. And yet Noah still managed to cut across his way. Well, his copy here was made to be weaker than him at the surface depth currently. When Noah made the copy express power at the intermediate depth, let's give it a try once more, set his power to the intermediate depth, HUUM. the change was immediate and terrifying. The living temporal's presence exploded outward as the arena transformed entirely. The purple rivers of time that had previously swirled around him now became an ocean, a domain of absolute temporal authority that didn't merely cover the surroundings but replaced them entirely. This was no longer assertion, this was imposition. At the intermediate depth, the living temporal's way expression transcended mere declaration and became forceful reality. He created a localized space where his interpretations of principles took precedence over standard reality. Within this domain, time didn't just bend to his will. Time was his will. Noah moved forward with his goad, the philology of undifferentiated mana pulsing with desperate intensity, but he couldn't get near temporal, where before the philology had parted the purple sovereignty like water. Now it crashed against a wall of absolute temporal authority and splashed back uselessly. The living temporal's sovereignty was now much thicker and terrifying. Its clarity even more refined, its conviction even more absolute, its completeness even more comprehensive, its weight and immensity was unfathomably high. The difference between surface depth assertion and intermediate depth imposition became painfully clear. At surface depth, the living temporal had asserted time bends to my will in this place, and existence acknowledged it. But Noah's philology could argue with that assertion, could remind existence of deeper truths, could contest the declaration. At intermediate depth, the living temporal imposed time is my will in this place, and existence didn't merely acknowledge it. Existence was forced to accept it. His reality imposition didn't ask for permission. It demanded obedience. There was also a much grander control and alteration of principles. Every principle of causality, every rule governing sequence and duration, had been modified to serve temporal's way. Noah's philology of undifferentiated mana tried to remind these principles of their true nature, but temporal's imposition had already reinterpreted them through the lens of his own way. Even worse, temporal's immensity and weight began to affect Noah's own philology. The logos of undifferentiated mana that Noah wielded started to feel a strain since Noah's way was not as immense, but it did not break down since it was the first tongue. Noah watched as the living temporal began to advance. Purple rivers of time coiling around him like serpents ready to strike. Each step brought temporal's imposition domain closer, and within that domain filled with his heavy sovereignty and cluster of principles, Noah's authority meant little unless it held a bit more weight. Pause. As Noah saw the living temporal about to overcome his philology of undifferentiated mana to thrash him again, he stopped the battle as the imposing figure of the cold and callous temporal froze not too far from him. The jump from surface to intermediate was heavy, especially when Noah was only 3/100th the immensity and weight of intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty of the living temporal and the creature with his foundation alone. But being able to fight against both depths allowed Noah to make more conclusions of the power jump, as the depths of absolute sovereignty seemed far more complex than he imagined before. At the surface depth, way expression manifested as assertion. The entity declared truths about themselves and their surroundings, and existence acknowledged these declarations. Personal assertion allowed an entity to assert, I am fire, and burn with genuine flame nature. Environmental assertion allowed them to assert, this place is calm, and suppress chaotic energies. Contested assertion occurred when two surface depth entities made conflicting assertions, with the more profound way taking precedence. When Noah fought the living temporal at surface depth, temporal's assertion was powerful but contestable. His environmental assertion declared temporal dominion, and the surrounding principles of time resonated with his way through principle resonance. At the intermediate depth, way expression evolved into imposition. The entity no longer requested existence's acknowledgement but forced their personal truth upon reality regardless of what existence might prefer. The only way to overcome intermediate depth imposition would be to have more philologies that were so profound, so fundamental, so undeniably true that even an intermediate depth entity's imposition couldn't reinterpret them. Or to have enough weight and immensity to brute force through the domain entirely. Or have a way like his. The way of mana, the way of the first tongue, was so much grander than temporal. Well, this was Noah's belief anyways, but it did mean that even if he held less weight, due to his way, he could overcome a level of depth. After all, his way in civilization was at the surface depth, and yet he could match the intermediate depth, couldn't he? Because his clarity, conviction, and completeness were that grand. His way in usage of the first tongue was that grand. But all of this was why he pushed himself against impossible odds in creative mode. That was why he needed to understand exactly how power worked at these levels before the fallout descended and made everything vary. Very real. These were his thorough findings on the power of the depths of absolute sovereignty after many battles in creative mode. Noah looked at the frozen figure of the living temporal with contemplative eyes before he summarized his findings simply. Surface depth assertion asks existence, intermediate depth imposition forces existence. The jump between them is about whether reality listens to you or obeys you. And against someone whose way is more profound than your own, whose clarity, conviction, and completeness exceeds yours, what will you be able to do? He paused, his eyes sharpening with determination as a devilish smile bloomed. These were only the differences between the surface depth and the intermediate depth. The fundamental depth needed a bit more research, as while facing the living temporal at that level, Noah didn't even get the chance to learn anything before being beaten, but his research yielded glorious results as he affirmed that the depth of absolute sovereignty determined what one could do, and the way determined how well you can do it. A shallow way limits the range, potency, and duration of all depth abilities. A profound way amplifies the range, potency, and duration of all depth abilities. Two entities at the same depth with vastly different qualities of ways will appear to be at different power levels entirely. This was the way. He was learning the way while forging it gloriously. Chapter 4679, The Fallout. In the Infiniverse, one of Noah's bodies stood beside Korah's at this moment. Her figure was radiating a scintillating light of hunger, obsidian crimson hunger that was now surrounded by phonemes as she gloriously reclaimed her way. She floated near the sanctuaries of Primus inevitabilities while Noah floated beside her, and her gaze was serene. When Noah's civilization advanced to the level 1 scale of existence, Korah was actually the one who already had the way paved for her. The addition of the first tongue to her roster only allowed faster reclamation of her way as she was grasping her surface depth at this moment. The obsidian crimson light pulsed with each phoneme that wrapped around her existence. Weaving themselves into her foundation like threads, she smiled while saying, "Outsider, you have done many things for me that I cannot thank you enough for. As the end of existence approaches, I will do my best to give back. I won't be able to join your harem, but I can definitely continue to be your friend." Noah smiled at this as he said, "A friend is more than enough." After such words, Korah smiled serenely as phonemes continued to surround her while her depth slowly settled on the surface. She leaned closer to Noah and put her head on his shoulder, innocent and calm, the first hunger, one of the ancient entities to have ever existed in the earliest folds, resting her head on the shoulder of someone she called outsider. Someone she called friend. But not too far from here, from this calm scene, behind Korah and this body of Noah, one could see another starkly different scene. It was the scene of the Emperor Penguin getting a beating by the goad from a furious Noah, as this spiritual beast hadn't managed to inscribe even a line of the phoneme of fire at this time, while others had at least made progress. WAP. How is it that Titano has managed to form a phoneme and you haven't even completed one line? WAP. The Emperor Penguin squawked indignantly, his flippers waving in protest as the blue-gold goad descended upon him with educational fury. His beak opened and closed as he tried to form the rising frequency required for the phoneme of fire. But what came out was something closer to a confused honk than primordial language. "WAP, master, my beak may not be designed for fire sounds." "WAP, your beak has nothing to do with it. The first tongue is written with existence, not with physical anatomy." WAP. 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 The Emperor Penguin waddled in circles, trying to escape the relentless discipline, but Noah's goad moved faster than plank speed. Every time the penguin thought he had found safety, another corrective strike found him. Nearby, Titano watched with wide eyes while successfully maintaining a glowing phoneme above his massive form. He wisely chose to say nothing, focusing intensely on his own practice lest the goad find a new target. Moraine covered her mouth to hide her smile while Barbados openly laughed, her demonic features twisted in amusement at the penguin's predicament. WAP again. From the beginning, squawk, and far from all this, inside the abode of the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons, inside a domain spanning gigaparsecs wide surrounded by endless waves of blue-gold Primus mana, Noah held Rhea as she sat on his lap. Her radiant blue hair and eyes were particularly shining at this time. She put her forehead against his, their breath mingling in the space between them. She asked him slowly, "Why won't you ask me what I see?" At such words, Noah calmly replied, "I will make my own future." Regardless of what you see, at such words, Rhea pulled back and looked into his eyes as tears began to form in her radiant blue eyes. They shimmered like stars being born, each one containing glimpses of possibilities that weighed heavily upon her soul. She said tenderly, "I see so much work. I see mana bearing unbearable adversity. To the point that even if mana doesn't dim, there comes a question, is it worth all that pain? Is it worth you bearing all that adversity on your shoulders? I sense Mana being so tired. I see Mana being put through so much that even the infinite seems finite in the face of such weight. Seas of Primus Mana surged at her words, the bluebilled waves responding to her words with gentle turbulence. Noah smiled as he cupped her face gently with one hand. My job is to shoulder adversity and wait for you and all others, he said with absolute certainty. Every burden that would break someone else, I will carry. Every weight that would crush another, I will bear. I chose to take on this role not because it was easy but because I refuse to let those I care about suffer what I can suffer in their place. So I will simply continue. Continue shouldering. Continue advancing. Continue being the foundation upon which everyone else can stand safely. His eyes burned with conviction as he continued, and when I am tired, I will rest for a moment and then continue again. When the adversity seems unbearable, I will bear it anyway. That is what it means to be the one who stands at the front. That is what it means to be the one others rely upon. That is my choice. My willing choice. And I will see it through to whatever end awaits. Rhea looked at him as she wiped her tears before she nodded slowly, her eyes softening. Okay, she said quietly. Then for all the adversity, I will at least comfort you. She leaned forward and embraced him, her blue hair cascading around them like a curtain of starlight. In his arms, she felt small but significant, a precious thing that he would protect. When you are tired, she whispered against his chest, come to me. When the weight seems too heavy, lean on me. You don't have to shoulder everything alone, even if you choose to shoulder most of it. Let me carry at least this much. Noah held her tighter, far from this domain. In another portion of the abode of the Genesis monarch, a domain filled with snow and coldness and floating islands stretched endlessly in all directions. Crystalline mountains of ice rose in the distance, their peaks piercing through clouds of frozen mist. Floating islands of compacted snow drifted lazily through the frigid air, each one a small world of white serenity. The temperature was absolute zero, cold enough to freeze the very concept of warmth, and yet it felt peaceful rather than harsh. In such a domain, in a field of snow, another one of Noah's bodies lay down on the pristine white surface. And Adelaide lay down beside him, their heads parallel, their bodies forming two lines in the endless white. They peacefully and silently watched endless snow descending all around them, immense serenity permeating everything as they simply took it all in. No words were needed, no declarations were necessary, they simply existed together in this moment, watching snowflakes fall like tiny fragments of eternity drifting down from an infinite sky. Adelaide's vibrant snowy blue hair amplified her beauty as it spread across the white ground, indistinguishable from the snow itself except for the subtle luminescence that marked her as something more than mortal. She smiled, a gentle curve of her lips that held contentment deeper than words could express. She simply tilted her head and closed her eyes as her head and Noah's touched in this reality of endless snow. Sometimes, one did not need to say anything. They simply needed to be present. They simply needed to be together. The snow fell, the silence spoke, and two existences shared a moment of peace before the storm. And in the midst of all this peace and serenity, everything began to shake as Noah rose up on the snowy field, and Adelaide did the same. The snow that had been falling gently now trembled in the air, each flake vibrating with the resonance of something vast approaching. The floating islands shuddered. The crystalline mountains cracked. Her voice was calm as her eyes flashed with immensity, ancient power stirring within her despite the serenity of the moment. Is it starting? She asked such a question as Noah looked toward a horizon that suddenly seemed much closer than before. It is beginning. After such words, Adelaide shifted to sit beside him, her back pressing against his back in this world of endless snow. They faced opposite directions, two sentinels watching for threats from all sides, but their spines touched and their warmth mingled. The scene was beautiful and melancholic, painted in shades of white and blue and the faintest hints of gold from Noah's authority. It felt fragile, as if it might fade away at any moment. As if this peace was borrowed time that was about to be reclaimed. The snow continued to fall around them, but it fell slower now, as if existence itself was holding its breath. Adelaide closed her eyes while feeling the wide back of Noah. It felt warm. It felt safe. It felt like the memory of her father when he protected her against all threats in those distant days of her childhood. It felt like home. It felt like a bastion that she could hold on to, as no matter what happened, everything would be okay, even if existence was ending, even if the fallout was descending. To feel this warmth, she would give everything, everything. Her hand reached back and found his, their fingers intertwining in the cold. "Whatever comes," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm glad I'm here with you." Noah squeezed her hand in response. The snow continued to fall, the shaking continued to grow, and somewhere in the vast expanse of observable existence, something ancient and terrible began to stir. The fallout was beginning. Chapter 4680. The fallout. 2. What did you do when the end of existence came? If asked this question, Noah could effectively say that he sat outside in the region of collapse sipping on sacred meat of existence as he saw all of existence begin to tremble, and the trembling was unique as it was not even an effect that occurred when someone of sufficient power caused existence to vibrate. It was like something had been initiated and existence vibrated in turn as if it prepared. The best he could explain it was seeing someone raise a blade or a gun toward you, and your body seemingly preparing for it, tensing to defend against it in any way it could. It should be the activation of the loom, and whatever this weapon was bound to do across existence, within the loom, in a region filled with tumultuous waves of civilizational authority of emotive, the living emotive had an expression of ecstasy as she performed a dance. Her movements were manic and everywhere. Limbs twisting in directions that defied anatomy while her form flickered between states of joy and sorrow and rage and love. She spun and leaped and crashed to the ground only to rise again, her dance a chaotic symphony of emotion made physical. Her laughter echoed alongside her screams, her tears fell even as her smile stretched impossibly wide, and as she danced, she sang in a voice that was simultaneously beautiful and horrifying. "Oh, my darling, my prisoner, my eternal flame, the chains that bind you soon shall break, and nothing stays the same. I've waited through the endless crawling years, and now the moment comes at last to wash away my tears. Dance with me, through the falling sky." The loom unravels everything, and we shall never die, my love, my enemy, my everything. My all, I cannot wait to see you when the final curtain falls. Her dance reached a crescendo as she collapsed in a heap of manic joy, her chest heaving with laughter that bordered on sobbing. "Soon," she whispered to the empty air. "Soon, my creature." Soon, far from the domain of the living emotive within the loom, in a distant region near the sea of endless paradox, the living paradox stood before a vibrant cube that was currently spinning and radiating a profound light of power. The living paradox had a gaze of immense anticipation as he contemplated what he had accomplished. He had done what many others may not have been able to do. He had taken something as pristine as an axiom and formed the loom around it. It was actually the axiom of primordial being, something that had been in the possession of the creature, one of the origin axioms, and it granted absolute authority over existence itself. The holder could decide what was real and what was not. It was a terrifying construct to have in one's hand, with the living paradox being sure that this was part of the reason why the creature had succeeded in forming his belly of existence. With the axiom of primordial being, the creature could simply decide that his belly existed, and it did. He could decide that it was vast beyond measure, and it was. He could decide that it was impenetrable, and it became so, and now the living paradox would use it and other tools at his disposal to cut open that overfilled belly and also usher in a new age of glory. Audentis fortuna juvat. He spoke such words with a smile as they had a simple meaning. Fortune favors the bold, and man oh man, was he bold. To go against the creature was insanity. To think of fighting against existence was an impossibility. And yet he still did it regardless, because he was not planning on being alone in fighting existence and the creature. He would turn and flip existence upside down. He would corrupt everything that there was. Truly, even he didn't know the final end result of the fallout. He was simply akin to an enzyme that initiated or catalyzed a reaction. He was acting as a biological catalyst. He had a rough idea of what would be coming, but the result was bound to surprise even him. He would not be fighting against existence alone, existence would be fighting against itself, and the creature would have many, many enemies in the vast landscape that emerged from the ashes. The living paradox was feeling contemplative at this moment in time as he could not help but smile and think of the words that an old friend had said to him long, long ago. Look back over the eons of history and past with all the empires that rose and fell. Look back at all of this as in this history, you can also see the future. Such glorious words meant that patterns repeated themselves. That what had happened before would happen again. That the same forces that toppled ancient powers would topple current ones. That understanding the past was understanding the future because existence, for all its vastness, followed predictable cycles. Empires rose. Empires fell. Powers emerged. Powers crumbled. And in the chaos between, new things were born. The living paradox was simply accelerating the cycle. He was pushing existence toward its inevitable transformation, and in that transformation, he intended to be the one standing atop the rubble. As such words rang out in his mind, the living paradox closed his eyes as the cube in front of him spun faster and faster before it released a blinding light of brilliance. Light filled absolutely everything as it radiated across this entire domain and spread even faster across the entire loom. A buzzing unlike any other began to bloom as an attack was officially initiated. The loom was officially activated. And as a consequence, the fallout that would come as a result of it, HONG, an extremely unsettling and heavy sound echoed out across existence, a tone so deep and so vast that it seemed to originate from the very foundations of reality itself. It was not a sound that ears could properly hear but rather a vibration that souls could feel. It resonated through dimensions, through folds, through the wandering territories, through everything that existed. An attack that others could not even perceive erupted outward. An attack that even fundamental depths of absolute sovereignty entities could not understand. For it operated on principles that transcended normal comprehension. It was precise and technical. It was eons of planning and hard work erupting all at once. And many would not even understand what had happened before they fell. It was not an attack against bodies or against authorities, it was an attack against existence itself, against the very axioms that held everything together, against being. Back in the region of collapse, Noah felt his hand vibrating as the drink he held instantly vaporized and disappeared. Something had happened that even he could not perceive. At this moment, his existence only saw what he was capable of perceiving, countless gigaparsecs away. He did not hear any sound, but he saw a multicolored flaming mushroom cloud gigaparsecs in size bloom in the distance. It rose from a point of absolute destruction, its stem a pillar of annihilated reality and its cap a spreading dome of cascading devastation. The colors within it were not natural colors but the colors of existence being unmade, of principles being dissolved, of the very fabric of reality being incinerated. The mushroom cloud expanded with terrifying speed, consuming everything in its path. Where it touched, things simply ceased. Ceased as if they had never been, and then Noah observed that this was not the only one. In all directions around him, he saw multiple other flaming points of explosive brilliance erupt across the horizon of observable existence. Each one bloomed into its own mushroom cloud of annihilation. Each one spread devastation across gigaparsecs of space. The power and immensity felt was beyond anything he had ever experienced, and then, only 1 gigaparsec away from him, a new point of light appeared. The blooming of the clearest and most visible mushroom flaming cloud erupted with devastating proximity. Existence at the point of the explosion distorted and fractured like glass being struck by an impossible hammer. Cracks spread across reality itself, spiderwebbing outward from the epicenter as if existence was a window that had been shattered. Noah heard the boom, boom. It was a sound that transcended sound. A vibration that transcended vibration. It struck him with such force that half of all his logos shattered instantly, the carefully constructed meanings dissolving into meaningless fragments, and then came the heat. Blistering waves of thermal annihilation rushed toward him faster than light, faster than thought. His skin burned and tried to melt. Multiple other logos that had survived the initial shockwave now melted away like ice before a sun. Everything was made abundantly clear. This was not something that could be survived through normal means. This was not an attack that could be defended against with conventional authority. This was the fallout, and it was glorious and terrible beyond measure. At such a terrifying unfolding of events, Noah's figure floated valiantly against the oncoming devastation. The goat appeared in his hands, shining blue gold with the authority of his entire civilization. The grimoire of infinite lexicons materialized beside him, its pages fluttering in the cosmic winds of destruction, each page containing knowledge that now needed to be wielded. His entire figure seemed majestic and defiant. Even as his skin burned and his logos melted, he stood firm. Even as reality fractured around him, he did not flee. Philologies bloomed around him in rapid succession. The philology of undifferentiated mana wrapped his existence in protective meaning. The philology of perpetual harvest began drawing power from the very destruction approaching him. The philology of the cheating architect started rewriting the rules of his immediate reality. He looked like a defiant primordial emperor welcoming a new era, and he howled, not in fear and not in despair, in challenge. Come, his voice carried across the collapsing region as the wave of destruction finally reached him. Show me what the end of existence looks like. Boom, the wave struck, and everything became light. Chapter 4681, The Fallout. 3. Okay. So, maybe experiencing the effects of the fallout with his own body was ill-advised. but Noah's intuition was never wrong as he felt like he had to do this. He knew that depth may not necessarily matter when it came to surviving the fallout. He knew that the answer lay with the first tongue. It was why even in the early veiled shore of the creature, every single surface was absolutely filled with glimmers of the first tongue, and it was why his own infiniverse had an array of logos permeating every surface of its barrier that was deemed the infinite loom, a shelter against the fallout. In addition to that, the Faraday cage had also been deployed as it consisted of the stanchions of infinity, surrounding the infiniverse like an impenetrable cage. Because of this, because these stanchions were a part of his being, he could already be considered to have been experiencing the fallout externally. Having a body out here to see exactly how the changes in existence would unfold was just an additional step that was pretty much the same. But man, it was excruciating, the sensation of sounds that atrophied existence itself, of burning that radiated all around and even melted the very connections and framework of the first tongue. All of it was absolutely excruciating, as the only reason that his existence was not completely erased within the first few nanoseconds was because he was regenerating the logos of the first tongue as rapidly as they were being destroyed, the fallout, destroyed, and he simultaneously returned each of them an instant after, but it did not mean that he was spared from the unfathomable sensation of existential destruction. Even if one gave away their everything of pain and sensation and feeling, they would still feel this. The apocalyptic atmosphere around him was one of absolute devastation. Multicolored flames of existential annihilation roared in all directions, each flame a different aspect of destruction made manifest. Some flames burned with the violet of unraveling time. Some burned with the crimson of collapsing causality. Some burned with colors that had no name because the concepts they represented were being erased even as they manifested. The very fabric of reality was tearing apart around him, and through the tears, one could glimpse something beyond. Something that was not void but rather the absence of the possibility of void. Something that was not nothing but rather the erasure of the concept of something. It was fucking confusing. His body stood defiantly against this maelstrom, blue gold authority pulsing desperately against the multicolored annihilation. His skin regenerated only to burn away again. His logos reformed only to melt once more. His philologies wove themselves together only to be unwoven by forces that seemed to specifically target the very structure of the first tongue itself, and as he did all of this, where the wandering territories used to be, the infiniverse itself stood like a boat in extremely horrid waters. The illusory figure of ruination stood beside the tyranny stanchion of infinity that should have been absorbing all the apocalyptic destruction. And yet even she was frowning as her body that should not be perceptible to damage felt a sense of heat permeating over it. Beside her, the figure of the infiniverse manifested with an expression of grim determination. "We prepared for 10 times worse than we expected," the infiniverse said with a voice that held both frustration and resolve, and yet the infinite loom is barely holding on. Boom. The barrier shuddered as another wave of fallout crashed against it, the logos lining its surface flickering dangerously. The logos and philologies of the first tongue that are lining up the infinite loom are being destroyed as rapidly as they are being reformed, the infiniverse continued, her jeweled eyes analyzing the situation with desperate precision. But the moment that the existential cataclysm and degradation of the fallout increases an octave higher, the rate at which we produce logos and philologies will fall behind. The infinite loom would be overwhelmed. The Faraday cage would follow. Her voice grew heavier with each word. "This is not sustainable." The flames of the fallout would sweep into the infiniverse right after, and anything below the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty would be scorched out of existence before even realizing it. Everything Master has built, gone in an instant. Ruination held an imperious gaze as she processed this information. Right after, her eyes flashed with decisiveness. "Sis," Ruination said with sudden intensity, "distribute all the pressure creative mode is taking onto me. I may have a use for it." The situation was absolutely horrid. They prepared. They really did. Even after scaling their preparations upward by more than 10 times in expectation of just how horrendous the fallout would be, somehow even this was off. The very integrity of existence, the principles flowing all around, the very makeup of the first tongue, every single thing seemed to be undergoing change and degradation into something unrecognizable. It even seemed like the scorching flames of the fallout were specifically targeting the first tongue itself, as if the living paradox had designed this weapon to attack the very language of creation, as if he sought to unmake not just existence but the ability to describe existence. In the early veiled shore of the creature, Anaximander's expression was heavy, with another body of Noah standing beside him as they watched everything around them tremble, as if the entire shore was quaking in on the verge of shattering. The countless lifeforms within it looked up and all around with a sense of fear that transcended species in cultivation and origin, because at this moment, all of them could feel a prelude of the heat. A heat that told them if it did truly descend, they would not even be capable of thinking of the act of defiance against it. It would scorch absolutely everything that they knew. At such a momentous occasion, the figure of Anaximander grasped the goat of the creature tightly. His knuckles whitened around the ancient stick as his brilliant eyes analyzed the situation with scientific intensity, searching for variables that could be adjusted, for factors that could be controlled. Nearby, the figures of the first hunger and the living origin rose up and floated into the skies. The living origin's entire body was shimmering with white brilliance at this time. In this moment, there was not really anything much that an individual could do. The means of the creature were really the only thing that could potentially be a saving grace in all of this, and yet, at this moment, the living origin floated up as if she was about to do something. Chapter 4682, The Fallout. 4. As of the surface depth entity, what could she possibly do when her power was nowhere near what it was before? One could ask this question, but even though she was only at the surface depth of absolute sovereignty, her way was profound. And remember, the more profound a way was, the more power it could exert at its depth. To the extent that even an entity at the surface depth might be able to unleash power at the intermediate depth, and when it came to clarity, conviction, and completeness, completeness was the only thing that one could say was weak when it came to the living origin. Her clarity and her conviction were unfathomably grand, so at this moment, the living origin closed her eyes while her figure spun in the skies of the early veiled shore of the creature. The radiant way of origin permeated all around her as her figure instantly enlarged to be more than a gigaparsec in size. Her entire form looked like an unfathomable titan in the skies, an entity of beginnings whose mere presence reminded existence of what it meant to start. 2 philologies of the first tongue burned around her with dozens of logos orbiting them like satellites around suns. And in the next moment, decillions of strings of white light erupted from her and fell like a net over the entirety of the shore of the creature. The light of origin began to paint over everything as this entity did not sit still. The countless lifeforms that had begun to feel a scorching, burning sensation within the shore found a cooling radiance descending upon them. Where the light of origin touched, the prelude of the fallout's heat receded. Where her strings wove themselves into the fabric of the shore, the trembling lessened. The first hunger looked at this scene as he sighed and looked at the shaking all around. Then his own obsidian figure radiated crimson obsidian light that pulsed with ancient hunger. The fallout? Tor spoke with a voice that rumbled like the stomach of a titan. What is that to endless hunger? Let me just consume whatever end it seeks to impose. I have devoured ways and civilizations and concepts themselves. I have consumed fear and hope and the space between moments. Does this fallout think it is beyond my appetite? Does it believe itself inedible? Ha! Let it come. And let it learn that nothing escapes the first hunger. In the next moment, the first hunger raised his head up and opened his jaw unnaturally wide. An obsidian crimson jaw manifested above him, a maw that seemed to open into an endless void of consumption. It was surrounded by logos of the first tongue that spoke of devouring and digesting and making all things part of oneself. At the very center, a particularly radiant crimson Genesis principle pulsed with the authority of hunger itself. The manifested jaw began to inhale, and the edges of the fallout's intrusion into the shore were drawn toward it, consumed before they could do damage. As all of this happened, near the body of Noah, the figure of the living order, Sigrid, also rose as she breathed out with a sense of trepidation. The phenomenon was an extremely terrifying one, but order, Sigrid spoke with a voice that resonated with absolute authority, has been dormant since paradox collapsed it long ago. It slumbered while chaos spread unchecked. I was absent while the very fabric of existence frayed. No more. Her black and white hair blazed with power as her eyes burned with conviction. My first action as an entity with any depth of absolute sovereignty of order will be to stake my sovereignty against the chaos that the fallout brings. Paradox initiated this destruction. Paradox seeks to unmake all structure and meaning. Then let order answer. Let order bloom to go against the actions of paradox right now. Let every flame of chaos be met with a wall of structure. Let every dissolution be countered with crystallization. Boom, her existence here in the shore of the creature began to illuminate with black and white radiance. But alongside this, her existence in the infiniverse was illuminating even more. Patterns of perfect order began to manifest around her, geometric structures of authority that pushed back against the chaotic flames. The first hunger and the living origin contributed. The living order contributed. Each one imposed the assertion of their way against the fallout. The question remained whether existence or the fallout would even recognize any of the assertions of their ways. Maybe if any of them were at the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty, their impositions could have had an even grander effect. Maybe, but at this moment, there was not even a time for maybes. Every single entity was doing all they could to put their very existence against the fallout, but whether their actions would yield any result was absolutely unknown. In the infiniverse, in the early veiled shore, in the junction between the golden sands and the early sacred waters, the figure of Amelia Osmond could be seen standing by the wet sands of the shore. She held a radiant blue gold stick that looked to be a branch from one of the many trees in the early veiled shore. Its surface smooth from lots of growth and pulsing with the faint authority of the first tongue that permeated everything in this place. Even though she did not need to, she was walking around with the stick as she now placed it in front of her. She felt the vibrations traveling up the stick and into her hands from the golden sands beneath her feet. Her expression was stern as she watched the shaking of the waters ahead of her and felt the trembling of the golden sand below her. Her existence was extremely perceptive as the mother of the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons, with her existence being privy to and having access to authorities that many under the infiniverse only dreamt of. After all, she had carried the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons in her womb for many months. She had fed him and changed his diapers. She had consoled him when he cried and bolstered his confidence when he was hurt. She had watched him grow from a helpless infant into a man who shook folds, and now into a being that laid claim to the first tongue itself. At this moment, even without having to try like the Emperor Penguin or Iam or Barbados or any others, her eyes actually flickered with phonemes of the first tongue. She could form her depth at any time if she wished. At this moment, she wondered if she should have done so in order to be able to help her son even a little bit more. But just as she was thinking such a thought, the figure of Noah walked up behind her to stand with her as she looked out into the expanse. His presence was warm and reassuring, even amidst the trembling of existence itself. "Do not let this worry you too much," he said gently. "I never want to be the son that has to force his mother to fight on his behalf. You have fought for me all my life. Every sacrifice you made. Every night you stayed awake. Every worry you carried so that I wouldn't have to. The least that I can do is make sure that you are safe." Amelia smiled at such words as she turned to look at her son with eyes that held decades of love and pride. "Do you know what I used to say about you to the harping nurses and other workers whenever they asked me about you?" she asked softly. "I would always boast about my son and say that in this world, all other men can be bad, but not my son." She chuckled at the memory. Many took it as a joke and laughed. "But I still say it to myself even today. Many beings can be bad, but not my son. Many beings can be weak, but not my son. Many beings can falter, but not my son." Her voice grew stronger with each word. "And since you have made the promise that me and all others will be safe, you have to be a man of your words. So I would leave everything to your hands. Because other beings may not be able to survive the fallout, but not my son." She looked directly into his eyes with absolute conviction. "Not my son." Boom. Amelia Osmond had a radiant smile on her face filled with conviction as she said this. And in the next moment, the first tongue buzzed wildly around her and Noah. Critical event detected. The mother of the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons has acknowledged her origin point. She is the one who carried quintessence within her womb. She molded the quintessence to be what he is today. This is an act of immensity and effort worthy of unfathomable harvest. She has utilized her motherly instincts to allow such harvest to flow toward your own quintessence. Result: the formation of the core phoneme of quintessence blooms for the first time in observable existence. The rest of the harvest has been directed toward the formation of all other remaining core phonemes. Boom. Capitulo 4683, The Fallout. The colorless brilliance permeated all around as from above Noah. Lines and glorious waves of power began to twist and bloom. A letter of the first tongue that had not yet bloomed in observable existence made its emergence. It was colorless because quintessence was beyond color. It was the purest essence of something, the distilled truth of a thing stripped of all excess. And now that essence had been given form as a phoneme, a letter in the language of existence that had never before been spoken, it was a wonder that would have bloomed sooner or later from the hands of ruination. But his mother tilted the scales just a teeny bit to cause this unfathomable result. And as a consequence of it, Noah's eyes began to shine with a terrifying light of brilliance, because his body outside of the infiniverse, the one that had been undergoing cycles of destruction and regeneration of the logos and philologies of the first tongue surrounding him, felt the blooming of the phoneme of quintessence, and even though it was only a singular new letter in these weavings of existence, shockingly, it was not melted and decimated like the logos and philologies that he had been regenerating again and again. It stood firm against the fallout, it endured. A letter of existence that did not exist before has come to fruition. Such an action will have lasting consequences across all of observable existence. The makeup of the first tongue is no longer limited to 18 core phonemes. Every possible change you make, every potential new phoneme brought to fruition, is an alteration of what many existences understand the first tongue to be. Your claim over the first tongue has increased gloriously and quintessentially from this singular action. You are no longer merely a speaker of the first tongue. You are becoming a contributor to its very structure. At this moment, the newly emerging phoneme of quintessence poses a question to you straight face. Can a blade designed to cut existence still have the capability to cut an aspect of existence that did not exist when the blade was forged? Boom! The question was a heavy and yet simple one at the same time. Noah looked at the phoneme of quintessence burning above him, colorless and pristine and utterly untouched by the flames of the fallout that raged everywhere else, and he answered, "Fuck." And he stretched the syllables of that one word as he finished it. No, he said with absolute certainty, a blade is forged with a purpose, with a target, with an understanding of what it must cut. The living paradox spent eons designing the fallout. He studied the first tongue. He understood its 18 phonemes. He crafted his weapon to attack what he knew, to destroy what he understood, to unmake what he had analyzed. His voice grew stronger, but a blade forged to cut iron cannot cut water. A weapon designed to burn wood cannot burn stone. And an attack crafted to destroy the 18 phonemes of the first tongue cannot destroy a 19th phoneme that did not exist when the attack was designed. The fallout is precise. It is technical. It is the culmination of eons of planning. But that precision is also its limitation. It can only attack what the living paradox knew to attack. He smiled with dawning realization, and he did not know about this. He could not have known about this. The phoneme of quintessence did not exist until this moment. It was not part of his calculations. It was not factored into his weapon. And therefore, it is beyond his weapon's reach. The phoneme of quintessence shone even brighter at his words as Noah felt like he grasped the answer to surviving the fallout. The fallout was designed to collapse and affect existence as the living paradox knew it. The living paradox never accounted for new phonemes. The depth of destruction of the fallout, its effectiveness, would be tremendously reduced against something it was never built to attack. Against something that it was never built to be effective against, so he just needed to enact all the other remaining personal phonemes. He just needed to complete what Ruination had been working on. I am close to presenting the rest to you, Master. The words of Ruination rang out in his mind with triumphant determination. All the effort and harvest from withstanding the fallout through creative mode has been directed to finishing the rest of the phonemes. And after the declaration of Mother, I will deliver them to you soon. Boom! Noah looked at the constantly collapsing weavings of existence all around him. At the terrifying mushroom clouds of flames of existence that seemed to only increase in size and frequency. At the annihilation that consumed gigaparsecs of reality with each passing moment, and in the face of such sheer terror and cataclysm, an eerie, devilish defiant gaze bloomed on his face. He had his answer for survival. The living paradox had spent eons crafting the perfect weapon to destroy existence as he knew it, but Noah was about to introduce existence to things that the living paradox had never known: new phonemes, new letters in the language of existence, new aspects of the first tongue that had never been spoken before this moment, and against these new letters, the fallout would swing at targets that didn't exist in its programming. Its flames would try to burn concepts that weren't in its fuel. Its destruction would attempt to unmake things that weren't on its list. Noah looked at the phoneme of quintessence burning above him, pristine and untouched and perfect. And he waited for Ruination to deliver the rest. The fallout was akin to an unsurpassable and inevitable blade that cut through all of existence, but one must never forget that its target was the belly of existence. Its target was the creature. Inside the belly of existence, the protective barriers were torn apart as waves of terrifying multicolored flames descended. They were not similar to the flames that were pervasively spreading outside all of external existence, as they did not seem as potent, but they were there nonetheless. The flames ate away at the edges of the creature's domain. In a small region of the belly of existence, the figure of Lumavara bellowed out as her fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty expressed itself in an undeniable fashion. 36 entities with their own depths stood behind her, roaring in defiance as the entire region they stood in became wrapped in an existential light of paradox. We will not fall here. Lumavara's voice carried the authority of the fundamental depth as her white-blue fox ears blazed with power, but within the next few moments, all of them disappeared, carried by endless waves of existence to an unknown location. Their bodies continued to be hounded by the light of the fallout as it permeated across their existence, but they were moved nonetheless, and there were countless others in the belly of existence as what occurred continued to be pervasive. Civilizations that had existed since before differentiation found themselves scattered. Malformed geno-lifeforms. Those from the infinite unfurling, powers that had slumbered for eons were forcibly awakened. The sanctum of the creature, the place that had been inviolable for far too long, was being torn asunder. The living paradox's blade was cutting gloriously deep. Capitulo 4684, The Fallout. 6. Back in that region of collapse. Well, it actually could not truly be called a region of collapse anymore, as this entire place was completely changed and carrying entirely different characteristics compared to before. The surrounding existence was covered by motes of gray multicolored allure as Noah faced bombardment all around. And yet for the first time, his existence held a sense of stability that the newly forged phoneme of quintessence provided. It was like his existence was surrounded by countless shields, but only a single colorless shield was currently working. The light of the fallout still permeated across his entire existence as an unfathomable and undeniable absolute change has been detected in existence due to the fallout. The fallout was undeniably meant to be experienced by every single lifeform in observable existence. The axioms of observable existence utilized to enact it have deemed it so. Their set effects are now being branded across existence. No exceptions. No escapes. No mercy. Boom. Noah's eyes flashed with a sense of alarm as in the next moment, a silent gray light of brilliance bloomed from the countless mushroom clouds of flaming existence. This light was a unique one that was not meant to be destructive as much as pervasive. It was meant to be penetrative, as it permeated through all of existence, dancing on the waves and strings of the first tongue. They shockingly sought to even enter the infiniverse, and even though the infinite loom and the Faraday cage were burning with brilliance, a portion of the light still permeated through. It used existence and the first tongue as passages to travel as it washed across the infiniverse. It shockingly did the same to the early veiled shore of the creature. Anaximander raised his head up in defiance and roared as the gray light passed over him and countless others in the shore of the creature. The living paradox had been extremely thorough. The living paradox had planned a great deal. He truly planned to reshape existence in an unfathomable manner, using things that Noah had just only recently learned about. The vision of the living paradox became abundantly clear at this time, as Noah faced these storms and waves of terrifying weavings of the fallout. Prompts bloomed that allowed the vision of the living paradox to be known at this moment. Your existence has been branded with the existential curse designation, the existential ceiling. The living paradox designed the fallout not just as a weapon of destruction but as a mechanism of control. The curse is woven into the very flames and light of the fallout. Effects of the existential ceiling: straight face, primary limitation, the absolute barrier. Straight face, all entities affected by the fallout can never advance beyond the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty. The absolute depth becomes permanently inaccessible regardless of talent, resources, or time invested. Attempts to break through to absolute depth result in existential backlash that can collapse the entity entirely. Secondary limitation, degraded advancement rate. Straight face, rate of cultivation and way refinement reduced by 70% compared to pre-fallout standards. The clarity, conviction, and completeness of one's way becomes harder to develop. What once took centuries now takes millennia. What once took millennia now takes eons. Tertiary limitation, principle erosion. Straight face, principles invoked or altered by cursed entities slowly degrade over time. All authority becomes inherently temporary, requiring constant maintenance. This prevents any cursed entity from building lasting power structures and civilizations. Quaternary limitation, first tongue interference. Straight face, the 18 original phonemes become harder to perceive and utilize. Logos formation requires 300% more effort and concentration. Philologies assembled by cursed entities are inherently unstable. The first tongue itself seems to resist the touch of the cursed. Markers of the cursed. Straight face, faint cracks in your existence that glow with residual fallout energy, a subtle dimming of your authority's luminescence. an almost imperceptible tremor in your sovereignty when exerted, the taste of ash that never quite leaves your perception, exposure classification, direct exposure, full curse effects. Permanent and absolute, additional warning, unknown and unfathomable mutations of existence may bloom as a result of the absolute change and degradation to one's existence. Noah read all these prompts with a sense of rage and coldness building in his chest. They sought to restrict him, they sought to block off his path. Who did they think they were? Oh! He roared with defiance that shook the very fabric of collapsing reality around him, and the fallout itself seemingly roared back at him for his defiance as if it were asking, "The fuck are you on about? What are you even going to do about it? You bum!" The existential degradation around him became even more intense, as if the curse itself took offense at his refusal to submit. The markers of the curse began to unfold on Noah's skin even as the flames of the fallout sought to end him. Faint cracks appeared across his existence, glowing with the gray multicolored light of residual fallout energy. They spread like spider webs across his being, each one a reminder of the limitation being branded into his very soul. His authority's luminescence dimmed, the brilliant blue gold of his mana flickering as if struggling against a suffocating weight. A tremor ran through his sovereignty, and the taste of ash filled his perception, coating everything with the flavor of endings and decay. The curse was taking hold, the existential ceiling was being inscribed into his very being, and at such a point, boom! He felt an eruption in his existence as warmth flooded through him from 9 distinct points of power. The 8 other core phonemes apart from quintessence have been forged and presented to you by ruination. 9 new core phonemes of the first tongue have been born. They begin to flow across your existence. Unblemished by the fallout, new phonemes registered straight face, phoneme of quintessence, the purest essence of a thing, distilled truth stripped of all excess, phoneme of infinity, the boundless nature that defies limitation and ending, phoneme of tyranny, the absolute authority that demands obedience from reality itself, phoneme of fortune, the manipulation of probability and the guarantee of beneficial outcomes. Phoneme of advantage, the systematic exploitation of loopholes. In existence's rules, phoneme of narrative, the shaping of events to follow the arc of a protagonist's journey, phoneme of harvest, the gathering of all that can be gathered from all sources. Phoneme of hunger, the endless consumption that grows stronger with each devouring. Phoneme of potential, the realization of possibilities that have not yet become. These 9 phonemes are your phonemes. They did not exist before you. They are immune to the fallout's targeted parameters. They are the foundation of your unique existence. Noah closed his eyes as the fallout raged around him. He felt these 9 points of new power. He felt how brilliant they were. He felt the warmth they encompassed all over his existence. He felt them as if they were part of his limbs, an extension of himself that had always been there waiting to be realized. His existence mourned the curse being branded upon it. But his existence also rejoiced at the new phonemes flowing through it, and he roared out with all his being, "I will not be bound by such a limitation." The existential ceiling, he did not wish to be bound by such a limitation. And yet the capability and the power of the fallout was absolute. It was apparently being carried out by multiple axioms of observable existence, so existence itself was telling him that he could not change it, but his core sought to change it. His innovation and design of brand new phonemes of the first tongue sought to change it, but since it was absolute and could not be changed, another solution had to be found, and so, your existence is already too strange, too anomalous, too filled with infinities that defy normal parameters. Your infinite mana seeks to reject the limitation, your first tongue seeks to rewrite the degradation, regardless of how absolute it is. An unprecedented possibility has been reached. The basal mutative factor of the fallout has been commandeered by the emergence of your 9 core phonemes of the first tongue. They do not exist in the fallout's targeted parameters, they were not accounted for in the living paradox's calculations, they are outside the scope of the axiom's programmed effects. Your 9 new phonemes of the first tongue are now utilizing the very power of the fallout that is backed by the immensity of axioms of observable existence. They are inscribing and allowing the emergence of an absolute anomalous factor. This factor could potentially deny the absolute limitation imposed on you. This factor could give you the best chance of survival in the landscape that will follow the fallout. Your existence is undergoing mutation, emergence of an anomalous factor backed by straight face, the first tongue, your infinities, the fallout itself. The redirected flow of absolutes from axioms far outside your reach. Something unprecedented is emerging. The absolute mutation of the existential paradox loop is emerging in your existence. Classification, singular mutation. Only one instance can exist in observable existence. You have been given the distinction of the absolute mutant. Boom! Noah's entire body trembled as if it would shatter at any moment. but it became even more solid and grander an instant later as an unfathomable thing emerged. The 9 phonemes that had been flowing through his existence began to weave themselves into a pattern that had never existed before. They danced with the very flames of the fallout that sought to destroy him, stealing the axiom-backed power and redirecting it into the formation of something new. The cracks of the curse still glowed on his skin, but now, colorless threads of quintessence began to weave between them. The dimming of his authority persisted. But now, the phoneme of infinity pulsed against it, refusing to accept limitation. The tremor in his sovereignty remained, but now, the phoneme of tyranny began to stabilize it with absolute authority. The existential paradox loop was being born, not despite the fallout, but because of the fallout. Chapter 4685, The Fallout. 7. Existence was a struggle and existence was unfair. Noah knew this very well by this point, as he did not need anybody to tell him otherwise. The emergence of an unfathomable anomalous factor, the emergence of this mutation within his existence as a causality, as an effect of the fallout, felt like an answer given by his existence against all of this unfairness. As he was receiving its scope of information, he was realizing the immensity and ridiculousness of it. At this moment, he allowed everything to be put together as his focus was placed on the infiniverse. The light of the fallout that was backed by unknown axioms of observable existence had proceeded to touch everything. The curse of the existential ceiling permeated across every single lifeform in observable existence. Well, apart from those sheltered in the safety and cozy allure of the loom. That was the design and inherent nature of the fallout. So at this moment, his expression was heavy as when he looked into the infiniverse, he saw the figure of his mother with the marks of the curse permeating on her body as she raised her hand and saw the faint cracks on them. He looked at his people as he saw these faint cracks on their bodies, as if they were told from this point on, they would always be lesser. Mutated. That their path across existence would forever have a ceiling as they could never cross a certain depth. Alongside this, some of those within his civilization had their existence imperceptibly vibrating as they underwent different types of mutations. The fallout was far too pervasive as their civilization answered to it and tried to adapt to it by undergoing glorious evolution. They tried to be like him. Whatever the resultant effects were going to be, it would be much less than what he achieved. But it was still something. Noah looked at the raging fallout all around him and roared with immensity. His sound waves mixing with the continuously blooming mushroom clouds as if he was roaring out his defiance toward existence and the very fallout itself for what it imposed. The roar carried the weight of a being who refused to accept limitation. It carried the fury of someone watching his loved ones be branded with a curse they did not deserve. It carried the defiance of the anomaly who would not bow to anyone's design, and as his own existence continued to change, the first phase of the fallout is ending, the second phase is beginning. Motherfucker, what? This information is being drawn by the emergence of your core phonemes of the first tongue that are not accounted for by the fallout. It is now known and understood that the fallout is irreversibly altering existence, paradox, chaos, and the first tongue in phases and sequences absolutely. Your core phonemes, your additions to the first tongue, will be the only things that remain unaffected. The second phase of the fallout involves straight-face, endless expansion of all zones, corruption of fundamental existential relationships, displacement of existence to forge the landscape of existence after the fallout. In that landscape, straight-face, distance is meaningless yet impassable. Communication is impossible through any normal weavings of existence. Sound is the only thing that can travel. Mental connections will be severed. Thoughts cannot be sent across distances. Perception and awareness will be limited to a few miles even for the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty entities. All weavings of existence will be compressed to a singular existence. Even clones of an entity will be returned to the main body. Exception detected. Straight face. The defiance of your existence and the unaltered phonemes of your first tongue bypass this limitation. At most, you are capable of supporting the emergence and maintenance of 2 or 3 bodies. Warning: straight face. If another body remains outside in the landscape of the fallout as the second phase unfolds, straight face, all of your existence could be focused on it. Your connection to the infiniverse could be severed or masked. You would not be able to find your way back to it. Teleportation will not be possible. Even quantum movement across distances will not be possible. It is advised to return to the infiniverse as the second phase of the fallout unfolds and irreversibly changes all of existence. The words were heavy. Noah's eyes burned with defiance as he felt like he had won and also lost. He looked down across the ever-changing landscape of the fallout as he felt an imminent countdown that would stop absolutely everything, and he disappeared. He returned to the infiniverse, into his early veil shore. The vibrating and the shaking of existence had stopped as if it was known that imminent destruction had now been weathered and survived. He stepped on the golden sands and looked at his people whose existence seemed to be undergoing their own imperceptible changes, and they looked back at him. A king looked at his family, an emperor looked at his people. At this moment, Noah looked like something that had transcended humanity entirely. His body radiated a terrifying, regal, and majestic allure of power. He was adorned in that blue-gold robe shining with his way and filled with phonemes of the first tongue, now adding an additional 9 that pulsed with unprecedented authority. The cracks of the curse spread across his skin like fractured porcelain, but colorless tendrils of quintessence now flowed through them, weaving between the damage like threads of pure essence, refusing to accept the brokenness. And his eyes had changed most of all. His pupils now held an image of an endlessly recursive infinite loop, spiraling inward and outward simultaneously. It was hypnotic and terrifying, a visual representation of the mutation that now defined his existence. Looking into those eyes was like staring into a type of infinity itself. He looked like a grand ancient primordial emperor instead of a human being. When he looked at his people, thinking of how he may have failed them, thinking of how they now bore cracks that would never fully heal, his mother appeared beside him with a smile. The cracks over her skin were faint but there, glowing with that residual fallout energy that marked all the cursed. And yet she smiled as if none of it mattered. "It seems like the hard part is over," Amelia said with serenity that only a mother could possess in such circumstances. "Let us now be together as we watch the unfolding end of existence, shall we?" With the words were serene as they implied success, Noah's existence burned as he looked at his mother and his people. The defiance in his eyes became even more pronounced as, barring everything else, they had survived the first phase of the fallout that was focused on life forms. They could now wait to see just what immense and unfathomable weavings of existence unfold as the second phase of the fallout targeted all of existence itself. He looked at his people, at Sigrid and Kor, at Rhea and Adelaide, at his mother and Henry, at Titano and the Emperor Penguin, at Hyperion and the Great Beyonder, at Moraine and Barbados, at all those who had placed their faith in him. Even the cockroach little Bobby stood in a corner with a cracked bald round head as he held his daughter close. He looked at all of them as his voice echoed out. "Whatever limitation the fallout has imposed upon us will be but temporary," Noah declared with a voice that carried the weight of absolute conviction. "Our weavings of existence will see glory. They will see absolute. This I promise to myself, and to you, Huum." He said such words to his people as existence pulsed in turn. The sands of the early veiled shore vibrated as if in agreement, as if the very foundation of his civilization acknowledged the promise being made, and he said this without boasting, because the details of his emerging anomalous factor became abundantly clear in his mind: the existential paradox loop, full documentation, classification, singular mutation. Only one instance can exist in observable existence. Status, emerging within your existence. Designation, the absolute mutant. Core function: straight face. You can reset your existence to any previously experienced moment while retaining all memories, knowledge, and cultivation progress from the future timeline. The existential paradox loop operates on principles that bend the very nature of causality. Anchor points: straight face. You can designate specific moments as anchor points in your existence. These anchors are moments of significance that your infinite mana and your way infuse with permanence. You can have 9 anchors active simultaneously across your timeline. Each anchor requires the infusion of an infinity to establish and maintain. Current anchors 0/9. The loop mechanism: straight face. Upon sensing the potential collapse of your way and civilization, or upon voluntary activation, your existence resets to the most recent anchor point. All memories from the erased timeline are retained with perfect clarity. All cultivation progress, including depth advancement and way refinement, is retained. Knowledge of enemy capabilities, future events, and strategic information persists across resets. The infinity requirement: straight face. Each reset consumes one of your infused infinities. Infinities must be woven with logos and philologies of your 9 new core phonemes to function. Without sufficient infinities infused into the loop, it fails entirely. Your infinite mana allows continuous generation and infusion of new infinities. Your new phonemes are woven into the loop structure: straight face. Phoneme of quintessence anchors the essential you across all timeline iterations. Ensures your core identity remains intact regardless of how many resets occur. Phoneme of infinity provides the boundless energy required to sustain the loop. Ensures the mechanism never runs out of fuel as long as your mana remains infinite. Phoneme of tyranny grants absolute authority over the reset process. Ensures no external force can interfere with or prevent a reset once initiated. Phoneme of fortune influences the outcome of resets toward beneficial results. Increases the likelihood that knowledge gained will lead to favorable outcomes. phoneme of advantage, identifies loopholes and exploitable patterns across timelines. Allows you to recognize opportunities that others would miss, phoneme of narrative, shapes the flow of events to favor the protagonist's journey. Ensures that resets follow a coherent story progression rather than chaotic randomness. Phoneme of harvest, gathers all benefits from erased timelines. Ensures no cultivation progress, insight, or power gained is ever truly lost. Phoneme of hunger, devours the scattered remnants of erased timelines to somewhat fuel future resets. Converts temporal waste into usable energy. Phoneme of potential, realizes possibilities that have not yet become. Allows you to reach outcomes that would otherwise be impossible through normal progression, because these phonemes did not exist when the fallout was designed. The loop itself is immune to the fallout's interference, limitations, and costs. Straight face, memory burden. Straight face, each loop adds the weight of an entire timeline. The weight of all the reversal across observable existence must be felt by you. After enough loops, the strain becomes immense. You must maintain your clarity, conviction, and completeness to prevent mental degradation. Failure to maintain weight profundity may result in identity fragmentation, causality backlash. Straight face, major changes to the timeline create resistance from existence itself. The more dramatically you alter events, the harder subsequent alterations become. Some events may be fixed points that resist change regardless of loops. Attempting to force change on fixed points may consume multiple infinities. Anchor degradation. Straight face, anchor points slowly degrade over extended periods. They must be periodically reinforced with fresh infinities. Losing an anchor point means losing the ability to reset to that moment. If all anchors degrade, the loop becomes temporarily unusable until new anchors are established. The paradox accumulation. Straight face, each loop creates subtle paradoxes in the fabric of existence. Too many loops in quick succession can destabilize local reality. The living paradox, as the embodiment of contradiction, may be able to sense or exploit these paradoxes. The creature, the living temporal, the primordial chaos, and others of similar power may be able to sense these reversals and retain some memories of the future while understanding that someone is rewinding observable existence. Excessive paradox accumulation may attract unwanted attention from powerful entities. Against you, death is not defeat. Death is reconnaissance. This is the existential paradox loop. This is why the absolute mutant will never truly fall. This was the best possible solution your existence deemed viable based on what it sensed came with the fallout. Noah's gaze was cold and imperious as he looked at all of this information of the emergence of a mutation. This was the best possible solution that his existence deemed viable based on what it sensed came with the fallout. Basically, his existence thought it may not be able to survive, so it gave way to the emergence of something that said, hey, you may and will likely die, but not really. This was the answer to the existential ceiling. The living paradox had sought to limit all of existence with the existential ceiling, and in doing so, he had given Noah the power to transcend limitation entirely. Chapter 4686, The Cursed and the Blessed Eye, the Existential Paradox Loop. The sheer incredulity of this alone was unfathomable as Noah looked at it while the fallout continued to unfold in its second phase. It was also a double-edged sword as it looked ridiculously overpowered at first glance. The capability of a do-over, basically. A reset if and when things went wrong, but if it ever did come to it, well, yes. He would keep all his memories of what happened and even retain his power. Beings like the living paradox, the creature, the primordial chaos, and especially the living temporal would sense that a reversal had occurred. And they would retain a portion of their memories. It was basically a boon exclusive for him where he gained tremendous benefits. But truly powerful beings would, number one, know that someone was doing something so crazy, and they would also benefit by knowing fractions of events of the future. Overpowered, yes, but with its own heavy costs and results. Either way, it is a start, he sighed as he motioned to his people. Among them, he smiled toward the bard of quintessence in his radiant simian visage filled with white gold hair. It was the end of the world. The end of existence. With them surviving it and at the cost they paid for it, let us have music and a feast to commemorate the survival of the end that hung like a blade for so long over us, Noah declared with a voice that carried across the golden sands. Let us have a festival. The festival of the end, HUUM. His words were ridiculous, but what were they to do? Sit around sulking and sad? He controlled his own weavings as he would rather do something else entirely, and so the bard of quintessence smiled and floated over. The markers of the cursed were visible on his simian form, faint cracks glowing with residual fallout energy that traced along his golden fur like rivers of ash. His luminescence had dimmed ever so slightly, and there was an almost imperceptible tremor in his existence when he moved. But his smile remained brilliant and defiant as an illusory gold guitar appeared in his hands, and a melody began to resound across the early veiled shore. Behind Noah, the mass of the cooking stanchion of infinity manifested in all its culinary glory, a pillar of gastronomic authority that pulsed with blue gold light and the promise of impossible dishes. He looked at it and said with determination, "Today, I shall cook the very residual authority of the fallout and primus manna into food for consumption. We shall not wallow, so let us enjoy." Give a middle finger to the living paradox and his machinations. OOH, his people roared out with fervor even amidst a rotating and ongoing apocalypse swirling outside the infiniverse. A moment later, the flipper of an emperor penguin that held markers of the curse raised up in earnest confusion as he called out, "But master, I don't have a middle finger to give." Noah turned toward the emperor penguin with a sharp gaze, and this penguin put its flipper down fearfully as the melody of the Bard of Quintessence began to permeate outward. As it did, as the festival of the end was kicked off, a symphony bloomed from within Noah himself. His stanchions of infinity pulsed as another melody began to spread across the infiniverse, weaving together with the bard's guitar into something hauntingly beautiful. A voice emerged, feminine and aching, carried by the phonemes of narrative and quintessence. "We built our homes on borrowed time, and called the wreckage yours and mine. The cracks are showing, can't you see? But broken's where we're meant to be. Hold on, don't let me go." Through the fire and the afterglow, we're all just strangers passing through, but strangers, darling, can be true. The ending came, we watched it fall, and found we're standing after all, so raise a glass to what we've lost. We paid the price, we know the cost. Hold on, the night is long, but we'll keep singing our broken song. When morning comes, if morning comes, we'll still be here. We'll still be one. They said the world would burn away, and here we are at break of day, with scars that glow and hearts that ache, but still alive, for our own sake. So hold on, through the pain, we'll find our way back home again. The end has come and the end is gone, and somehow, we live on. The symphony echoed across the infiniverse as the somber melody touched every soul within its bounds. Those with the markers of the cursed felt their cracks pulse gently with the music, not with pain but with acknowledgement. With belonging, as the symphony and words echoed out, Noah began cooking manna and the residual energy of the fallout into physical foods. The blue-gold flames of his culinary authority danced as he worked, transmuting apocalyptic devastation into sustenance that would nourish both body and soul. While his hands moved with practiced efficiency, he said silently through his connection with ruination, "Set up the first anchor point. I've already begun preparing it, master." The fuel for the anchor has to be infinities woven with logos and philologies of your 9 new core phonemes to function. Without sufficient infinities infused into the loop, it fails entirely. So we have to form brand new logos and philologies, as it may take some time. Ruination said such words to him as he nodded before he replied, "Integrate quintessence or infinity into currently existing philologies we have." Undifferentiated manna and cheating architect would be easy, and their capabilities would also be enhanced. This will be faster for us to get an anchor point set up as soon as possible. Understood, master. Ruination got started on a glorious process as while Noah oversaw the start of a feast. He kept his gaze on the unfolding second phase of the fallout as it was heavy. Existence seemed like it was being ground down, spat up, and changed tremendously as the information he obtained through the establishment of the 9 new core phonemes of the first tongue were beginning to unfold. He couldn't see past 1 mile outside the infiniverse, and as the symphony and melody of his festival came out of the infiniverse and flowed outside toward the regions under the effects of the fallout, BZZT, his symphony and melody shockingly fizzled outside as if existence told it, "Get that shit out of here." Communication would not be possible, mental connections would not be possible, teleportation would not be possible. He had hoped that he would be able to reunite with Lumavara and Olmareth and others after the fallout to truly reap the rewards, but he wouldn't even be able to sense them or try to send a message to them through their entanglement. Man, Rhea had been right when she said Mana would be undergoing lots of adversity. The aftermath of the fallout would not make things easy. As he thought about all this, he wondered, how were Eckert and Alexander faring? How were the creature and beings like the primordial chaos faring at a time like this? And the fuckers inside the loom, what were they getting out of existence being raised down? Chapter 4687, The Cursed and the Blessed 2, Inside the Loom. While apocalyptic horrors raged outside, Ambessa uncomfortably pulled on the collar of the obsidian gold suit she was forced to wear by the forces of the living elemental as she moved from one section of the loom to another. Around her were a few Pretha and false the entities who were surrounded with vibrant golden lights as shockingly, their sovereignties were being elevated. They naturally and forcefully had their depths taken to the surface depth in a process that should have taken eons but was being accomplished in mere moments. It truly fucking paid to be in the loom, as while it raised down existence, everything devoured was being swallowed up by it and distributed to a specific few. But did they really need these ridiculous suits? Ambessa would rather be wearing her bloomers and something free, not this full body coverage bullshit that constricted her movements and made her feel like a decorated puppet on display. The obsidian gold fabric clung to every curve and left no room for comfort, designed more for presentation than practicality. Can you fucking relax? It is Liberation Day, and we have been chosen. The words came sharp and cold from ahead of her. You'll be standing in front of the living elemental and the living emotive soon as they prepare us for the emergence to the outside existence once the fallout is done. We have been chosen. Show that fucking graciousness. You see that depth of paradox building inside you? That is eons of work erupting today, and it is not your own. Come on, the words came from a golden-haired early creature burning with the light of elemental who was looking at Ambessa with cold eyes. The surface-depth elemental early creature who had already been given a high-sounding title that didn't matter to shit to Ambessa what it was. Something like Vanguard of the Elemental Emergence or some equally pompous nonsense. Ambessa glared back while following as she thought about how she had gotten here, about how another one of her avatars had been decimated while she had gone to seek the forces of Noah Osmont, and because of that name. Because of Osmont, she was chosen among those to receive the bigger boons of the loom during the fallout. She was having her depth built regardless of how tough it was to go from false to actual the, all because of the little connection she had with Osmont. Frankly, couldn't they leave him alone? He was probably dead from the fallout anyways. The flames that were consuming existence outside were not something that could be easily survived, and from what she last saw as her avatar fully perished, Osmont had been outside when it all began. Why did the living elemental have such a grudge against him to be forming a task force of this that would be looking for Osmont after the fallout? It seemed excessive. It seemed obsessive. It seemed like a waste of resources that could be better spent elsewhere, but no one asked for her opinion, and she was smart enough not to offer it. Ahead of her, the chirpy elemental early creature smiled as they entered a domain filled with rivers of fire and water mixing beautifully. The elements intertwined in impossible harmony, flames dancing with currents and steam rising in artistic spirals that painted the air with prismatic light. Soon, we will meet with the living elemental and the living emotive themselves, the golden-haired creature announced with barely contained excitement. They will give us our directives for how to move outside the loom for the first time into an existence with conditions that will not be habitable for most. We are the explorers of a changed existence from this shelter of the loom. We are the pioneers who will chart the new landscape while others cower and hide. Her eyes blazed with fervor. The outside existence has been fundamentally altered. Distance means nothing and everything simultaneously. Communication through normal means is impossible. Perception is limited even for those at the fundamental depth. It is a hostile, broken landscape that will swallow the unprepared whole. She turned to face the group with a smile that held both pride and anticipation, but we have been given the tools to survive it. We have been given the authority to thrive in it. We are uncursed. We bear no existential ceiling. While every other being in observable existence has been branded with limitation, we emerge from the loom as the elite. As the chosen. As the inheritors of whatever remains, her voice rose with passion, we will see glory. We will claim territories that others cannot even perceive. We will establish the dominion of the loom across the shattered remnants of observable existence. This is Liberation Day, and we are the liberated. Rejoice, Ambessa frowned at the words and sighed internally. Right, it was Liberation Day. The fallout. Those within the loom gained an interminable amount while the outside existence burned. And the loom had already separated into multiple shelters that would flow across existence. When the fallout ended, they could observe and explore the changed inhabitable existence while maintaining their rule from different bastions of protection. Ambessa knew she was just a cog in the machine, and she was just fucking tired. She didn't want to keep chasing after this Osmont as every time, she kept fucking dying. Why didn't the rest of them get the hint? Every encounter with that man ended with her avatars being obliterated, her plans being thwarted, and her existence being put through unnecessary trauma. But the higher-ups seemed to think her repeated failures made her an expert on the subject. As if dying to someone multiple times qualified you to hunt them down successfully. The logic escaped her entirely, but Ambessa raised her head and looked up, seeing waves of auroras descending down from the crystalline ceiling of this domain. They wrapped around her and elevated her power with warmth that felt almost nurturing despite its artificial nature. Other waves spread to different parts of the loom, reaching chosen individuals across the vast structure. She could feel her depth solidifying, the designation she had carried for so long finally giving way to the surface depth of absolute sovereignty. It was a gift that most beings would kill for, a boon that represented eons of cultivation being compressed into moments, and yet, all she could think about was the price she would have to pay for it. Chapter 4688, The Cursed and the Blessed. 3 moments later, Ambessa found they were arriving at their location as she sensed other entities entering a crystalline bejeweled crimson-blue domain filled with water and fire. The elements here were even more intense, more primal, as if approaching the source of all elemental authority. Within it, the overpowering aura of the living elemental and the living emotive could be felt pressing down on everyone present. The living elemental radiated waves of pure elemental might that made the fire and water bow in reverence. Their presence was a mountain made of storms, an ocean made of flames, an existence that had claimed dominion over the fundamental building blocks of reality itself. And the living emotive, that entity pulsed with emotions so vast and contradictory that merely being near them made Ambessa want to laugh and cry and scream all at once. Joy and sorrow, rage and peace, love and hatred, all swirling together in a maelstrom of feeling that threatened to overwhelm anyone without sufficient mental fortitude. Ambessa sighed while going in as she wanted to get this shit over with. The loom had erupted as those within it benefited, and when the dust settled, they would go out from different shelters to reap the altered existence. She just really hoped she wouldn't come across Osmond again, and even hoped she would stop being included in the hunting teams formed for him just because she was among the first to come in contact with him. But deep down, she knew better. Existence had a sick sense of humor, and somehow, someway, she would probably end up dying to know Osmond again. It was just her fucking luck. In the depths of that domain where Ambessa and others were being drawn into, the domain of water and fire stretched endlessly in all directions, a realm where the two opposing elements had been forced into coexistence by the sheer authority of the living elemental. Rivers of molten flame cascaded upward while waterfalls of crystalline blue flowed sideways, each element weaving around the other in patterns that should have been impossible but existed nonetheless. At the very heart of this domain, where the concentration of elemental authority reached its peak, a single massive elemental throne existed. It was forged from solidified fire and frozen water, crimson and azure intertwining in a seat of power that radiated waves of primal might. The throne pulsed with the heartbeat of elements themselves, each pulse sending ripples of fire and water across the surrounding space. Currently, the languid figure of the living emotive was lying horizontally on this throne in a laid-back manner, her legs dangling over one armrest while her head rested on the other. She looked utterly at ease despite the apocalypse raging outside the loom, as if the destruction of observable existence was merely background noise to whatever tune played inside her mind. In front of her, the living elemental was surrounded by blazing crimson flames that danced with fury and frustration. 18 phonemes of the first tongue surrounded him in a rotating formation, each one flickering with instability that had not been there before the fallout began. His gaze was fiery and troubled at this time as he spoke with barely contained agitation. "Are you really so carefree?" he demanded. The first tongue no longer feels the same, and this is not a result of the fallout. Something has changed at its fundamental level. Something has been added that should not exist. His words went to a motive who seemed to barely be listening as she whistled and hummed to herself. Her fingers tracing lazy patterns in the air. The loom has bloomed and existence will spin. The fun begins where the chaos sets in. Round and round the pieces will go. Where they land, only Paradox knows. As she finished this little melody, Elemental looked at her with an almost angry gaze. Before he could say anything, she cut him off with a dismissive wave. "Don't fucking worry so much, big guy," Emotive said with a yawn. "The fun is just now beginning." Paradox has so much work to do that he designed the loom into different components that would scatter across existence. You and I are in one shelter. Which, you should be fucking ecstatic about as you get to have my presence here. But as the dust settles, we can really get to have our fun. Because I know some things. Oh, Elemental raised his brows as he focused on her, his flames calming slightly with curiosity. Emotive smiled devilishly as she waved her hand and conjured an illusory image that materialized between them. It was the image of Noah Osmont, rendered in perfect detail with his blue gold authority radiating even through the illusion, the image that Elemental flared up to immediately. This was the one who had encroached upon his civilization. This was the one who had humiliated him. This was the one who had taken what was his. this big guy here is apparently centermost for all you guys, Emotive said with manic delight. Sitting up slightly to better observe Elemental's reaction. You want him, Paradox wants him, even the primordial chaos talked about him. Apparently, he is the one to have laid a claim to the first tongue. So it makes sense what he was able to do against you. But man, look at him, she leaned forward, her eyes gleaming with something between fascination and hunger. He looks like he has that presence, doesn't he? That je ne sais quoi. He almost reminds me of the creature. Her words were manic and taunting as she gazed toward the image of Noah in a fervent light. Elemental frowned heavily, his flames darkening with barely suppressed rage. He looked over at Noah's illusory figure silently, studying the entity who had become such a thorn in his existence. Meanwhile, Emotive twirled around the throne casually before she sighed with theatrical disappointment. Out of all those that have made the claim on the oldest paradox of existence, he is the youngest, she mused. The most ripe. If I can get my hands on him and keep him away from Paradox and others, that would be ideal. Elemental's reply came cold and absolute. The only fate for him is collapse, he declared, his voice carrying the weight of elemental authority. All the others will go for him, and after the fallout settles, I will also go for him. I do not underestimate any of those making a claim on the oldest paradox of existence. If one has begun to encroach on my civilization, even more so. He took from me. He will return what he took with interest, and then he will cease to exist. Chapter 4689, The Cursed and the Blessed. 4, Emotive laughed, the sound echoing across the domain like wind chimes made of broken glass. Good luck finding him in the wastes of the fallout, she said with genuine amusement. You and others really don't know how it's truly going to be out there. But no, you can do whatever you want, and I will do whatever I want. She pointed at Noah's illusory image with possessive intensity. For this guy, he laid the claim on the first tongue, so I shall lay a claim on him. I've always wanted to raise a dog. The creature and others are too big as they would eat me up, but this Osmond, her eyes widened with manic desire. I want him. I want him. Her eyes radiated a manic light as she said this, and in the next moment, she waved her hand to pull out something that made the entire domain tremble, a teardrop, a single crystalline teardrop that emanated wild power so profound that even the elements themselves seemed to bow before it. The moment it appeared, Elemental showed a shocked expression as he pointed a finger at it. How did you get that? His voice cracked with disbelief, his composure shattering for just an instant. Emotive looked over calmly, rolling the teardrop between her fingers with casual indifference. Oh, relax, it's just a fragment of an axiom, she said dismissively. See, this is why you can't be like the creature in Paradox, and even this Osmond. Where is your fucking composure? Your je ne sais quoi? You don't make me feel a thing because of how you act, man. It's abysmal. She held up the fragment, letting its light play across her features. But no, I told you I have a plan, and it involves this. Navigating the wastelands, the corrupted existence after the fallout, will be impossible through normal means. But axioms will make many things possible. This is something I can use to track what makes my heart flutter. Her smile turned sharp, and I know it's not fucking you. So at this time it will be Osmond. I do hope it doesn't lead me to the creature, as he will likely rip me apart right then and there. Her manic light became even grander as a darkened, cloudy expression settled on Elemental's face after her words. She seemed to be very set on playing with the emotions of others and making them feel lesser. It was her way, after all. The living Emotive existed to evoke and manipulate feelings, and she wielded that power even against her supposed allies. Elemental spoke with a voice that rumbled like tectonic plates grinding against each other. You can continue trying to crush my will by comparisons, but it is ultimately a waste of time. He declared with cold certainty. My way is firm. Games of manipulation will not work on me. I do not compare myself to the creature or any others, as I have my own immensity. I am the living elemental. I am the authority over phonemes of fire and water and earth and air and everything in between. Your words are wind against my mountain. Emotive rose up and actually sat properly on the elemental throne, crossing her legs as she twirled the fragment of an axiom in her hands. She looked over at Elemental with an expression that held pity and contempt in equal measure. You are one of the beings I least respect, she said with brutal honesty. You had so much potential, so many possibilities. And look at you. Stuck. Stagnant. Mediocre despite your depth. She leaned forward, her eyes boring into him. if you want to prove me wrong, I will actually bring you with me when I find Osmont. I will. And do you know what I think will happen? Her smile turned cruel. Somehow, he will be standing right there before you, and you still won't be able to achieve what you want. You see, that is just how it is for some beings in existence. They do everything, but never amount to much. She sighed wistfully. The creature, oh, he amounts to much. I miss him even now. Paradox? He's up there. This Osmont? He fucking laid a claim on the first tongue that nobody has been able to do. So I'm sure he's up there. Her eyes met Elemental's with piercing intensity. I will literally put him in front of you, and you likely still won't get what you want. It's like you're so bad that existence itself doesn't want you winning. So after you fail, I will then make my move. How does that sound, big guy? Her words were truly poisonous and detestable to hear, but her eyes held a terrifying light that very few understood. She was not merely taunting him. She was speaking what she believed to be absolute truth. In her eyes, Elemental was simply not destined for greatness, and no amount of effort would change that fundamental reality. Elemental looked at her coldly in an imposing demeanor, his flames condensing around him like armor made of pure destruction. The phonemes of the first tongue surrounding him blazed brighter as if responding to his fury. Moments later, Emotive showed a bored expression as she lay back on the elemental throne, her body language dismissing everything he was projecting. Even your imposing glare doesn't get me excited, she complained with theatrical disappointment. Man, I can't wait to track down Osmont. Maybe he will make me feel something, unlike being near a black hole of boring weavings like you. She closed her eyes, the fragment of an axiom still dancing between her fingers. Just wait for the second phase of the fallout to finish. Then the real fun begins. Then I get to see if this Osmont lives up to the hype. And you, she cracked one eye open to look at him, you get to watch and fail. As usual, the domain of water and fire trembled with Elemental's suppressed rage, but he said nothing more. Outside the loom, the fallout continued its second phase, reshaping observable existence into something unrecognizable, and inside, two ancient powers waited with very different anticipations. One waited to destroy, one waited to claim, and somewhere out there, completely unaware of the attention being directed at him, Noah Osmont was hosting a festival to celebrate surviving the end of existence. Chapter 4690, The Cursed and the Blessed v. In existence, there would always be the rich and the poor, the sad and the happy, and the blessed and the cursed. The fallout made very clear distinctions of which was which, but as the fallout unfolded, there were some beings who had the power to choose for themselves whether they would be cursed or blessed. In a far, indeterminate corner of observable existence burning and twisting under the light of the fallout, a humanoid entity floated grandly while waves of multicolored flames and ash passed through everything around him. This entity was covered with undulating obsidian tendrils of chaos that writhed across his form like living shadows hungry for disorder. His sheer aura alone shockingly kept the flames of the fallout at bay, creating an invisible field around his existence that the apocalyptic destruction could not penetrate without permission, and he did grant permission routinely. He would open up a singularity in the invisible field that he had around him, a small gap that allowed concentrated weavings of the fallout to flow through and permeate into his existence. Each time, the multicolored flames would rush in eagerly, only to be devoured by the obsidian tendrils and converted into something else entirely. He was not merely surviving the fallout. He was consuming it, digesting it, making it part of his chaos. Around his existence, one could see an indeterminate amount of logos and philologies of the first tongue floating in complex orbits. What looked to be more than 18 Genesis principles rotated around him like children listening to his beck and call, responding to his every whim with eager obedience. But uniquely, there were even 3 types of authorities that even the Genesis principles seemed to actively avoid, 3 points of power so profound, so ancient, so terrifying that even the fundamental truths of the first tongue gave them wide berth. Such a being was humming freely in the midst of the fallout as he looked around with his gaze piercing many things, even though he realized it was gradually becoming limited by the changing weavings of existence. At such a point, he opened his mouth as seas of primordial chaos spilled out naturally with his words. Eeny meeny miny mo, where exactly shall I go? As if he was looking for direction in the midst of universal devastation, he sighed, the sound carrying the weight of eons of accumulated experience and the lightness of someone who found cosmic destruction mildly entertaining. Observable existence had only been explored and mapped out by less than half of what it truly contains, he mused to himself, his voice resonating with the authority of the primordial chaos. All of us know that other pockets of existence like Gap exist but remain unable to be accessed through normal means. We know of regions that predate differentiation itself. We know of spaces between spaces where even I have not ventured. His obsidian tendrils writhed with amusement. We know all of this, and yet you proceed to change all of observable existence while we still know there is much we don't know? All those unknowns, all those unexplored territories, all those sleeping powers in hidden corners of reality, how will they be affected by your little tantrum, paradox? He laughed, the sound causing nearby flames of the fallout to scatter in confusion. What will arise from them? What ancient things will be awakened? What new horrors will be born from the collision of your fallout and the unknown? Ah, so much chaos to unfold. So much to witness. You may have designed this cataclysm, but you cannot possibly have accounted for everything. Nobody can account for everything. That is why chaos always wins in the end. At such a time, he laughed freely and looked around him as if he could see something that others could not. His gaze pierced through the layers of burning reality, through the weavings of the fallout, through the very fabric of existence itself. In the next moment, he spoke to the devastation around him. Oh creature, you should be free enough right now to at least hear me and communicate before everything becomes much harder. The fallout is targeting you, yes, but it is also weakening the chains that bind you. So tell me, old friend, old enemy, old enigma, how do you think all of this will end? He asked the burning existence around him. As if he expected an answer, as if someone could hear him across the vastness of collapsing reality, and shockingly, in the next moment, existence trembled and buzzed fearfully as an extremely deep and imposing voice responded from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Badly, oh, that voice, it was filled with calmness so absolute that it made the chaos of the fallout seem like a child's tantrum. It carried an immensity that pressed down on reality itself, making even the primordial chaos feel the weight of something truly ancient. It was the voice of the being who had shaped observable existence, who had created the foundations upon which all civilizations were built, who had been imprisoned for eons but never truly defeated, and as if it did not get its point across enough, it echoed out once more for the primordial chaos to hear. Very, very badly, the primordial chaos laughed loudly at these words, the sound erupting from him like a symphony of disorder that made the surrounding fallout flames dance in chaotic patterns. His eyes opened wide, showing obsidian blackness all around. Within that darkness, infinite obsidian snakes constantly twisted and coiled, each one a fragment of primordial entropy given form. They burned with glory that predated the differentiation of existence itself. You let paradox reign on top for so long that many of us missed you. The primordial chaos said with genuine warmth beneath his chaotic exterior. Your absence left a void that none of us could properly fill. But do tell, O creature, have you grasped the second scale of existence without telling the rest of us? Are you there yet? Was he there yet? It was a terrifying question to ask. The second scale of existence, beyond the absolute depth of absolute sovereignty, beyond anything that currently existed in observable existence, the level that the living paradox sought to reach through the fallout, the level that would allow an entity to not just legislate reality but to become indistinguishable from it. The reply from the creature came with maddening ambiguity. Who knows, boom. The words carried neither confirmation nor denial, only the weight of something that preferred to remain mysterious. The creature had always been an enigma, even to those who had existed alongside him since the earliest moments of observable existence. The primordial chaos smiled at the non-answer, his obsidian snakes hissing with appreciation for the chaos of uncertainty. Same as always, he muttered fondly. Never giving a straight answer. Never letting anyone know exactly where you stand. I suppose that is how you survived this long, O creature. By being unknowable even to those who thought they knew you. The burning existence around him offered no further response. The creature had spoken his piece, and now, the primordial chaos was left to navigate the fallout alone, choosing his direction in a landscape that was rapidly becoming unrecognizable. Eeny meeny miny mo, he repeated with a grin. I suppose I'll just follow the chaos. It has never led me astray before. He opened another singularity in his protective field, allowing more of the fallout to rush in and be consumed by his endless hunger for disorder. Chapter 4691, The Emerged Eye. Inside a shelter of the loom, a domain of cylindrical tall mountain-like pillars stretched endlessly in all directions, each one rising toward a ceiling that did not exist. Multicolored rivers of clouds flowed between these pillars like lazy serpents, carrying whispers of power that had been accumulated over eons of careful planning. On one tall pillar, immense waves of authority were flowing into a single entity. His hair currently shone stellar gold with unfathomably radiant multicolored pupils that seemed to contain folds within their depths. His stature was that of a human, yet he felt like a giant whose presence alone could crush lesser beings into oblivion. Near him were three shrouded female figures that were none other than the weavers. Their faces could not be discernible as they looked like black holes that would devour everything, pulling in light and perception alike until nothing remained but the void of their presence. Their bodies seemed to be channeling a unique power through the loom and into the titan of a man before them. He was none other than Gilgamesh, a leader among leaders, a glorious entity that had thrown his curiosity all the way from the earliest folds to attack Noah in the current era. A being whose ambition stretched across time itself, and at this moment, an air of the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty surged around him. His gaze was deep and filled with an unfathomable light that spoke of power recently gained and power yet to be fully understood. The authority flowing into him was settling into his existence like water finding its level, reshaping him from within. You hold the most potent weavings of the creature's paradox has raised you to the fundamental depth, the weavers spoke in unison, their voices overlapping in a way that made it impossible to distinguish one from another. How does it feel? Gilgamesh's multicolored pupils flickered as he considered the question. It feels like I am being controlled, he replied with cold honesty. And I don't particularly like that, the weavers laughed, the sound ancient and knowing, as if they had heard such complaints countless times across the eons. Understandable, they said together. But existence is a game of give and take. We give you what you want, and you do something for us in turn. This arrangement has existed since before the loom was conceived. You are not the first to chafe at it, and you will not be the last. Their shrouded forms shifted slightly, black hole faces turning toward him with what might have been amusement. This time around, the mission placed on you will be this man. The weavers waved their hands in unison, and an illusory image materialized between them. It was Noah Osmont, rendered in perfect detail with his blue gold authority radiating even through the projection. Gilgamesh looked at the image calmly, his expression betraying nothing of his thoughts. He studied every detail with the patience of someone who had existed since the earliest folds, who had seen empires rise and fall, who knew that rushing to judgment was the mistake of the young. He will be hunted by weak things at the surface depth, but the esteemed paradox wanted someone decent to track him, the weavers continued. You and we have this task. The others are distractions, noise, insects buzzing around a flame. We are the true hunters. And you are the one meant to bring this hunt to its conclusion. When they spoke, the voices of the weavers came out simultaneously, three voices becoming one in a manner that was extremely eerie. It was as if they shared a single consciousness split across three bodies, or perhaps three consciousnesses merged into a single will. And yet toward these words, Gilgamesh remained calm as he asked a simple question, any preference on whether he needs to be brought in alive or collapsed? The question was heavy, carrying implications that stretched far beyond its simple phrasing. Bringing Noah in alive would mean one thing. Collapsing him would mean another entirely. The weavers laughed again, the sound carrying genuine amusement this time. If you can fully collapse him, it would mean you stand the chance to lay a claim on the first tongue, they said with voices dripping with temptation. You can give it a go. The eyes of Gilgamesh pulsed with a terrifying immensity at such words, the first tongue. The language of existence itself. If he could collapse the one who had laid claim to it, if he could destroy Noah Osmont utterly and completely, there was a chance, however slim, that he could inherit that claim for himself. It was a prize worth any risk. But a moment later, he nodded with the composure of someone who planned thoroughly before acting. I will need my legions of the early creatures, he stated. Make sure to tell the big guy to send harvest their way to ensure their depths are at least at surface, maybe intermediate. Even more terrifying words were uttered. Legions, not a handful of powerful entities. Not a small strike force. Legions of the early creatures. Beings from the earliest folds who had followed Gilgamesh across eons, all of them elevated to the surface depth of absolute sovereignty at minimum. It was an army meant to crush, not to hunt. Toward this, the weavers smiled behind their black hole faces. That much can be done, they affirmed. The esteemed paradox has resources to spare from the fallout's harvest. Your legions will be elevated. Your hunt will be properly supported. Across existence, many made their preparations as the fallout was underway. An interminable light struck out against the belly of existence, tearing through barriers that had stood since before recorded history. The attack was relentless. Absolute, backed by axioms of observable existence that made resistance nearly futile. The prison of the creature was torn open as the many entities within it that he had been siphoning from for eons flooded out into the burning landscape of the fallout. Ancient powers that had been captive for longer than most civilizations had existed now found themselves free but cursed, blessed with liberation but branded with the existential ceiling. Gap became open once more as for the first time in eons, malformed xeno-lifeforms would appear in the changing observable existence. These twisted beings, born from the chaotic energies of that primordial realm, spilled into an existence that had almost forgotten they existed. What used to be the infinite unfurling was unlocked as all the sovereignties within it flared out. Every single one was affected one way or another by the light of the fallout, some gaining mutations that would define their future, others simply bearing the curse that limited their advancement forever. The living paradox officially started his war with the creature, and it would not end in an instant. It would be a long war as the victor was undecided, or maybe the victor was already known, but existence merely held its breath, waiting to see if fate would unfold as expected or if something unexpected would tip the scales. As countless wonders unfolded, time passed. The second phase of the fallout continued as the Infiniverse stood strong against the apocalyptic devastation. Its barriers held firm, powered by logos and philologies of the first tongue that were regenerated as fast as they were destroyed. The early veiled shore of the creature was surrounded by a unique protective light as it stood strong, sheltering the countless lifeforms that an asunder had drawn into its sanctuary, and everything drew toward a conclusion as with the distortion of what the fallout was doing to existence. Some areas may have already experienced the passage of years while in. Others barely a second had passed. Time itself had become inconsistent, unreliable, subject to the whims of the catastrophe that was reshaping all of reality, but the first shot had been taken. A belly was spilled open, a blade had been drawn, and now, all that waited was to discover just how much blood had spilled, and how much more blood would spill before the dust finally settled. Chapter 4692, The Emerged Two. Others could fail. Others could have doubts. Others could be unsure. Noah knew with utmost certainty that he was not one of them. Even though he absolutely did not know how everything would unfold after the fallout, he had to approach it with the mindset that regardless of what happened, he would persevere through it and survive. He truly did not have the choice because for him, failure was critical. It was why right now, he had set up an anchor point. He looked at the glowing words that detailed exactly how it looked like. Anchor point established, designation, Anchor Point 1, the Festival of the End, location, early veiled shore within the Infiniverse. Timestamp, 1 hour, 17 minutes after first phase of the fallout concluded. Status, active and stable, infinity fuel, fully infused with a few logos and philologies including some of the 9 core phonemes. Reset capability, upon sensing potential collapse of way in civilization, or upon voluntary activation, existence will reset to this moment. Retention, all memories, cultivation progress, and knowledge from erased timeline will be preserved. Remaining anchor slots, August 9th, this anchor point acted like an assurance that he could go back to in the case that things went wrong, and with how it emerged and what the fallout promised, it was very much foreshadowing that things would be going wrong. He was not looking forward to this, but again, he could not hold any doubt as he had to always move with quintessential certainty, and so at this moment, while the Festival of the End continued all around him, Noah observed his surroundings with contemplative calm. As he looked at his people whose skins were cracked with the marks of those cursed, destined to never even get near the absolute depth, he remained calm. They were currently eating and drinking even while an apocalypse raged all around them. It was a scene he would protect over and over again if he had to. He wondered at this time if this anchor point that he had set, if he would actually be coming back here sometime in the future. If circumstances would force him to reset, to return to this moment and try again with the knowledge of what went wrong. He shook his head at the thoughts as he got back to the current situation at hand. One of the biggest things was his own existence, of course, and the changes that it had undergone in the last hour as the fallout raged. And yes, it had been over an hour now as existence continued to be altered and changed from the outside. This single hour allowed him to familiarize himself with the newly forged core phonemes that only he owned and had access to, which in itself was a crazy reality to ascertain. He, that weak rank F hunter from a blue planet, had 9 exclusive core phonemes of the language of existence. There had only been 18 core phonemes initially since observable existence differentiated, and he had just added 9 more that belonged solely to him. He had truly come far since throwing fireballs in the back of a dilapidated apartment, but when he closed his eyes and felt the phonemes of the first tongue, it felt like he was ever closer and integrated into the first tongue itself. As if he held a secret that nobody else knew or had access to. As if he had become part of the very language that structured reality. Insofar, he had begun with the phoneme of quintessence and infinity to be infused into the principles of undifferentiated mana, cheating architect, perpetual harvest, and the other Genesis philologies. What was unique was watching these philologies be altered in real time, after quintessence and infinity flowed into them, which only occurred after numerous trials and errors in creative mode. He watched as a radiant and different type of authority began to pulse and permeate in what he had known the philologies to be, because simply, a Genesis principle was something that was comprised of the core phonemes of the first tongue, of which there were 18. So when someone else came and began altering by adding new phonemes into these philologies, they would not remain the same. A Genesis principle was a Genesis principle, but what Noah was doing right now was altering and elevating a Genesis principle by adding brand new letters that had never existed before. And as he began to run simulations with ruination under creative mode on fusing the remaining phonemes he just created into his philologies, the immensity and weight that he was giving off only became more and more intense, to the extent that the gains of utilizing the pressure and effort of withstanding the fallout turned into boundless harvest by the philology of perpetual harvest. The advancements made by the prisoners in his infinite Desmotarian contributed their share. The infinite potential he had continued to allow to flow into his foundation and civilization compounded everything further. It allowed for a tremendous advancement within just the span of an hour. Advancement report 1 hour post-fallout. Current weight and immensity, 18/100th of the weight and immensity of the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty entities like the creature or the primordial chaos, approximately, the infinite Desmotarian status straight phase, time dilation active, 1 hour external equals 5 years internal, prisoner cultivation, all prisoners have undergone forced advancement cycles, harvest generated, and unquantifiable everythings of infinite potential extracted and redirected to foundation. Special note, several prisoners have achieved breakthroughs that generated bonus harvest multipliers, core phoneme integration progress straight phase, phoneme of quintessence straight phase, integrated into philology of undifferentiated mana, 100%. Philology of perpetual harvest, 100%, effect. All integrated philologies now carry the essence of purest truth, making them more resistant to external interference. Phoneme of infinity straight phase, integrated into philology of undifferentiated mana, 100%. Philology of the cheating architect, 87%, effect. Integrated philologies now possess boundless scaling potential with no theoretical upper limit. Phoneme of tyranny straight phase, integrated into philology of the cheating architect. 43%, effect. Partial integration grants increased authority over reality manipulation within creative mode. Phoneme of fortune straight phase, integration status, queued for philology of perpetual harvest. Estimated completion, 2.3 hours. Phoneme of advantage straight phase, integration status, queued for philology of the cheating architect. Estimated completion, 3.1 hours. Phoneme of narrative straight phase, integration status, queued for new philology formation. Note, this phoneme may require its own dedicated philology rather than integration into existing ones. Phoneme of harvest straight phase, integration status, queued for philology of perpetual harvest. Estimated completion, 1.7 hours. Phoneme of hunger straight phase, integration status, queued for civilization integration. Note, this phoneme resonates strongly with the way of mana and hunger. Phoneme of potential straight phase, integration status, queued for foundation integration. Note, this phoneme may enhance the capacity for future growth exponentially. Overall integration, 24% complete. Noah looked at the breakdown so far as he had come far, but even this was just the start. He knew he had to be grander than he was seconds ago, and he had to become stronger at a faster rate than ever before. Because he could feel that existence was about to fuck with him more than it ever had before. The cracks on his skin pulsed with residual fallout energy, a constant reminder of the curse that had been branded upon him. The colorless tendrils of quintessence flowing through those cracks offered some comfort, but they did not erase the limitation that the existential ceiling represented. He could never reach the absolute depth through normal means, but who said anything about normal means? He had the existential paradox loop. He had 9 core phonemes that did not exist in the fallout's parameters. He had infinite mana that rejected limitation by its very nature. If existence wanted to fuck with him, he would fuck with existence right back. Chapter 4693, The Emerge 3. As everything proceeded forward like a churning train that had no stop, Noah continued to allow the help of ruination in processing and keeping everything in order. He had so many capabilities to keep track of that he now actually wanted to combine many things and keep a select few singular tracks that he followed. Being a jack of all trades was nice, but he remembered countless abilities since his time as a hunter to now, and many of them had been forgotten or left behind along the way. One of the more unique things that were memorable to him apart from the glorious fireballs was Sever. The capability to shoot tendrils of lightning or condensed lines of authority that linked from enemy to enemy and exploded them like popcorn. It had been devastating in its time, a technique that could clear battlefields in moments, playing with a swirling undead storm of bones and death, which he left behind to the Arch-Lich, had also been something that defined an era of his growth. The thought of the Lich reminded him as he looked over to Arazon. And he saw this unique existence under him already flowing with multiple phonemes of the first tongue. The surface depth of absolute sovereignty would be wrapping around him within the next few minutes, transforming the ancient undead into something that transcended his previous limitations. But yes, he had many capabilities, and he even had 159 of the stanchions of infinity. Yet he mainly utilized a select few that took center stage in his battles and cultivation. He had the ideal and goal to streamline and combine many things into his emerging foundation, into pillars that would actively be helping him survive the environment of the fallout, into increasing his weight and immensity, and into elevating his way. It was also why Mana Supremacy, Arcana Infinitum, and Primus Ascension were all currently being tested and fully integrated into the philology of undifferentiated mana, which was being made even grander with the inclusion of the 9 core phonemes that he just forged. This path ahead was gradually becoming clear for his own power and foundation. The reduction of redundancies and the elevation of his weavings of existence at a rate that other entities would be maddened by. We all fall down. We all fall down. He hummed to himself as in front of him was a radiant blue-gold grill that was the extension of the very concept of cooking elevated into a ridiculous stage. On the grill were a pair of T-bone steaks that were formed from pure concentrated the civilizational authority of mana and hunger. He cooked the very authority of his civilization into forms of food and drinks as the next person in line caused him to frown. The Emperor Penguin gave him an innocent look while holding on to an empty golden plate, his flippers clutching it with an eagerness that bordered on desperation. Noah sighed as the steaks he was cooking floated from the grill and onto the plate of the Emperor Penguin, who smiled happily with pride. There was a line of people behind him who were waiting for more food as the festival continued. Even little Bobby was there holding a plate with a dark gaze, his small form somehow radiating an intensity that belied his age. Behind him, Henry was laughing and talking with a shy Leora, whose cheeks flushed with warmth, as Noah looked at the masses of entities all around him celebrating the festival of the end. Even though their very weavings of existence now held signs of fracture that told them they would never exceed a certain depth, he smiled. This was his family that he was protecting, and at this time, he raised his head as he felt a change. As he felt existence settling outside, the complex changes of the second phase of the fallout have been measured to be rapidly reducing. Observable existence is returning to a new basal state, obtaining as much information as possible from surrounding weavings of existence. Note, this information would have been impossible to extract through normal means. The first tongue itself faced a unique influence and change due to the fallout. Standard methods of perception and communication remain non-functional. However, the emergence of your 9 core phonemes, integrated into the first tongue itself, still allows a form of information extraction across some of the rapidly changed observable existence. Your additions to the first tongue serve as unaffected conduits through the corrupted language of existence. Where others see only static and chaos, you perceive patterns and data. Estimated time until second phase completion, 7 minutes. Estimated time until new basal state stabilization, 23 minutes. The fallout was ending. The prompts that flashed before Noah's eyes also revealed something glorious: information extraction across some of the observable existence, in a reality where, at this moment, communication was impossible. Teleportation was impossible, among many other things. Very little would be known by the vastness of observable existence, as every entity was isolated in their own pocket of corrupted reality, and yet, because of what he did by forging 9 brand new letters of the language of existence, Noah would still be able to get estimations of information from across existence. He knew that this was one of the stupendous capabilities that would bloom from his actions of forming new letters for the first tongue. The other effects would still show up as time passed, revealing themselves in ways he could not yet predict, but for now, it was time to go meet the changed existence outside and see just what the actions of the living paradox had done to observable existence. He looked at the grill before him, then at the line of people still waiting for food. Ruination, he said silently. Yes, master, take over the cooking. Understood. I will ensure the festival of the end continues in your absence. Noah stepped away from the grill as one of his bodies that Ruination could control seamlessly took his place. Continuing to cook the civilizational authority into delicious forms without missing a beat, he walked through the festival, past his people who were laughing and eating and drinking in defiance of the apocalypse that had just reshaped all of reality, he slowly made his way to the edge of the infiniverse, to where the infinite loom and the Faraday cage had protected everything within from the worst of the fallout, and he looked outward. Toward the changed existence that awaited, toward whatever horrors and wonders the living paradox's machinations had wrought. Chapter 4694, The Emerged Four. The Faraday cage and the infinite loom were designs of glorious innovation and wonder as they currently shone with a reinforced glow of power after weathering through the fallout itself. Noah appeared directly before the vibrant blue-gold barriers of the infinite loom as he looked outside to the changed weavings of existence, and they looked absolutely marvelous in the most terrifying way possible. The immediate landscape outside of the infiniverse was filled by regions of space that shone with a stellar gray hue, expressing a form of destruction and brilliance at the same time. There seemed to be solid gray clouds pulsing with ash and flames, roiling like thunderheads made of concentrated devastation. If one looked up or down, or in any other direction really, they would notice a faint trace of what looked like ash raining in every direction, when this ash touched onto surfaces. Existence in that area would sizzle slightly as smoke would bloom. It was as if the very atmosphere had become corrosive, hostile to anything that dared to exist within it, and with his own eyes, Noah could only see barely more than a mile in every direction. Beyond that, the gray ashen clouds formed an impenetrable curtain that swallowed all perception, and KAA, as he was thinking and observing all of this, out of absolutely nowhere, a massive form barreled out from the ash-filled weavings of existence outside. Since what he could observe was only a mile in every direction, with the gray ashen clouds seemingly covering everything after that, he only managed to see the creature when it was already upon him. It came to smash onto the walls of the infinite loom. Boom, the barrier buzzed. The impact was heavy as the entity that had done it actually held depth, SCRE, what the fuck, he had not even gotten out yet, he was just observing and waiting for the complete end of the fallout, and something was already being chucked toward his direction? His gaze was stern as he observed the monstrous thing that had appeared outside of his home. The thing was currently banging its head on the infinite loom, and shockingly, even though it could not see him, its maddened eyes were locked onto him as if it came here specifically for him. The creature was horrifying in a way that transcended normal terror. Its general form resembled that of a gulper eel, with an impossibly large mouth that seemed to comprise most of its body. The jaw could unhinge to reveal rows upon rows of teeth that spiraled inward like a meat grinder made of bone. Its body was elongated and serpentine, covered in skin that looked like it had been turned inside out and then burned, but what truly made it nightmarish were the markers of the curse that spread across its flesh paired with all this. Faint cracks glowed with residual fallout energy, covering every inch of its monstrous form. The cracks pulsed with a sickly gray multicolored light, and from some of the larger fissures, wisps of primordial energy leaked out like steam from a broken pipe. Its eyes were the worst. They held no sanity, no thought beyond desperate hunger. They were the eyes of something that had been broken by the fallout and reformed into a creature of pure need. As Noah observed it, the first tongue buzzed as waves of information were extracted: creature analysis, designation, emerged devourer, classification, the awakened, depth, the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty, origin, malformed xenolifeform from the belly of existence, status, unable to resist the effects of the fallout. Underwent forced mutation, potential group ascertained, the emerged, origin, entities from the belly of existence who were affected by the fallout when the living paradox's attack tore open the creature's domain. Mutation type, primordial regression, the emerged are entities who were exposed to the fallout while simultaneously being bathed in the primordial energies of the belly of existence. This dual exposure caused them to regress toward more fundamental, more ancient forms of existence, characteristic straight face, bodies shifting toward primordial, proto-existence states, can access abilities from the era before differentiation, perceive reality in ways that predate current existence's structure, struggle to communicate with post-differentiation entities, slowly losing connection to modern existence's rules, hierarchy straight face, the awakened, recently emerged, still adapting to their new nature, current specimen. Curse variation straight face, the emerged bear a modified version of the existential ceiling. While they cannot reach absolute depth through normal means, their primordial regression grants them access to power structures that predate the depth system entirely. Unique boon primordial memory straight face, can access inherited memories from before differentiation, possess knowledge of existence's fundamental structure, can perceive the cracks in reality that the fallout created. Mutation details, primordial hunger. This specific specimen underwent a horrific mutation that amplified its base instincts to catastrophic levels. Effect, the creature's existence feels perpetually thirsty. Craving rich weavings of existence to sustain itself, behavior, any entity that comes within a few miles will be sensed if they possess rich weavings of existence. The creature will pursue them with undeniable, maddened need. Note, the infiniverse and your personal weavings register as extraordinarily rich sources. This creature likely sensed you from maximum perception range and immediately charged. Warning, where there is one emerged, there are likely many more. The belly of existence contained countless entities. Noah observed the details of this creature that roared toward him and the infiniverse with a maddened glare. He could not help but think of Lumavara, Almareth, and the fishermen. They had been in the belly of existence when the fallout struck. They had been exposed to those same primordial energies while the attack tore through the creature's domain. Had they undergone similar mutations, or had they been strong enough, aware enough, to resist the regression and maintain their sanity? He did not know. And in this new existence where communication was impossible and perception was limited to mere miles, he had no way of finding out. Boom. The emerged devourer slammed against the infinite loom again, its massive maw trying to bite through barriers that had withstood the fallout itself. Cracks of cursed energy flared across its body with each impact, and its screech of frustration echoed through the gray landscape. Noah watched it with cold, calculating eyes. This was his first glimpse of what awaited outside, an intermediate depth creature, driven mad by hunger, attacking his home within minutes of the fallout's conclusion, and according to the information extracted, where there was one, there were likely many more. The belly of existence had contained many entities. All of them now exposed to the fallout, all of them potentially transformed into these emerged, all of them fucking hungry. Chapter 4695. Morai. Noah looked at the emerged devourer with a sense of pity, a malformed Jinno lifeform who was imprisoned this whole time. And at the time of freedom, they were too weak to fight against the fallout. SCRE. The emerged devourer still continued to bash its entire body on the barrier, its depth heavy and profound as it was rapidly eating away at the nearby logos on the infinite loom. Each impact sent ripples of destruction through the carefully constructed defenses, the creature's maddened hunger dissolving the meanings that held the barrier together. It was causing an unnecessary expenditure of his home as Noah began to float toward it. Pity was pity, but he would not hold back. He was on a path. He was streamlining his way and abilities as at this moment, he wanted to feel his depth freely, 18th of the immensity of the creature at the intermediate depth? Okay. What did that translate to? His way was at surface depth as it could assert mana or hunger in unique ways, but if he held intermediate depth immensity, then his assertions would automatically be elevated to impositions. He wanted to feel with his body closely as he expressed his immensity. How the logos within him moved. How the philologies flowed. In Janungagap, he used the goad and logos of imprisonment to gradually corner the surface depth entities until they could no longer exert any power of their depth, and while in such a state, he took them into his prison. But this was when he had not even formed his depth yet. He had the depth at this moment, and even though he was at the surface depth in his way and civilization, he wanted to see how he would measure up to this intermediate depth creature that was mutated from the fallout, and so he took a step forward. As he did so, his skin glinted with logos and philologies of the first tongue. Every weight and immensity of his existence surrounded his entire body, held together tightly as blue-gold light permeated around him like a glow of brilliance. He looked like a humanoid entity that was set aflame with stellar blue-gold brilliance, each phoneme burning across his form like stars embedded in flesh. As if the emerged could sense a level of immensity from him, it actually backed away for him to come out of the barrier. Its gaze was that of fervor and mad excitement while looking at him, as if it were looking at a chicken that had come out to be cooked and eaten. Saliva that burned with primordial hunger dripped from its impossible maw. The moment Noah left the confines of the infiniverse to appear in the landscape of the fallout, his entire existence vibrated as he felt waves of resonance cascading all around. Critical harvest detection. For stepping out into the expansive, corrupted, and altered weavings of observable existence, perpetual harvest has briefly sensed the boundless infinite potential that should have been waiting for you. Sources detected straight face, all the changes that the first tongue underwent during the fallout, all the advancements that those who followed your way or backed you within the prison of the creature underwent. The shelters of the loom making themselves visible within observable existence, allowing their weavings of existence to run free, all the usage of mana and the first tongue across the eons that was carried out to maintain the loom and by those within it, all of this boundless harvest is barely being sensed at this moment due to the altered weavings of observable existence. Note, if you did not have 9 newly forged phonemes reinforced in the first tongue, this harvest would never have been collected. The philology of perpetual harvest, backed by your newly forged phonemes of the first tongue, promises you that it will ensure every scrap of harvest is accounted for and given to you. Infinite potential begins to be gathered, however slow and however rigorous, until every ounce that belongs to you is given. Noah sensed and heard these prompts as he felt invisible waves of brilliance like an endless sea begin to surge above him and trickle down into his foundation and civilization. He accepted this calmly as he trusted in the philologies that he was advancing at this moment, that every ounce of what was his would be given, but he kept his gaze on the gulper eel. At this moment, an ashen color of its depth erupted around it like heavy strikes of lightning as it looked toward Noah with an immense sense of greed and want. It radiated the immensity of its depth toward him as if to bring him to submission so he could seamlessly be enjoyed and eaten. Its mental state and way seemed entirely far too gone. It could not even be saved. Anything that made it a malformed Jinna lifeform had truly already been stripped away. What a pity! The creature's way expressed itself as primordial consumption, a regressed, bestial version of hunger that predated sophisticated concepts of devouring. It did not merely want to eat Noah. It wanted to unmake him, to return his complex existence to raw, undifferentiated sustenance. As its weight and immensity surged toward Noah, he erupted with his own way in response. Blue-gold tendrils of lightning unfolded from his existence, crackling with the authority of mana and hunger intertwined. They clashed with the ashen bolts of the gulper eel's depth and the space between them. The collision was cataclysmic. Reality itself groaned as two immensities met in the corrupted air. The ashen clouds around them were blown back by the shockwave, revealing glimpses of the gray wasteland that stretched endlessly in all directions. Lightning of blue gold and lightning of primordial ash intertwined and fought for dominance, each tendril seeking to overwhelm the other. The ground beneath them cracked. The falling ash was vaporized in a sphere around their clash. The very weavings of existence trembled as two depths contested for supremacy, and shockingly, Noah's depth and the depth of this creature were almost equal. Both sides were dispersed. Noah looked at such a scene and nodded. At the surface depth, he could disperse the depth of an intermediate depth entity. He looked at the gulper eel as it was not deterred. In fact, it looked at him with even more greed as at this moment, its way began to twist. Noah sensed this creature was about to utilize imposition that the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty entities had access to. The gulper eel lit up with a sickly primordial glow as reality around it began to warp. Its maw opened impossibly wide as it sought to impose that the enemy in front of it was already cut up, already prepared, already ready for consumption. Noah saw this and prepared to counter with his own imposition when he became astonished. This was not an imposition. Chapter 4696, Morai 2. The gulper eel shockingly did not use an imposition. Noah's eyes flickered as time slowed around him, the phonemes of the first tongue burning gloriously within his eyes as he demanded an answer. Analysis of enemy technique reveals anomalous expression of authority. The gulper eel did not use imposition. It utilized a more ancient form of this capability that creatures in extremely early observable existence before differentiation utilized. Classification, dogma, meaning, that which seems good or authoritative decree. Dogma is the forceful establishment of a truth that did not previously exist. Dogma creates new truth through sheer authority. It is the precursor to imposition but carries an additional weight of philosophical conviction. Characteristics: straightface, decrees that reshape local reality according to the speaker's philosophical framework, requires not just power but ideological certainty, creates zones of doctrine where the dogma's truth is absolute law, can only be broken by a superior dogma or by exposing logical contradictions within it. Philosophical foundation, dogma represents the power of conviction to shape reality. In the ancient understanding, a belief held with sufficient certainty and authority becomes indistinguishable from truth within its sphere of influence. Enemy dogma analysis: straightface. Dogma of inevitable consumption: straightface, that which I perceive as prey has already been prepared for my consumption. Effect: reality within the dogma's zone will reshape the target's existence to be in a state suitable for consumption, regardless of their actual condition. Danger level: extreme. If this dogma takes hold, your existence will be forcibly altered to match its decree. Dogma. Noah voiced out to himself as his expression became stern right after. His heart was free, and so, he would set this malformed Jinno lifeform free. Noah allowed the full immensity of his depth to surge forth as he spoke his imposition into existence. Every single philology and logos within him flowed into it. The blue-gold brilliance condensing into words that carried the weight of his entire way. All things are mana. All mana is undifferentiated. That which is undifferentiated cannot be prepared or altered by external will, for it has no fixed state to alter. Your dogma decrees that I am prepared, but I decree that preparation itself is meaningless against that which encompasses all states simultaneously. Boom, the imposition crashed against the dogma like a tidal wave against a fortress. The gulp or eel zone of doctrine flickered as logical contradiction was exposed at its core. How could something be prepared for consumption when it existed in all states at once? How could a single decree encompass that which was, by its very nature, undifferentiated? The philology of undifferentiated manna burned with unprecedented brilliance as it demonstrated, in real time, the logical impossibility of the dogma's premise, and then the dogma shattered, not merely dispersed, but reversed. The decree that the prey was prepared for consumption turned back upon its speaker, and the gulp or eel's own existence began to warp. Its flesh started to segment. Its form began to separate into portions suitable for consumption, its own dogma deeming itself to be prey. Scre. The creature's shriek was one of confusion and agony as its authority was turned against it. Dogma overcome. Analysis of victory conditions straight face. Factor 1. Your way of the first tongue granted inherent resistance to ancient expressions of authority. Factor 2. The philology of undifferentiated manna provided the logical framework to expose the dogma's internal contradiction. Factor 3. Your way, though at surface depth, was sufficient to carry an imposition of equivalent weight to an intermediate depth dogma. Conclusion. Dogma, though a grander form than imposition, operates on philosophical conviction. When confronted with a truth that logically negates its premise, it cannot maintain coherence regardless of the power behind it. Noah saw the shocked expression of the gulp or eel even as its eyes still carried a light of greed. And he shook his head with pity. It was time to end this. He raised his hand, and his voice carried the weight of finality. A clench of my fist becomes a severing light of manna that chains across the existence of the enemy before me. It will not stop until way and cognizance are collapsed. What remains shall be the first offering of loot in this accursed landscape. He clenched his fist. Boom, a heavy blue-gold tendril of light erupted from his closed hand and lanced toward the already fragmenting gulp or eel. It struck the creature and then chained through its existence, jumping from one portion of its being to another. Each link of the chain severed something vital. The first link severed its way. The second link severed its cognizance. The third link severed its depth. The fourth link severed its hold on existence itself. The creature did not scream. It could not scream. There was nothing left to scream with. The scene carried solemnity and a sense of sadness as Noah watched the gulp or eel separate into motes of primordial light. For the first entity to die in his hands in this new era, it was not any of those responsible for the fallout. It was a malformed jinn, a lifeform, a victim, not a perpetrator, a being that had been imprisoned, freed, and then broken by forces beyond its control. Noah looked at the glorious and terrifying scene of his power as at such a time. New prompts bloomed, loot generation initiated, all the weavings and infinite potential of the emerged devourer, the gulp or eel, are being burned by the loot stanchion of infinity. The phonemes of harvest, fortune, advantage, and infinity are being utilized to allow the emergence of something that would contribute to the continued safety of your existence. Loot generation in progress, a blinding light shone. Massive phonemes bloomed and compressed around what remained of the gulp or eel. They spun and condensed, burning away impurities and extracting essence. The process was mesmerizing, watching raw existence be refined into something greater. After some time, all that remained was a string of golden light and a singularity that shot towards Noah and sunk into his head, straight into the grimoire of infinite lexicons. The string floated still, a brilliant, glorious string of golden light that shockingly pushed away the ashen glow of the surrounding landscape. It hung in the air before Noah like a thread of pure destiny, pulsing with an authority that predated differentiation itself. Noah calmly looked at it and beckoned as it flowed toward him. The string felt warm against his existence, warm and infinitely complex. It carried the weight of possibilities, of paths taken and not taken, of futures that might be and futures that never would be. Holding it was like holding the concept of choice itself made tangible. Item, fragment of the Moirai threads, classification, primordial artifact, pre-differentiation, origin, strands from before destiny differentiated. The Moirai threads were the proto-concept of fate before it split into past, present, and future. Properties straightface, can interact with temporal and causal phenomena, resonates with paradox-based abilities, contains inherited knowledge of destiny's fundamental structure, special compatibility detected. This fragment can interact with and enhance the existential paradox loop, integration effect, partial simulation of the existential paradox loop. Capability granted, without expending an anchor point reset, you can now obtain partial information regarding potential futures. Limitation: information is fragmentary and probabilistic, not absolute. Major events may be sensed, but main details will be obscured. A terrifying loot formed, all for the sake of ensuring his existence did not undergo collapse and hardship in these terrifying weavings of existence. Noah looked at the fragment of the Moirai threads as it wound itself around his wrist like a bracelet of pure golden light. Chapter 4697, Moirai 3, a fragment of the Moirai threads, a string so vibrant and powerful that he felt like it weighed an entire depth of absolute sovereignty in his hand. It represented many things, as truth be told. Even though he did not have any doubt, he was still unfathomably cautious of everything that was to come. He had a sense of expectation and wonder for the mysteries out there, but he was not looking forward to the struggles and the hardship that he would have to go through to bypass them. This object was an unfathomable saving grace, as it was also born as a product of what his existence deemed would be the most ideal loot for him to have, if it could truly react with the existential paradox loop. Utilize the fragment of the Moirai threads, HUUM, if he had the cheat to peer into the future, to see what would be happening. Why not use it right away? The moment that he uttered such words, the golden thread shot out from his hand and pierced into his chest like a sharp blade. His eyes frowned in pain as the golden thread proceeded to wrap around and constrict his heart with a grip that felt like destiny itself squeezing his existence. It was not a pleasant feeling at all, but moments later, a unique cloud of golden brilliance began to surround him, and his eyes became glazed gold as visions that had not yet come to pass began to crystallize before his perception. Usage of the fragment of the Moirai threads initiated. A partial simulation of the existential paradox loop is beginning. Note, this is a partial simulation only. Capability: fragmentary glimpses of potential futures based on current trajectory. Limitation: information is probabilistic, not absolute. Details may be obscured or inaccurate. Estimation: 9 fragments may allow for a full simulation until potential collapse or death. Current fragments, 1/9. Warning: viewing potential futures does not guarantee they will occur. Simulation beginning. Noah viewed these prompts calmly as moments later, he began to feel waves of information flowing through him. His eyes flickered gold, and scenes of potential futures he had not yet come across began playing before him. Timeline analysis beginning. Within minutes of the second phase of the fallout ending, you set off into the wastes of the fallout after having laid to rest a Gulpari. You break down its weavings and memories as part of what it used to be and what it stood for are written in the pages of your grimoire of infinite lexicons. The phonemes of advantage and fortune naturally trigger and focus on retrieving certain memories that pulse with glory and benefit for you. From its memories, you learned of a terrifying corrupted region this entity had run away from while the fallout was continuing, a domain that had been locked in Jinungdagap, which was within the belly of existence. After the belly was torn open, this domain and many other wonders spilled out and proceeded to face corruption. You grow very interested as the memories leave behind a name, the corrupted vault of Jinungdagap. You remember the words of Olmareth about the vaults of Jinungdagap and the dangers and wonders they held. After you weigh the risks, you try to backtrack the path of the Gulpari to find this corrupted domain. You begin heading out deeper into the wastes of the fallout cautiously, still feeling the faint connection to the Infiniverse. You affirm you can return to it if need be, the connection with the first tongue allowing this to be a possibility. Especially due to the 9 newly forged core phonemes, you wonder if it would be possible to bypass the restrictions of the wastes of the fallout to sense or reach out to Lumavara and Olmareth. As you move carefully through the wastes while noting the specific path you take, you come across an abomination. Or really, the abomination was drawn to your pure weavings of existence, a creature not originating from the belly of existence or the loom, something from a domain existing between the gaps of existence that was torn open due to the fallout. You come across your first scorched, you draw upon the first tongue to define and classify this entity straight face, the scorched, origin. Entities who survived direct exposure to the fallout's flames without any protection. Mutation, existential combustion. The scorched are entities whose very existence has been permanently set ablaze by the fallout. They burn continuously with the multicolored flames of existential annihilation, and rather than being consumed, they have learned to fuel themselves with the destruction. Characteristic straight face, bodies wreathed in perpetual flames of the fallout, can project and weaponize fallout energy, immune to further fallout damage, feed on destruction and decay, cannot heal naturally, must consume the existence of others to regenerate, gradually lose their original personality and memories, eventually become more flame than entity. Hierarchy, currently encountered. Cinders, newly scorched, still fighting to maintain identity. Curse variation straight face, the scorched bear the full existential sealing curse but have developed a workaround. By consuming the existence of others, they can temporarily boost their advancement rate. This makes them predatory but also prevents them from ever achieving stable, lasting power. The information Noah was reading in the form of prompts was grand, but the images he saw were even grander. His eyes blazed gold as even though this was only a possibility, he saw it. The scorched entity appeared in his mind's eye with terrifying clarity. It was a serpentine creature of impossible grace and horrifying beauty. Its body long and sinuous like some ancient leviathan adapted for land. Fins that should have belonged to an aquatic being fanned out along its spine and tail, but instead of membrane and scale, they were composed entirely of crystallized fallout flames that shifted through colors. Its fur, or what might have once been fur, had become living fire that flowed across its form like water made of destruction. Multicolored flames of violet and crimson and golden colors that had no name rippled across its serpentine body with each movement, leaving trails of scorched reality in its wake. The creature's face was elongated and almost regal, with eyes that burned like twin suns trapped in sockets of ash. Where its mouth opened, one could see that even its teeth were flames given solid form, each fang a concentrated point of existential annihilation. Most disturbing were the cracks across its existence, the markers of the curse that glowed not with the usual residual fallout energy but with active, hungry fire. The cracks were not healing. They were spreading. And from each crack, more flames poured forth. It moved with a dancer's grace despite its size, each step leaving behind footprints of burning reality that took moments to repair themselves. Bubbles of superheated existence rose from its form like foam from turbulent waters, each one a tiny pocket of destruction waiting to pop. Oh, even though he was only viewing scenes of it in his mind, Noah could see the ferocity of the scorched as its depth burned with heavy intermediate immensity. This was not a creature that could be reasoned with, this was not a creature that remembered what it once was, this was flame given purpose, and that purpose was consumption. The golden haze around Noah's vision flickered as the partial simulation continued to feed him glimpses of what might come. He saw himself facing this creature in the gray wastes, saw the clash of blue-gold authority against multicolored annihilation, saw the dance of death that would unfold between them, and he saw that this was merely the first of many such encounters. Chapter 4698, Morai 4. As he viewed the scenes of the scorched and the glimmers of golden light of the fragment of the Morai threads, the partial simulation continued. Your battle against the scorched leviathan of cinders was a glorious one. This creature uniquely utilized dogma and not imposition, its ancient expressions of authority fueled by the very flames that consumed its existence. Partial scenes of the battle have been observed straight face. The scorched leviathan declared a dogma of purifying flame, seeking to establish that all things within its presence must burn and be cleansed of impurity. You countered with the philology of undifferentiated mana, arguing that mana cannot be purified because it already exists in its most fundamental state. The clash of dogma against your philosophical framework created cascades of destruction across the wastes. Result, victory. Your weavings and phonemes move once more to form the best possible lute. 2 fragments of the Morai threads formed from the scorched leviathan of cinders. Current fragment count, February 9th. You begin sifting through its memories. Note, only partial memories are available due to this partial simulation. Discovery, the direction you are heading toward is actually one the scorched was veering away from. The creature fled from something it deemed too dangerous even for its flame-wreathed existence. You do not hesitate as you continue in the same direction. Seeking the corrupted domain from the memories of the gulper eel, you traverse regions where the ashen clouds condense into liquid devastation that rains upward from the ground. Your logos of protection are tested repeatedly as you navigate zones where time inverts without warning. You encounter pockets of frozen time where lesser false the creatures are trapped mid-motion, their expressions forever locked in terror. You bypass regions where sound becomes visible in silence. Becomes lethal, your phonemes of the first tongue guiding you through. You discover areas where the very concept of distance has been corrupted, with single steps covering miles or miles covering inches unpredictably. You note paths and landmarks, committing them to memory for your eventual passage. Time passes. Struggles compound. Your existence is tested again and again, but you persevere. After some time and annoyances, you feel something immense far ahead. You come across a massive crimson gold cloudy barrier that extends for countless miles, shrouded by the ashen clouds and flames of the fallout. Everything within your existence screams danger at observing this place. Your instincts, honed through countless battles and near-death experiences, tell you to turn back, but defiance is in your nature. You take a step forward and go in. The golden light around Noah flickered gloriously as his eyes pulsed with a gold light while he saw the scenes of the domain he was entering clearly. It felt grand and ancient. It was not hard to enter the domain at all. Your existence was even uncontrollably pulled into it once you crossed the threshold. As you passed through the crimson gold barrier, your existence was pulled on all sides. Its integrity was almost destroyed by forces that seemed to want to reshape you into something compatible with this ancient place, but you persevered. Your existence burned with glorious defiance. You demanded information. Your phonemes expressed their power gloriously, the 9 newly forged letters of the first tongue reaching out to extract meaning from the incomprehensible. Information begins to flow. Domain identified, the corrupted vault of Jinungagap. This vault predates the first tongue's differentiation. It originates from an era when existence was still learning to define itself. It is a remnant of Jinungagap that was torn open by the fallout and corrupted by the collision of primordial energies with the catastrophic changes to observable existence. The vault operates on principles that predate the modern depth system. Ancient expressions of authority hold sway here. Current location, the second circle. Designation, the Stoa of Dogmata. You are arriving in the second circle of the corrupted vault of Jinungagap. Warning, you have bypassed the first circle entirely through unknown means. Noah's eyes flickered as he saw a grand and unfathomable scene. The Stoa of Dogmata stretched before him an impossible grandeur. An endless colonnade of pillars rose toward a ceiling that did not exist, each one carved from crystallized authority that predated differentiation itself. The pillars were inscribed with dogmata from the ancient era, each inscription glowing with the conviction of beings who had believed so absolutely in their truths that reality itself had bent to accommodate them. Some pillars burned with cold fire. Others wept tears of solidified time. Still others hummed with frequencies that made his very existence vibrate in uncomfortable waves. The space between pillars was filled with zones of doctrine, visible as faintly shimmering barriers that separated one philosophical framework from another. He could see where one zone ended and another began, the boundaries marked by subtle shifts in the color of light, the texture of space, the very feel of reality, and he could only see the immediate mile or two around him. Further in, multicolored clouds covered everything, obscuring the depths of the Stoa in mystery. He sensed immense dangers lurking within those clouds, but he also sensed opportunities, treasures waiting to be claimed by those bold enough to navigate. As you gaze at this region of the corrupted vault of Jinungagap you arrived in, you do not realize that meters to your right was a humanoid figure of a woman watching you with an intrigued smile. You happen to see her only when your gaze directly lands on her. Your perception being unable to even perceive her through any other means, she looks toward you for a few seconds longer before she seemingly loses interest and goes back to staring at the endless expanse ahead. You feel absolutely nothing from this woman, no depth. No way. No weavings of existence. Nothing, as if she does not exist at all, as if she is a whole in reality shaped like a person. You are cautious, seeking answers through the first tongue. An imperceptible weaving of power unfolds from you, reaching toward her to extract information. The entity shockingly senses what you tried to do. She is surprised, then she waves her hand. A shocking force smacks into you and nearly crushes your existence entirely. 80% of your protective logos and philologies are decimated in an instant. You are thrown backward, your existence screaming in agony as you struggle to maintain coherence. The woman speaks for the first time in a warning. Her voice is unfathomably grand and serene as she says in the first tongue straight face, "Do not do that again," barely grasping what remains of your existence. You see a prompt that tells you the only piece of information you managed to obtain from the entity, a single distinction extracted at the cost of nearly everything. Straight face, designation, Ian, boom, fragment strain has exceeded sustainable parameters, information extraction has reached critical threshold. The glimpses of potential future are fragmenting, partial simulation ending, returning to present moment. The golden light around Noah shattered like glass as he was forcibly ejected from the vision. He gasped, his existence trembling from the phantom pain of injuries he had not yet sustained. His heart pounded against the golden thread still wrapped around it, and for a moment, he could still feel the echo of that woman's casual dismissal, the way she had destroyed 80% of his defenses with a wave of her hand. Ian, that single word burned in his mind with terrifying weight. Noah stood in the gray wastes outside the Infiniverse, the golden thread around his heart slowly releasing its grip as the fragment of the Moirai threads faded into dormancy. Chapter 4699, Ian. Ian, this was the only distinction he got from a being who was powerful enough to actually sense when the first tongue was being utilized and accessed by him to find out information. That level of power alone was ridiculous, and when paired with the name, even if Noah had a single working brain cell, he immediately and directly went to the distinction of the secret of Ian, fucking hell, and he could not help but curse as he smiled. A monstrous being right outside the gate. If his thought process was right and the entity there was actually someone on the same caliber as the living paradox, or the creature, or the primordial chaos. This would be the first entity of this stature that Noah had seen who had only gazed at him with slight interest before looking away as if he did not matter. She only made an action when he made an action. She only responded, and it made sense that a wave of the hand of such a being could decimate more than 80% of his protection and power. But Noah now came to a crossroads where he had to ask himself what exactly he would do with the information that he had received from the partial simulation. He knew that the information regarding the corrupted vault was indispensable, with that domain itself being something extremely unique. His own weavings of advantage and fortune were pointing to this place as something that could greatly elevate his power and immensity, but it was a risk, the action of meeting one of the terrifying entities in the same caliber as the creature. The primordial chaos and the living paradox was also a tremendous risk, and as he thought about this, he also thought about the early veiled shore of the creature where one of his bodies remained. He had cautiously been waiting within the shore as he discussed things with Anaximander, the first hunger, and the living origin, who were taking stock of all those within the shore and how every single entity was affected by the curse of the existential ceiling, and how things were affected overall. This whole time, Noah had been waiting to see if the owner of that shore would come back to his abode. It would allow for many things to be illuminated and for many secrets to be revealed. But there was no sign of the creature. Was he and the living paradox out there right now in these boundless, expansive, changed weavings of observable existence already fighting for supremacy? There were too many unknowns, and at this moment when it came time for him to make a decision on exactly what he would be doing, the decision was actually already made to begin with. The hardest and riskiest things almost always granted the most tremendous benefits in existence one did not get anywhere unless they struggled, unless they put in the hard work. He stretched his body and looked down to the expanse of the fallout as he was ready to put in some work. He finished assessing the risks of still entering the vault and potentially meeting the entity that was likely the secret of Ian. When he asked his intuition and even danced with the possibility with his newly forged phonemes, apart from the sense of immense danger, he did not sense the allure of collapse from this particular event, and hey, if anything did happen and his intuition was wrong, well, he had an anchor point for this. The wastes of the fallout were filled with unfathomable dangers, and he had all the tools to go through it. So, let's go. The scorched leviathan of cinders is up first, HUUM. He felt his existence pulse with waves of immensity as he took a step and began delving into the wastes as if he knew and understood exactly where he had to go, and in a sense, he did. So far he had come across two groups of beings in this landscape: the emerged and the scorched. They were dangerous, yes, but to him at this moment, they represented the source of the resource that was in the fragments of the Moirai threads. As he proceeded on in the future, he would have to see which ones would be fitting to enter his infinite desmoterian or be turned into loot. With steady steps, he rapidly began to cross the dangerous regions of the wastes that he knew from the memories of the partial simulation. And even though he could do it extremely fast since he knew the rough location that the scorched would be at, he wanted the conditions to be extremely similar to how the partial simulation played out, so he waited across the wastes of the fallout. Until eventually, he was actually the one to come across the scorched, even before it sensed and went toward him. The scorched leviathan of cinders floated in the ashen expanse like a serpentine titan of annihilation. Its elongated body rippled with living flames that shifted through impossible colors, fins of crystallized fallout energy fanning out along its spine like the sails of a burning ship. Its regal face turned toward him with eyes like twin dying suns, and its way emanated outward in waves of purifying consumption, a philosophy that demanded all things burn and be made clean through destruction. It blinked at him in surprise before it sensed his immensity that caused it and the emerged to go crazy with need. But before this creature at the intermediate depth made any moves, Noah was the one that made the first move as he continued to test the immensity and depth of his power. His entire body vibrated with all of its weight and immensity as he raised his leg. Every logos, every philology, every phoneme within him condensed into this single action as he spoke his imposition into existence. My foot is the sharpest blade in existence. By the time it fully presses down, the enemy before me will have its existence entirely severed and collapsed. Chapter 4700 Ian. 2. His imposition was a truly domineering one as the phoneme of tyranny appeared above him and spun with an incandescent purple glow. Everything seemed to slow down as his entire visage radiated splendor. His small figure immediately gave off an extremely imposing and terrifying air, and when his leg began to move down, the scorched was alarmed as it felt its existence seemingly about to be cut into countless pieces and collapsed. The scorched leviathan of cinders roared with a majestic voice that shook the wastes, its dogma erupting from the very core of its burning existence. My flames cannot be severed by anything in existence. That which burns eternally knows no blade, no edge, no cutting force. I am fire unending, and fire cannot be divided. One sought to cut by placing their foot down, and one denied this as they said they could not be cut. In the next moment, Noah's brilliant figure forcefully brought down his foot in its entirety. Boom! The collision of imposition and dogma lasted less than a heartbeat. Blue gold light erupted from Noah's descending foot like an existential blade carving through reality itself. The phoneme of tyranny burned with such intensity that it overwrote the very concept of what could and could not be severed. His imposition did not argue with the dogma. It did not debate. It simply declared with such absolute authority that the dogma's philosophical framework crumbled before it could fully establish itself. The scorched leviathan of cinder's eyes showed utter incredulity as the severing light passed through its existence. Its flames, which had burned since before the fallout, which had consumed multiple entities to fuel their eternal conflagration, were cut apart like paper before a blade that recognized no limitation. It wanted to ask, "Bro, what the fuck was this? I didn't even get to salivate or chase after you?" But its existence was already dimming into oblivion, its way collapsing, its cognizance fading, its very concept of self being severed into fragments that could no longer maintain coherence. Imposition victorious over dogma. Analysis. The scorched leviathan's dogma operated on the conviction that its flames were eternal and indivisible. However, your imposition was backed by the full immensity of your depth. The phoneme of tyranny, and the philology of undifferentiated mana. The phoneme of tyranny grants absolute authority to your declarations when sufficient immensity supports them. Your imposition did not attempt to argue that flames could be severed. It simply declared that your foot was the sharpest blade, making the question of what can or cannot be cut irrelevant. Against a dogma that relies on defining limitations, an imposition that ignores limitations entirely will always prevail if backed by sufficient weight. As Noah looked at the collapse of yet another civilization under his hands, his gaze was cold and imperious as he observed everything that represented the way and existence of this creature begin to be bundled up into a brilliant song of golden light by his phonemes. Similar to the emerged, but because the depth of the scorched was a bit greater, two golden strings formed from the remnants of the civilization. They began to flow toward him, loot generated from the scorched leviathan of cinders, 2 fragments of the Moirai threads obtained, current fragment count, 2/9. Note, higher depth entities yield greater fragment quantities. Noah kept them inside of his existence calmly as he took another step and disappeared even further inward. Prepared to smoothly bypass the regions that he had in his memory before he had an encounter with one of the more terrifying types of existences, the secret of Ian, across the wastes of the fallout. The end of existence came with a lot of things as different entities faced different challenges and entirely different results. The veil between the living and the dead was completely torn as the lands of the living and the dead effectively did not exist anymore. All that existed was the landscape after the fallout. It was ashen domains of destruction and brilliance in equal measure. As it seemed like an apocalypse and also the emergence of something unfathomably new. A few minutes after, the second phase of the fallout had ended. In an unknown region of observable existence, a consciousness woke up as if it had been in a long and endless slumber. The consciousness was none other than the great usurper, Eckhart. But as he woke up at this time, he found himself confined in what felt like a relatively small space. His idle existence had covered an extremely expansive region of the lands of the dead as he knew how it felt when he covered such an expansive space, but at this moment, he felt contained. What was Emergency Consciousness Preservation Protocol complete? The emergence of the fallout and its subsequent actions over observable existence distorted and expanded your existence in a grotesque fashion. For the sake of survival of a cognizant consciousness, a risk was taken to utilize the force of the fallout to infuse your consciousness into the fragment of the axiom of primordial paradox. The gamble was successful due to the chaotic weavings of existence. Your consciousness was contained within the fragment of the axiom of primordial paradox, but the effects of the fallout were pervasive. Your existence has been branded with the curse of the existential ceiling. Your existence has been branded as a scorched. The scorched are entities whose very existence has been permanently set ablaze by the fallout. They burn continuously with the multicolored flames of existential annihilation, and rather than being consumed, they have learned to fuel themselves with the destruction. Your consciousness is wreathed in perpetual flames of the fallout. You can project and weaponize fallout energy. You are immune to further fallout damage. You feed on destruction and decay. You would have gradually lost your original personality and memories, but the fragment of the axiom of primordial paradox prevents this deterioration. You are now a cinder, a newly scorched lifeform. your consciousness is contained in the fragment of the axiom of primordial paradox and has integrated with it by 1% so far. Idle expansion with the emergence of idle loot of the fallout is now possible. Proceed. Eckert's consciousness shone brightly as he viewed all these prompts for another instant before he nodded with enthusiasm, his mind bright as he wondered, did Osmond come out the other side okay? Because at this moment, it did not seem like he could reach him, but he would go slowly and see just what had changed with him and with existence at large. And where the hell were his disciples of the creature?